Well, hello. Well, hello. Hello. My name is Jeff. My name is Jeff. Hello. Yeah, how you doing? So politically incorrect, it's unreal. But then again, when you get to my age, it doesn't matter. We've got excuses. We were born in a generation that didn't know better. So that's what my excuse is. Ugh. Joey Deacon, look at my sexy thermals. Sexy thermals. You wanted it. You wanted this. You were like, you going live, Matt? You going live? It's like, yeah, all right, then I'll go live. Yeah. So you wanted it. Here I am. Warts and all. God, and there's some people absolutely detest the fact that I can just sit here and have people wanting to watch the live stream. Yeah, you don't know some of the people who I've had as enemies over the years. They can't let it go, right? And they've been doing all sorts of shit, like writing to people all over the place. And these people have been saying, "Who's this guy? Who's this guy?" Right into me. And I'm like, oh, really? Really? From the crop circle days? Really? Right into people. Right into people from the crop circle days to go, Matt is a wanker. Really? Oh, in fact, I should be like this, shouldn't I? That is the sound of one hand clapping. Well done. So yeah, I had Hidden Histories with Ray earlier on saying, Matt, who's this guy? And I said, yeah, he's a crop circle twat. Yeah. And he wonders why when I saw him in a pub one day and he came up to me and he went, all right, Matt, all right. And he was like that. And I went, fuck off. Yeah. And he wonders why. Yeah. And I was right into everyone telling him I'm a horrible man. Amazing. That's what we need. We need more people like that, more conscientious members of society like that, you know, going out of their way. So yeah, to be arseholes. That's what we need. And I seem to be picking them up. You know, I've got Klingons from my crop circle days, and that was bad enough, right? Now we're starting to get a whole new breed of hater for the Urbex stuff I do. So I do seem to pick them up somehow. I don't know what it is. I do seem to piss people off somehow. So anyway, let's say hello and thank you very much. By the way, Mark, I was going to get to you, but I was mid-flow with one of my stupid rants, so I thought I might as well just complete that. But thank you, Mark Urbex, for your £5 donation. Thank you. That'll piss the wankers off watching, won't it? Thanks, Mark. That'll piss them off. Look at him sitting there in his thermal underwear. Look, oh shit, it's got a hole in it. It has got a hole in it, but it's all right. It's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. It's not perfectly fine, but you can't see anything, right? It had a little hole in it. Anyway, there he is. What a toss pat. What sort of arsehole sits around in his thermal underwear, right? And people send him money and he just goes like this to the lot of you. Yeah. What sort of person? No, I don't. I like the fans. I just don't like the haters. But thank you for I didn't realise there was a hole in that. It's been through the washing machine about 250 times. Lucky something didn't pop out of that, isn't it? I'll have to stitch that up. Oh well. Anyway, at least you've got a 3D relief girth shot there that you can memorise now. So there we go. I haven't scrolled down. You're probably slagging me off now for showing my minus 69er thermals, but it's what I wear. I don't wear shorts. I don't wear, what do they call them? those things that look like shorts. What are they? And I don't wear briefs. Only in the summertime. I wear briefs in the summertime. But yeah, in the wintertime, that's what I wear. Instead of undergarments, this is what I wear. As well, it is an undergarment, isn't it? Anyway, so there we go. I can sit in my room and I can act like an idiot, and people will come in and I can go like this. I can go, yeah, and people will still be watching, and you probably find that there'll be more viewers than before. Yeah, and this is it. Dinkum Aussie, thank you very much for your 449. 449 is a strange figure, but 449. There probably is some astrological significance to it, but thank you, sir. Anyway, I'm on the Vimtos tonight. Gotta say, feeling a lot better. Feeling a hell of a lot better. I'm on these antibiotics. I've got a lot more energy. I'm out there and I'm not feeling like my stomach's like aching when I'm walking around, which is what was happening before, which was making me a bit gippy, you know, a little bit pissy. So yeah, so it's all good. So I should have got it sorted out earlier, but it's one of those things whenever you get one of these sort of like things I was talking about, the urinary infection, you're like, oh, is it because I had a drink, or have I eaten something? And you tend to just let it go and go and go, and they never really go away. They never go away. In fact, they can recess a bit and then they come back bang, and they really get you hard. So yeah, I kind of, you know, I knew I had to go and get some. So now I got some. I feel really good. I got a lot more energy. That was probably because my body was fighting the infection, and I feel really good. So yeah, anyway, there you go. That'll piss them off as well, because they hate seeing when I'm happy. So I'm happy. Yeah. Mark Urbex is desperately trying to piss them off. You see, he sent me another £2 through Super Chat. Yes. Thank you very much. I shall say hello to people first, and let's see if there's any comments. So somebody said Aussie crew represent. That's Squint Eastwoods. We've got Paul Seidel. We got Lee James. We've got Karen Gill. Hang on a second. We make sure there's no important messages. It's from Carl. What's going on?
Hello, Matthew Williams.
Hello. You just listen. Oh shit. Right, okay, yeah, that's fair enough. He was saying he's on John Bengal's live stream, and I forgot actually, because Liam, sorry, you did say that he was doing a live stream, and then I put out my little clip, and then everybody said, oh, you're going to do yours? And I'm like, you think I can keep details like somebody else has got a live stream going in my head? Nicht. So, yeah, they're all welcome to come over. Carl said a couple of them might come over now. Chances are they'll probably get more subscribers to their channel if they come on mine. Not being funny, but I got 220 people here now, and there's more chance that people are going to learn their names by them coming on here, because then everyone's in the party, isn't it? So I don't blame them. Larry Mitchum donated 10 Canadian dollars, CA, Canadian dollars. Thank you, sir. So, right, so who else have we got? Karen Gill, Richard Warnock, Urbex Mania, that's a new name, I haven't seen that one before. Alex Cross, Mighty One, LK Computers, Lee James, let's have a look. Who else? Gary Newman, Wurzel Stinkleteats. Yeah, did you see my international log joke? I did an international log. Wurzel Stinkleteats will know what international log is about, because it comes from Ren and Stimpy. So I think Wurzel Stinkleteats will know what that is. It's all new and improved international log. Here we go. Right, Lee James, Steve Ellis, Icy Diamond, Adumanta. Adumanta. Did you know I met Adamant once? Yes, so there we are. Exploring with Milky. Hello, Milky. Bloody hell, you're up late. How's this? How can you possibly be up this late? John, Retro John, Connor Smith, Jan, Exploring with Kim and Dan, Chris Partridge, oh my god, Twisted Broken Things, Donna, hello Donna, how are you all? Anthony Wilkinson, Sir Prest. My God, there's some names in there tonight, isn't there? Dinkum Aussie, obviously. James Gibson, love your videos, mate. There we are. Oh, look, Urban Legend has donated £2 through Super Chat. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Anyway, you'll be glad to know, right, I put your money to good use tonight, right, and went out, or did I, into a tier 4 area. Ooh, or did I? Did I? Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. It was a scurrilous rumour that somebody sent out saying that I was in a tier 4 area tonight. And, of course, it would be for work. You know, I wouldn't go there and for any other reason. But yes, we'll maybe show you a bit of footage from that in a minute. But it was filmed months ago. Okay, I'll have you know. So, like I say, your donations do definitely get put into good use. Who else have we got? We got Rob Simpson. Oh, he's got the megaphone symbol, so I guess what he's alluding to. Jackie Green's Cats and Things. Yes. Andrew J. Well, I tell you what, James Dean. What are we saying? Oh, the Maritz's place. Yeah, James Dean. We're ready for the next drone flying session at the Maritz's place. Well, there's been quite a few people who've been saying they're going to go down there and they're gonna catch them at it again and film them. And so, you know, be warned, Maritz's, because people have said they're going to go down there and they're going to fly their drones and they're going to film and they're going to wait to see what happens with you. Okay, so bear that in mind when you decide to behave like morons, because you have been doing this. They have been shouting at people out the window, at people who are on the main road. So, yeah, be warned. Be warned. People would love to get you on... Sorry, this won't stay up. Hang on. Stay. Stop moving. That's better. Move it a little bit. Right, okay. Yeah, people are saying that they want to go there to get footage of them doing their thing. Oh, and also, have you noticed a lot of people... Oh, Marcus Churchill has donated £1 through Super Chat. God, that came up almost immediately the moment he... oh, my God, Connor Smith just donated £5 as well. Wow. Goodness gracious. Thank you, Connor. You are too kind. You really are too kind. Thank you. So what was... Oh, hello, Mr. John Bengal has come in here. Let me just send out a chat link. So if anybody wants to come in. Right. And we'll try and... We'll see if we can get, you know, some varied people, because we do get the same faces popping up a lot. So let's see whether we can get some. If you want to come into the chat, you're more than welcome, but we do need a webcam, right? So that's the kind of rule, really. Mighty One has donated £1. Thank you very much, sir. That's very kind. And yeah, so I've got to post it, haven't I? Shit. Sorry, I'm talking about it. I haven't done it. Paste. There we go. So let's see if we can get some different faces up. Some faces we don't always see. Come on, Lucifer. Come on. We keep saying, come on. So we can hear your lover Gert language. Come on, you bring it on now. See if we can get some different people up. There they go. It's Explorer McCall. Oh, it's Pink Man. You've seen Batman, now you've seen Pink Man.
Good evening. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. Was it
a job or raid?
Yeah. If well, after you've had a load of drink, stick it in the pink.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how we do it.
That's the one. Something like that, isn't it? Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, it was stick it in the stink, wasn't it? It was that's not very good though, is it? That's bad. Francis Rowland, thank you very much. And he says, all the best, Matt, love the channel. Thank you. Yes, a Mighty One has sent another £2. Bloody hell. Now that logo from Mighty One is from, it's a children's cartoon, but it's not like Mighty Mouse. It's not Mighty Mouse. Oh, what was that? What was it? That thing with Penfold and Danger Mouse. Is that from Danger Mouse? Can you see it? It's like a television that's got a face on it.
Yeah,
but
Danger Mouse. Do you know where that was filmed?
Danger Mouse, Cosgrove Hall, isn't it?
Hey, well done, well done, well done, Matthew.
Cosgrove Hall, yeah.
Lots of people worked there. Bernard Sumner out of New Order, he worked there.
Wow.
John Squire, the guitarist out of Stone Roses, they all worked there in the day. They all worked there in the day.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is it Ian Cosgrove was the guy?
It could be, yeah. Cosgrove and Hall, wasn't it?
Yeah, Cosgrove and Hall. And Cosgrove Hall were also the place where I think, didn't Alan Godfrey have something to do with them as well? The one who did Rhubarb and Custard and all that sort of stuff.
Could well be, yeah. There
we are.
Frank Sidewell worked there for a bit as well, a.k.a. Chris Seavey. Frank Sidewell, yeah. He worked there for a short while as well.
Lucifer says she can't come on because she's got no camera. That just means she's being shy, I think. Well, come on then. We'll let you on with just your voice. We don't need your camera, especially if you're gonna break my screen or anything. Then just bring your voice. So
bring it on.
Yeah. So God, I'm losing track of people are sending donations here. Let me just scroll up and see what's going on. Belinda Moles, hey, thank you very much. Let me just scroll up, make sure. So Francis Rowland, Mighty One, yeah, I think I did those ones. I'm losing track of what's going on in the comments, by the way, because they're thick and fast here. But yeah, here's Mark Urbex. There we go.
Hello again.
Hello. He's got more light. He's got more light tonight. What's he doing? He's got more light on him.
You want some of my light?
I'm gonna put some of my fragile tape on my bits just in case something pops out if I stand up in front of the camera later on. So for just to be sure purposes, just so I don't do anything stupid. Look, there's a small hole in my thing. So now it says the word fragile on it. There, look, right? So right, so just in case, okay.
Brian Cosgrove.
Brian Cosgrove. Brian Cosgrove, yeah.
Yeah, and Mark Hall, yeah.
There we are.
In Charlton Command in Manchester.
What do I know about the pink, says Lee James. Wow.
Don't ask me.
Yeah. Stinks. That's all I know. Pink stinks.
I'm in Amsterdam, for God's sake.
Yeah. Stinky Pinky, yeah. That's right. When are we doing the mass drone flight of the Maritz's shithole? Looking forward to it, says Scrints and 007. Yeah, that's right. Hey, everyone's posting the video. Carl's done it that way. Carl's done it.
It's taking ages to upload.
Oh, right. Blimmin' it.
I had to stop it because it interfered with my phone and my laptop. It was like on 3% before when I was doing it. I thought, I'm going to have to leave it because there's loads of live streams going on and it just won't let me go live because my internet is crap.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've got it saved, so it will be uploaded.
Hey, who's the bloody child down here, look?
Oh, that's Junior Bengal.
What? Hey, you can't let your son come on. What's going on?
Oh, no.
Look at him. He looks like a bloody... He looks like jailbait, man. What the hell? You won't get you won't get fucking served in Lidl's now. They won't serve you.
I was told to go.
Doesn't he look cute without his beard?
Oh, he does, doesn't he?
He's like a little schoolboy.
Oh, he's trying to fucking queer me up now. What's going on?
One for you, Carl. One for you. Look, there we are. Carl's like, I'm not saying nothing. Right.
Oh,
there we are.
I'm going now.
Yeah.
Well, look, I'm on top. That's all I'm going to say. You can take it from the side. I'm on top. Yeah. Oh, bloody hell! Oh, do it more.
Oh,
dear. God, that's the most fun I've had in ages. That is, bloody hell. So
yeah, sorry, John. I was going to go to bed and then Matt went live.
I was thinking that as well, and I went, no, I'm going to have to come and say hello.
Yeah, It was a good live stream, John Bengal. It was absolutely good live stream, mate. Well done. We come from Mayo, John Bengal, and now we're at the Secret Vault.
Big thumbs up now.
Who's that in the background? Who's that naked in the background? At the back of you, John?
It's his son, probably.
Me?
Oh, I thought it was someone.
It's Lodger.
Oh, that's my son.
Wow.
It's his number one fan.
He's just come in to make a cup of tea.
Right. Am I correct in saying it that hello, sir, goodbye?
Hello.
Did you notice that stiff-shouldered, like,
People saying hello to you.
I don't want to be on camera.
I said hello.
He literally walked through like that, and it's like that
Tea or coffee.
It's like that Kanye West where he's got those big square shoulders and he's like this.
Tea or coffee. Sorry, I'm Partridge there.
I want a cup of tea.
Hello.
Make me one. Make me tea. Have you offered your dad a cup of tea?
Nah,
Have you offered your dad a cup of tea?
Channel.
Well, you can go now. Yeah.
Go now.
You can go now.
That's it. Showing your face. You can go now.
Did he think we were talking about somebody else with this? Like, have you offered your dad a cup of tea? And he's just like,
no.
People.
He's annoying because he comes in and puts the kettle on as soon as I go on a live stream.
Yeah.
Can you finish it off?
Oh, God. Yes, we won't say anything about finishing off.
No, about the kettle, the brew.
Mr. Bengalo, come on, what were you? Did you lose a bet or something?
Yes. No. No, I just got. I was having a little shave and it just went a bit wrong. I went, no, I've taken the whole fucking lot off.
Yeah.
It was back. It's fine.
Yeah.
He lost the fight. He lost the battle.
Yeah. I didn't want to shave my hair because I looked like a drone otherwise with you two there as well. You know what I mean?
Looks so younger though, doesn't he? Looks so younger.
He does. He looks very young.
Yeah.
I'll send you my number.
Yeah.
No.
You'd be like, You know, it's when Matt starts live stream, it's like that, looking in the camera like that. What's that? Not there before. What's that there? We're on to you, Matthew.
Well, yeah. I sort of
Take it away. Show.
Jailbait. Yeah. We got 3 of them. Your luck, you know. Sexy time. All jailbait. Yeah.
I must say that Explore today was very good. Very good. Very good, Matthew Williams. I enjoyed that one.
Was it that little mini one?
Was it mini? Went on for ages.
Oh,
it was pretty good.
Oh no, that was the one in Portstown, wasn't it? The underground Portstown.
Yeah. I watched that AKS earlier as well. That was a good one. It reminded of us on that fort where you go underground. But yeah, it was a bit more longer IKS one. It was a good one, that one. I don't know if you've seen that one, where there's toilets on the floor and stuff like that. Yeah, but you're all in the same sort of circle. Yeah. I had to watch a bit of that before as well, IKS. They are good, them, aren't they?
Yeah, we just put a little 10-minute clip out as well. It's like I've been looking through my hard drives because people have been saying to me, like, have I got old footage? And I will stick out some old footage because somebody asked me, you know, have I got old stuff? And yes, I have. And in fact, I need to go through a lot of it. But it you know, it's context really, because like I've got to explain it. And the thing that floors me with doing videos is writing a little script to read out. Yeah. You know, and sort of like doing that, and it's just like, oh God, that can put me off for like a day, you know, a day or two, you know, because I'm just like coming back to it and sort of not sure about it, and then actually a lot of the time it's easier than I think, but it's just getting down to doing it. Whereas when it's editing, as long as it's not got too much happening, I could just edit something quickly, and it's what you see. That is what I do. I just and put it out, you know. But when I got to do this, like the Portstown earlier on, it's quite painful really, because I had to sort of like get the material, write out the thing, and then I had to get the photos and put them in. And I thought, well, I'm going to try and line them up so that they match the shots of where you are in the tunnels, You know, so if you see women who've got like this vent going across the ceiling, then I chose somewhere that looked like the same dimensions and it had a vent going down the ceiling. So I chose the same sorts of places. And it just takes a little bit longer to get that done. Plus, I also had to wait for clearance off the guy who owns the place just to make sure that he was happy with the edit. So,
yeah,
you know.
yeah. Well, what I like about the beginning is going back to the beginning. What I do love is, you know, when you're doing your intro, the drone footage. What do you use? Do you use a microphone? Go into a mixer, you know, for like reverb stuff like that, and your voice. How do you do that?
Just use this microphone here, which has a little wind thing on it, so it sits directly beneath the, you know, directly beneath the camera. Look, that's the mic. It's looking at dirt on this thing. Yeah, right. But and
so it doesn't go for any mixed or anything effects when you do your.
It does go into a big.
You must put 12 reverb.
12 channel mixer, but it's just straight. There's no effects. So that mixer is just to give phantom power to the mic, and then it takes that and puts it out a clean signal into the computer. No, the effects are done. Once I record it clean, then I add those effects on in Premiere afterwards. Yeah,
I like that. It's good. I like that. I bet a lot of your viewers like that as well.
Yeah. It's just, I think it makes it stand out a little bit because I think it sounds a bit flat just talking into the mic, you know. So,
yeah, cool. Yeah.
So
makes it more Premiere, like, you know, nice documentary, more documentary.
Yeah. So it makes it more sound like I'm down a bunker or something. So, but I'm still fascinated. Go on then, Bengal. Tell us why did you do it?
Because I fancy shaving it off.
Because you said you cut a bit of it and it went wrong. That's right.
Yeah,
sorry.
I went to put it as a goatee and then I just went a little bit too far. I don't like that. It wasn't symmetrical, so I went right. I'm taking it off. I've had enough. And it'll grow back and it'll come back bushier and it'll just look nice again.
And then you'll try it again.
I don't know. I reckon this look suits you, man.
Yeah, it suits him. But I like the look of John Bengal when he's got all the full bit going on with the pipe. You know, he looks like a proper old gentleman with the pipe going on.
What the old elementary
elementary. Yeah.
He does it right.
I think it suits him because there's a bit of character of his face is lost behind the beard, which is what you get a lot of the time with beards. Beards hide your face, so it's kind of like
characters.
Yeah, it's like two different people now we're getting here. So
it's my schizophrenic personality.
I know about that.
Your kid's like, fucking hell, Dad. You look weird.
Was that you, Dad?
My daughter, when she was younger, like she'd only ever really seen me with a beard, and then
still got your hair. Still got your hair there. That's good. Still got your hair.
Yeah, so she was like, probably about a year or something. And I took my beard off completely and my hair, and I picked her up, went, "Oh, are you all right?" And she was like, "Oh God, who is this strange man?" She started crying. I went, "Oh dear, what have I done?" Because she was so used to me with a beard.
Hey, the pipe's coming out. Pipe.
Right, I am trying to read some comments now whilst people are chatting.
Comments of mine. Can't see comments.
Mark's
got. Have you taken them off on here?
No, Matt? Mark's just disappeared.
I can't see comments on mine. It just says comments. I'll sign in for free.
Oh, there we are. I haven't pressed the banner button either. Hang on.
There's private chat. Comment.
Yeah, the comments in StreamYard normally comes up at the side, but on yours, it don't.
Yeah, I can't see anything.
Oh, well, you can press the comments button, and you've got private comments and public comments.
Yeah, I've done that.
Yeah. When you do comments, it comes up, live viewer comments show up on StreamYard. This is an example.
Do you know why? Because I haven't pressed go live on StreamYard. I use it in this naughty mode whereby it never racks up my time because I never press go live.
I always had to do that, sir.
Yeah. Well, you just don't go live, and then what you do is you capture the screen. I've got software, and you capture the screen using this software, and basically you stream using that software out. So you can get all the benefits of StreamYard. We get everyone to just join in, but you don't press go live in StreamYard. You capture the screen, the whole thing. Right, well, actually, I capture the screen and then I crop just down to the area of StreamYard because this is what I'm seeing on my. This is what I'm actually seeing. I'll show you now. That's what I actually see. Right?
Yeah, see what
but I've not actually pressed go live up here, you see, which you're probably used to. That go live button up in the corner.
Yeah.
I haven't pressed that. So I'm literally we're in the pre-live meet, you know, we're sort of chatting without being live. But
yeah, I got that.
But it doesn't rack up your 20 hours a month then or something like that, it is, isn't it?
Right, yeah.
And I don't know how many people I can actually have in here, but I could probably rack them all up down the bottom, but I can only have 6 live at a time, 6 in here. But you could rack a load of people up at the bottom and bring them in when you want. But yeah, and then what I do is I'm using the OBS software, Streamlabs OBS, well, Open Broadcaster, you know, but it's and then you just say what windows you want captured, and I've got 2 screens, so you can capture that screen or that screen, and you just sort of like tell it.
Super chat. Or just that super chat, you can see that.
Yeah,
I can't.
Yeah, you can't see it, but it's going out on the stream.
Oh right.
So if you brought up a YouTube now, in 30 seconds time, you'd see Exploring with Carl has just donated £2 because it's just come up there. Yeah. Now,
I've got YouTube actually on there, so yeah, I can see what you're doing now.
Yeah. And I mean, I can go to the main screen. Hang on, what's this? This is a 2K screen. So that is my 2K screen. Now, it looks a bit weird because now you're seeing in that window, you're seeing a screenshot of a screenshot of a screenshot. So normally when I see you lot in here, so in about this area here, I see you lot. I'll show you what it looks like now. It's sort of, oh, no, not like that. Well, sort of, yeah. So you come up there in that area where my mouse is wiggling around now. You're there, but when I flick it over, it shows me what's live. So it's showing me that window. So yeah, but I mean,
we're just seeing myself light me pipe up.
Yeah, as you can see, I can press buttons here. Like if I press these things down the left-hand side, it fires off events. So I can press this button and it says start streaming. I can do standby. I can do the startup thing, and I can go back to the Chrome. So you can switch sources. You can have multiple webcams. You can have multiple sources, multiple screens, and you can capture and you send out to Facebook and YouTube. And I think you can send to multiple things at once. So I could, if I wanted to, send to Facebook as well simultaneously, but I don't see the point because I don't think you can really build a massive audience on Facebook because they do not tell your audience when you go in live with stuff. They go, you've got to pay to get your full audience to know what you're doing. You're going to pay us. It's like, no, that's not happening. Not the way you pump adverts at people all the bloody time and you want money off us as well, you greedy bastards. That's not happening.
I think they can see it now. I'm on my phone now.
You can see it now, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll run a test. You can run these test widgets, and I can do like what does it look like if somebody becomes a subscriber? That happens.
Yeah. Hello to everybody now.
Somebody does a donation through PayPal, right? That comes up, but they have to do it through. I think they have to do it through something. I don't know. I don't quite know how that works, but yeah, you can set up certain type of events, you know, using this software so that if it detects that somebody has done that on YouTube, it's watching the chat stream, and if it sees the words like somebody has donated, it translates that, superimposes it into the window for you, and then it does an animation and goes because it's looking for the words in the chat box coming up. So when it sees like somebody has just donated a super chat of £3, it goes, oh, and it puts it in, it draws it on top. That's what this thing is over here. Hang on, let me just show you. Oh, no, not that one, this one. That's what this thing is here. It's called Alert Box. So what you have to do is you have to put it in, you have to bring in Alert Box, and it has to be higher than everything else in the list. If it wasn't the top thing, so that it shows up on top of everything else, it would be hidden behind the windows you're seeing. So you have to, in whichever window you have open, you've got to always make sure Alert Box is at the top. So if I got there, you see I got Alert Box again, and it has to be at the top, right? And if I was on this webcam, which is not active, again, I got alert box, but it's
Just over my head.
yeah. And there we are, StreamYard in Chrome, alert box again, and it literally is, when I activate it, you can see the dimensions of the alert box. That's the alert box there. If you're watching on, hang on, I can show you guys. I can share my screen with you, and then you can see. So there we are. Right, now you can see the screen.
I'll ask you a question in a minute.
So there we are. So that's the dimensions of the alert box, right? And if I fire off a test to see if it's working, you'll see that the alert box has an animation in it. But I could move that animation around if I wanted. So every time now it's going to come on the left hand side of the screen, or the right hand side of the screen, or the middle, or I could make it smaller, you know. So I could make it smaller like that. But then it's hard to read. So
What software are you using?
it's called Streamlabs OBS. You've got two choices.
Okay.
You can either use OBS or you can use Streamlabs OBS. And, you know, it's not easy. I must be honest, it's not easy to set up. But it you know, you can do it, but it took me a bit of work. It took quite some effort to learn how to get this alert box system to work. That was not straightforward at all. So
Always worth a try, isn't it?
And it's
So is there a certain app, Matt, what you need to use when you do your like intro before you come on the StreamYard? You know, when you do your little intro before you come on, you know, with the skeleton. Do you need a split screen to do that?
That's loaded up here. Look, if I press the button,
Yeah, you've got it saved there.
it starts it up.
Yeah, do you need a... Can you do that on your laptop and phone to do that access that? If you have that.
This won't work on a phone. This won't work on a phone. It's too much for it.
No. Could I do that on laptop? No.
You might be able to if the laptop is high enough quality. What tends to happen is you won't be able to record because there's a record button down here. Generally, you can just stream, but if you've got a really powerful machine, you can record at higher quality than you stream and then upload it later. You know, that's what some people do, but you've got to have a good machine for that. I got a fairly good broadband connection, so I just rely on YouTube recording the stream for me, and it's up there, you know. So I just rely on that. But yeah, you can have tons and tons of events down here. These are the ones that it came with, like stream is ending soon, and like stream intermission and all this. So this, you know, you can buy packs of these things. You can buy all sorts of different things and customize them. You know, I don't bother with all of it, but one day I probably will.
See, what you had to pay for to do that. You know, to do like a Premiere before you go to do StreamYard. You said you had to pay for it.
Yeah.
You know, intro.
That's right. Yeah, yeah. There's only a couple of free ones, and this was one of the free ones that says things like this. But you can design your own. That's the whole point. You know, it's like the reason they're saying you can buy them is because somebody's made the effort. But I looked at a lot of them, and they all look a bit cheesy, and they're all like gaming. You know. Yeah. And it didn't seem to sort of meet the mark for me. So if I was to sit down one day and get sort of like, you know, logos in the corner, like you could put a little logo on each screen, like a little rotating logo, even, you know, something animated, you know. So yeah, but that's how I do it, you know. So if anybody's interested, I know there's some people say that there's a thing called Split, I think it's called Split, and it's a vision mixer. It's simple to operate. Let me bring you back onto the thing so everyone can let me just stop sharing that and then bring you back up like that. Yeah, there's Split is another one, but the one I like the most and I used to use years ago,
is it for gaming? A gaming one?
Split, I don't know, you can use it for what we're doing here now if you want. It'll capture the screen, so you could use StreamYard. You capture the screen and send that out to YouTube or Facebook or whatever you want, you know. But the one I liked the best and the one that had the most effects with it was a thing called Wirecast, but that cost about 200 quid, and I used to use that, and the beauty of that is that it's got transitions which work between the windows. So if I was to switch you from this screen to this screen to this screen. In most of this software, there's one effect you can select. You can change the effect, but it's like one effect, and it's always the same effect, and it always uses that effect. Now, Wirecast was really clever because it treats any entities that it brings on the screen as like organic things. So when it brings them on, it moves them into position, so it's like everything animates on, so it's really like fluid. The effects are three-dimensional, and it's like if I said like bring Carl up, Carl would go rumph, and he would like jump into the screen, and then like, you know, Mr. Bengal would go boom down here, and it was like, it's a lot better. If I put titles up, the titles would roll in from the side. They wouldn't just appear, they would like roll in and all that sort of stuff, and that's really clever. But you do have to set it all up before you go live, because it really relies, once you've got it set up, that's fine, it works, but you really do have to know what you're doing and set everything as, you know, and then it's like, right, practice. You'd have to practice with it as well. Whereas this, I just throw this on and just hit a few buttons, you know, it's just like... Yeah,
that's what I was saying to Urban Legend. I said that when I start my live stream on StreamYard, we'll go through a few things, you know, privately, and try it privately if we can do it like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, see what happens.
It's funny, actually. I saw Dan Dixon using this ages ago, and I didn't know what he was using, because he had this business with the animations, and I think they were pretty much the same sort of sound, but he had the stock animation, which was like a zombie running along, saying thank you for your donation. That's the stock one that comes with the software. So he hadn't customized it, but I mean, I just thought everyone's going to know it because they've probably seen it 100 times. That's why I put a little sort of like spinning bear instead, and the Malamutes. You know, I changed it just so it was a little bit different. So, you know, you're not going to go, oh, I keep seeing this all the time. What's this software? You know, so. But you can change the sample. Like, I mean, I could change that alert box. So
the feature, maybe.
Like, I mean, I could try it now. I'll show you. Just out of interest, if anybody wants to learn about this software, here we go. Hang on. 2K. So if I go like that, right, and I've double-clicked the alert box. So, what have we got? Super Chat, right? That's the... oh, you're not seeing this now. Let me just share the screen with you so you can see it. Right, okay, share the screen so you can see it. Right. Sorry, it's flickering on the left-hand side. I don't know why that is. But anyway, there we are. So there's a little animation, but I can change that. Let's see if we've got something else. So,
all sorts in there, isn't there? All sorts of good stuff.
So, hang on. If I click this, shouldn't it allow me to change it? Sources, media or animations, title message, media, animation. Right. So what's the other thing then? Donations, subscribers, super chat. Right, but why is it not letting me change it? So that's merch. This is donations. That's it. So if I click on the edit, it should let me do that, should it? Does it not? Does it not let you do it when you're broadcasting live? It might be something you have to set up before going live. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So that maybe.
That's weird.
Could be. But yes. Not the way. Won't let you do it now.
I know.
You know, rerun.
Some things are like that though. Let me. Oh, there we are. Look, that's the subscribers, but it won't let me. So I don't want to press. Oh, bin. You see, I didn't want to bin it. I got rid of the subscribers thing now. Oh shit. So I've got to put something in now. I've got to do an animation. Selected properties. Oh shit. How do I do it now? I've forgotten how to do it. And I can't control Z. I don't think it'll let. I don't think I'll do it later on. But anyway, we've lost the subscribers animation at the moment. So, oh, there we are. Subscribers, media, animation, sources and settings. Right, But it won't let me select anything. It's like it's selected properties. I bet you that'll start behaving itself the moment I'm not live. I just got a funny feeling about it. It let me delete it, but it's not letting me put it in. So I could probably do cancel actually. If I do cancel, it won't have taken those changes then. So subscribers is still there now, I bet. Yeah, there we are. Cancelled it. That's it. But that now there on the right hand side, if I scroll down, font height, animation, there we are, fade in, fade out, you see, wiggle text animation, but I don't have to have fade in, fade out. I could choose, oh god, look, it's not showing it properly, don't know why. Fade in, fade out. I can slide in, slide out. Let's try slide in, right? So I'll say done. So if we test that widget now for subscribers, it should slide in. There it is. Yep. You see? Yeah. So that's how you do it. But like I say, it takes time to set it up. It is quite techy on how you do it. So getting it to see you have to log it into YouTube, connect it, and give it some code or something. I forget now, to be honest, how I did it. I'd have to look at the tutorials on how to do it if I was to do it again, because it's not straightforward. It doesn't just jump out at you. So anyway, there we are. So yeah, it's worth having a look at, though. I mean, it's
yeah,
you know, it's like a step up from just using StreamYard. StreamYard is really simple, but you know, if you want to start getting a little bit more adventurous, whereby you could drop in animations. Oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong screen. You can drop in animations. Like I should get them at some point. I'll actually have some animations and sounds. So whilst I'm chatting to you, if somebody does something, I can click a sound and it'll like pop up like ha 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 ha, or fire off fireworks or something and go ha 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 ha. You know, you can do all that sort of stuff on a button. You know, you can just click it on a button.
Yeah, you can have laughter.
Yep.
Yeah. Welcome in, troll.
Now, a lot of the professional broadcasters, they use a little control panel, which is like the size of a mobile phone, and it has a load of buttons on it, right? And they light up, and I think the buttons are programmable as well, so they can program what the button will do if you push it. So it's contextual. Now, like if you push one of the buttons, it'll switch them all to something else, and they'll all change colour. But it's a little control pad, and basically then, without having it up on screen, you can hide that in the background, yeah. And what you can do then is you could be able to switch between input sources without having to have that in front. So if you're only using a laptop and you haven't got enough screen space to mess around, and you've got one screen hidden behind another screen, you can use the little control thing or shortcuts on your keyboard. But I've noticed that that's caused problems in the past, because I've done things and it's activated another screen. I'm like, what was that? And it unfortunately picked up the keyboard commands, even though they were supposed to be shortcuts. It did something, and it was switching screens all the time. When I was on OBS and I was like talking to people, it was like doom. I was like, what just happened? And it was like, because I was typing in the comments box saying like, oh, hello John, you know, thanks for your blah blah blah, thanks for your donation. And I was doing that, and it was picking it up and changing the screen. I was like, what? You know, it's so anyway. Yeah, it might be better to use one of these boxes, because it will stop that kind of problem happening. If you're typing stuff in, it's watching your keyboard and it's activating it when you don't want it, because it's watching the keyboard. So yeah. Anyway, there you go.
Yeah. Right, I'm just going to go to the fridge and get a can out of the fridge.
Yeah.
Back soon. In the room.
I haven't got any cans.
I'm on my last one.
Yeah. I guess something must have happened with Mark. His phone probably died, or his internet died, because he never came back on.
He didn't come back in, did he?
No.
Cats are moving about.
Perhaps we turned him pink with our naughty rudeness.
Yeah. Naughty.
Yeah.
Eddie.
Oh, Mindset Central. There we are. He uses a thing called Stream Deck, which I believe is more geared with Apple. It's more of an Apple program. There's a lot of them out there. There's a lot of them. I mean, to be honest as well, OBS has chroma key. It has quite good chroma key stuff in it, and you can put because it's called Open Broadcaster software, and it's free, right? And it's basically people who are enthusiasts for the internet. They write the stuff for it, so they make the software better, and they produce plugins and things like that. So you can get, if you know what you're doing, because not all of them are super easy, you know, but you can put a plugin in it and you can do some really clever stuff. You know, you can build on it. It's not like you have a device and that's it. Yeah, it's like you add and add and add and add things into OBS to make it do things like these chat box windows and interactive stuff. You can even have it that like people can type things in the comments, and if it sees those words or if it sees certain things, it will activate things and do things, you know, down the side. So, you know, it's
open source software is what you're saying, is that right?
That's correct, yeah. Yeah. You can even have your Vision Mixer, doesn't have to be in your house. You can give control of the switching to somebody remotely. And they can, like somebody in America could be doing the Vision mixing for me live whilst I'm just sitting here, and they could be watching that screen.
That's crazy, that, isn't it?
Yeah. You could stream one stream to them, showing them what's on the screen, right, and then give them remote control. There's special software for it, you know, and then I stream the results of the stream, what they're mixing, the results of the stream out to YouTube. But they get to see that window. Everyone else gets to see the final window. You know, things like that you can do. It's quite mad.
So good, yeah. It's crazy.
Say again?
So the software's called what, OBS Studio, is that right?
Yeah, OBS is the basic thing that everything is built on. So OBS is the simple software, probably the easiest to get into as well, you know, because it is simple, right? Now, Streamlabs is built on top of OBS, okay? So it is OBS, and a lot of the features kind of look similar, but there's a hell of a lot that is not the same and a lot more complicated. You know, there's a lot more features and functions and things like that, and some of it is only activated if you pay for it as well. So there's a lot of those things there will throw you off, and you can't even use them because you've got to pay money to get access to them.
Do it, and then it'll say, yeah. But basically,
OBS Studio, so I might download it and have a fumble around, shall I say?
Yeah. And if you get stuck, give us a shout, because you know, it's not hard to sort of get it. But you know, it's quirky. That's all I can say. It is quirky, but it won't take you long to get it going. So I mean, if you get stuck, I'll do a one-to-one with you, you know, like on TeamViewer or something, and I can sort of walk you through a few things that'll get you on your feet. But yeah, it's not too bad, to be honest, you know. But it requires you to have a certain level of knowledge, you know. I think your grandma wouldn't probably ever want to touch it, you know. But yeah. So I think somebody. Taffy said he's in the chat, he said, but that was...
They're loving me in the chat, aren't they? They're loving me in the chat.
They're loving this in the chat.
They want to send me to India.
Really?
Yeah. Send Cal to India. Right now. As a new demigod, Matthew.
Yeah. No, maybe they just want to send you down the Indian.
Oh, right.
For a few poppadoms.
Go and get a nice cut. Get a nice Ruby Murray.
Yeah. Down the Indian River we go then.
Okay. So, hang on. Somebody said StreamYard OBS. Yeah. Oh, I'm sending Carl to India right now as a new demigod. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
What?
Chris Partridge says, I can't believe how long Matt's been talking about the stream software for. Okay, let's talk about something else. Okay, fair enough.
Let's talk about social people.
But the thing is, if somebody didn't tell you how to do it, you wouldn't even bother, would you? Because you'd all just be using StreamYard, because it's easy.
Oh, definitely.
Oh, come on, you.
Stop it, fucking hell.
I'm gonna come over there and fucking have you.
Oh, don't do that, Matt. I might get tape around my face like
Right.
Jim Carrey.
I'm gonna make sure we don't get any shots we don't want. Okay, so for the fragile grannies in the windows.
Carlin, yes, man. Carlin, yes, man. Jim Carrey, yes, man. Tape around my face.
Yeah.
Carl.
Yeah.
That's why Carrey done that film, because I mean Carl.
Yeah.
Big fan. Jim Carrey, biggest fan.
Yeah.
Sorry, Matt.
Well, the thing is, right, I mean, what a lot of you don't realise, right, is that this software that to do this live and stream and Vision Mix and Chroma Key, you pay literally about £1,000 minimum for a physical mixer that will do that, where you plug cameras in on a HDMI, and it will physically mix, and you watch it on a proper screen. But it's like not your computer. It's like that you put the software on a laptop or a tablet. And then you've got to watch a monitor to see what's going on. Now, it is very reliable. It's really reliable, and it's very high quality, you know. But, you know, you only get one chroma key, right? Now, so, I mean, like, and you get 4 channels. If you pay thousands and thousands of pounds, you can have, like, a 30-channel mixer, like Sky Television or the BBC would be using, like a 30-channel mixer, but in a box that big. Tiny little box, you know. So it's like, it's crazy, the technology, the way it goes. And if you want to buy the big desk so you can have all the buttons and all the controls, you can. But you can just operate it from your PC. If you want to save money, you can actually use your PC and a mouse to operate those controls. Right, well, there you go. Those things can cost up to £1 million. You could easily spend £1 million on your vision mixing, high-definition vision mixing, with chroma keys, with digital video effects and move stuff like that. And a lot of that stuff can be done on a computer with OBS free. That's why I'm telling you this.
Crazy, it's crazy.
I'm telling you this because you do not have to spend that money and get to that level of complexity when, with a little bit of, you know, playing around. Oh, hang on, we got people wanting to come in here. Sorry. Yeah. We got a few people in. Look, Johnny Webb. How are you doing?
Hello, Johnny Webb.
And Mindset Central, how are you doing?
Hey.
Greetings, gentlemen.
How's it going, guys?
Matty, I noticed you guys were down Clapham the other day.
Clapham, yes, we
were. I was down there 30 years ago. When I went down there was recreational rooms and hair barbers.
Someone's got really bad sound.
We've got music playing. Somebody's playing music.
Yeah, just switch stream.
There we are.
Stream, stream sound.
Johnny, yeah, okay. I mean, unmute yourself when you want to speak, but no, that's
yeah.
Who is it? Is it Johnny?
It's actually the background here, so I apologise for that. I'll mute in the meantime.
Okay, no worries. Well, you were saying that you were under...
Turn the Sacred Vault TV down.
Yeah.
Have to say on the radio TV.
You'll have to go in a private room probably if you wanna like have a long chat.
Caller, turn your radio off, please. Caller.
Yeah.
Turn your
radio off in the background.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
William Secret Vault. Yes, I'll turn the radio down.
He's just come on here to show us how posh his house is. Look, that's what it is.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. He just wants to show us his.
I'm at a friend's house. It's not mine.
Oh right, okay. So you can't tell him to turn the frigging telly off then, because it's your mate's house.
Yeah. But gents, I wanted to ask you about 2 things. One for Matthew. I noticed you was down in Clapham North, down at the Deep Shelter Tunnels. I was down there 30 years ago, and all those doors, the red ones, none of that was there. None of that brickwork. There was a lift that we went down. It had 3 buttons. It had up and it had down and lower down.
Yeah.
So there was 2 levels down there. There was a hairdresser's, a barber's it was called. There was a big sign. As you came out that first door from the lift and you look straight ahead, you have, you know, corridor on your left, on your right, and then straight ahead you've got another corridor on the left and the right, and obviously the sub-levels under that. In that main hallway there used to be signs hanging up, and it used to say recreational room to the left with an arrow, and hairdressers, barbers to the right. And like your friend said, there used to be bunk beds all the way through, 3 high on each side. There used to be light switches, old-fashioned light switches, which is the old Baker light type with the little round bubbly switches. And what they did is they made a whole bridge of a bar going across all those old switches flick it, and it'd flick all the bars and all the lights would light up at the tunnel, and it'd show you even on the bend of the tunnel. But then when we went down the second one, which is Clapham High Street down towards Clapham North, there was another tunnel, and as you say, when you look in that, it looked brand new. It looked like it'd been done up, and I think they were doing archives or something in that tunnel. But we ran through that tunnel, and was getting chased. I thought it was, MOD police at the time, but we had to run from the bottom of those stairs all the way up to the very top. And I was totally out of breath. My legs, I had one of them say about feeling like jelly on his legs. That definitely happened to me. But there was 5 of us that went down at the time, and those lifts were in use. And we were on the top floor, and where you were in your video, you were looking at the lift room. We pulled the handle, got the lift to come on, and the light came on in the lift. So the 5 of us jumped in this lift. And as soon as we hit the down button, L1, I think, or the lower ground level, because there's L1 and L2, which is lower and then even lower down. And when we hit that button, it just went boom, 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 and the whole room went so loud with this engine. But as we started going down, we couldn't hear the engine anymore. We could just hear the old squeak on this gate and the old sort of lift shaft. Anyway, it stopped at the bottom, and halfway down, we thought, we better turn the lights on because we don't know what's down there. So we switched the light off. And when we got down to the bottom of the tunnel, you could just see in the very distance a little dim orange light. And it was one of those, for me, a brand new light. It was like plastic covered, you know? And this had just all been changed from the first one, because we started off in Balham, from Balham up to Clapham Common, south side. And that was the first set of tunnels. But they blocked Balham because in the 40s, there was a big bomb blast in Balham High Road, and it flooded all the underground, killed a few people, but it also seeped down the extra 400 feet to the lower levels. Now, when you lot came up those stairs that had the big vents on either side going up, and you come to the brick wall, that's Clapham, in your case, that would have been Clapham North Station. So as you come down the escalators, and then you want to turn left or right to platforms, go straight ahead, but now it's all blocked off, and that would have been your extra stairs going all the way down that you were coming up and was blocked.
Wow. Cool.
So yeah, there's quite a lot of information. I used to tell people about this years ago, and no one would believe me. But I'm so grateful that you guys had made, 4K video of it, and it just brought to life a lot of memories.
All I'm going to say is, watch this space, because you're going to have even more memories of what you saw coming to life pretty soon.
Well, I'd like to see the tunnel that's been done up. One of them you said had mushrooms in it and had a bit of cheats in it, but the other one was, what I remembered, it was like stainless steel panels all the way along from the top half of the level. So it was covered from head to toe in steel panels. So I assumed that they were going to use it for military defence, archiving, stuff like that. But as I say, we got chased out of that tunnel and we had to run up those stairs. And it was, I was only about 22 at the time. I'm 52 now.
We're working our way through them. We're working our way through them. Yeah.
Well, it stops at Kennington. Kennington is the last one. Even though it goes all the way into central London, there's one just behind Camden Town Station, because it's in North London as well. Camden Station, the one just behind there. The ones that you came out on, that goes up to Kennington. But again, Kennington flooded in the 50s. And so they blocked it off again. So it's the one that you get off, because you can go down Stockwell, right in the middle of the roundabout. There's one right there, and that takes you down, going again towards Kennington. But that one, I think, is archived still as well. But the one at Kennington was actually sealed up because it flooded down there.
Yeah.
So there is still a few more to go into there. I noticed that you've left the door open at Clapham North. Or the door's broken off, isn't it, in the sense that I noticed in your video. I know that you lot wouldn't do things like that, but
I just remember we did actually show it, because we were like, do we show it, do we not show it? Well, the thing was, right, I gave it about a month, and I told a number of people, look, if you want to go there, get in there before somebody spots that it's there. So they had a good month's worth of notice on it. And oops, I'm gonna mute you a second whilst you can still hear us, but it's because it's really loud bouncing back. So yeah, we left it open for a bit, and as you saw, it's just pushed to with a pallet at the bottom to stop the wind blowing it open, so the neighbours see it, and then obviously they'll get a bit pissy. The thing is, luckily, it's quite hard for like young children to be able to get in there. You know, you've got to be able to climb, and it's, you know, if you fell, you'd hurt yourself. So I mean, it's like something that adults can do and help themselves up in there, and all of the security around the edge is still there because. Oh, you see you later, Ryan. By the way, cheers, mate. Yeah, but there are definitely more of these coming. I mean, I know other people who've been in some of the ones that I still want to go in, but they're not easy and they're alarmed. They're alarmed. So that's all I can say is we had some fun down there because the alarms went off. So if you know, the ones we've done so far are the easy ones. They're the easy ones.
And another thing I'd like to talk to you about is an experience I had back in 2008, the 21st of June, which is our longest day of the year. And I was in Fort Housted. I was on the M25, the road blocked, and it cut us off a side road and took me down this country lane. And this took me to a place called Fort Housted. But before I got there, there was a flotilla of orbs on my left-hand side, about 15 of them, red, orangey, golden, white, yellow, green, sort of flashing, but orange in its main colour. And these orbs, and I said to my mate, look at them, Sam. And he went, no, I'm not having it. I said, what are you talking about? They're there. You can clearly see them. There's something happening. And it pissed me off because he was sort of, you know, what's the word?
Dismissive.
He just disconnected, you know what I mean? Disconnected himself from it. So cognitive dissonance kicked in instantly with him. And so I just went quiet and carried on driving because I knew what I was seeing, but I didn't argue. Anyway, I got down this road, Sandy Lane, just at the bottom of Fort Housted. I didn't know anything about Fort Housted. And then I saw a pillar. It was about 400 foot up. I'm a sort of semi-pilot, not professional, but PPL. I understand what pylons and electric cables and things look like, and I know the three light colours on a pylon. This was like a Ferris wheel, like hundreds of lights coming out, but instead of it coming out like a Ferris wheel, they were going up, and they were in sets of four. Four orbs would come to the bottom of this pillar. That was, when I got close to it, it was about 30 foot from the ground. It wasn't touching the ground. And there was all these orbs in this field, and they were floating in over the back of the trees in the field. And the ones I'd seen earlier, they came along as well. So I'm now looking at hundreds of orbs. I was expecting to see a couple of Luton vans or something and balloons. It just reminded me it was going to be like balloons, but there was nothing in that field. It was dead silent. It was about 300 foot back and hundreds of these orbs. When I saw the closest one, and I never even stopped, Sam was panicking, saying, don't stop. So I'm really panicking. So I said, well, I'm going to slow down at least. And as I slowed down, that's when I noticed the bottom of the pillar going up about 400 feet, with four orbs on each. And what I saw was in the field, independent intelligence of these orbs, all knowing who was going to go next to the bottom of this thing. And as they four connected, it rose 5 foot up like that. And then the next lot would come in. And I watched about 4 or 5 orbs come in and lift itself up slightly. And when I looked up at this pillar, it was almost like a rope. The way that each orb set had twisted slightly, so it looked like rope going up in the air. But that, this was a place called Fort House. I never knew anything about it. Carrying on driving, my mate said, don't stop. So I carry on driving past it at this point. But I couldn't see anything. I'm thinking, we must have a sign soon. And anyway, the very next sign I saw said,
what did it say? Sorry, you broke up then.
The next morning, I get up,
what did the sign say?
Badger's Mount, and right next to it is.
Sorry, what did the sign say? Because you broke up.
It said Badger's Mount.
Ah, right, okay. So go from there because you broke up. So you said, oh, we were driving along, and then the next thing
I was able to see road sign that let me know. Yeah, and the sign was letting us know where we were. It was called Badger's Mount. But before that, it was a 5-minute drive from Fort House. Nothing telling me any road signs or anything. So the next morning, I did a research on Google to find what Badger's Mount was. And then I saw Fort Housted, DTSL, Department of Science Lab Technologies, as you mentioned in the past.
Yeah, DSTL.
MOD being broken up into different departments.
Yep.
And so these things that I'd seen wasn't in Badger's Mount, they were back in Fort Housted. And then I did a search on Fort Housted. I drove up to the gates. I spoke to a security guy there, police security, and I asked him if he'd seen anything here a few weeks before. Because about 2 weeks later, we went back there. And they said, no, we don't see anything. There's nothing going on here. It's still an active base. Understand that, you know, Oppenheimer did the nuclear bomb for England down there. My understanding today is Fort Houston is using this, what I understand to be Roswell technology given out by Colonel Corso, which is night vision technology. And they use this night vision to make Apache gunship helicopter night vision systems at Fort Houston. And so to me, why was there 500-600 orbs hovering about this place and almost making a singularity effect where it's all becoming one? And then I don't know what happened to it, if it flew off or different. I really don't know. It just carried on. But I did research on it. No one's ever reported it. There was at least 2 more cars behind me, but no one else seemed to report it. So Fort Houston is, for me, I think our Area 51. But I can't prove it. You know, I can only tell you my story, what happened. Also, Matthew, I remember you writing that Robert Vandenbroek in Holland was fake. I went out to visit Robert and stayed with him for 5 days, and a lot of phenomenon happened to me. Happened on this phone. He made a crop circle in front of me at 12 o'clock at night. You mentioned that his videos outside his window were fake. I've looked at that view. I've looked at his original footage. The night that I arrived, another UFO came above the school and behind him. He had video footage of that. So I know that you're an avid researcher.
I mean,
shops and
some of his stuff was definitely fake, but you know, there may be something to him. There may be something to him, but he's definitely faking some stuff.
Well, I never saw any of that while I was with him. You know, it all happened in front of me. It's like saying, you know, I want a cake with a cherry on it, and he gave me 5 cakes with 5 cherries, and it made me feel sick, you know, because this phenomenon was continually happening.
Well, that's
I used to work
interesting. Yeah, that's very interesting.
Yeah,
I mean, you know, I put it down to that he's quite a possessive person, and when they stage these things, sometimes it's enough to kind of like make people go into a wow state and sort of, you know, I wonder whether or not, you know, I hate to say it, he's a bit of a magician, he's a bit of a showman, you know, and he's not working on his own as well. You know,
I would say he does have. I'd say he's a sidekick. As well as a medium, and he does have this ability to connect to someone on the other side. You know, when I ask him, can you make this happen, or can you do this? He says, well, okay, I'll try. I asked the others, and 5 minutes later he'll say, yeah, that's okay, it's going to happen. And things happen. Things come on my camera. I had 26 photographs of President Kennedy turn up. And I gave it to my friend who I believe the message was for, a guy called Robert Morningstar. He took the photographs that I'd sent him and said, oh, I think I know where they're from. They're from the inauguration of President Kennedy. Let me go to the inauguration files. And then he come back and he said, no, they're not in there, John. Where did you get them? I said, Robert Vandenbroek took them live on Sky in front of me.
It's coming through thick and fast, the information that you're giving us, but also your sound is pretty abysmal. I was just going to say, in the room with people, you know, chatting in the background, like, it's like it's not easy to understand.
Sounds like Johnny has a great story to tell, but the sound quality is so bad. It's very difficult to hear what you're saying.
If you can find yourself a quiet room away from the screaming hordes, you know, but
background,
yeah. You know, get himself in a quiet room. Anyway, Mindset Central. I mean, like, and Mr. Bengal. Anybody want to pick up on what you just heard? Because I mean, I certainly can.
I could jump in there and respond to what he said.
That's
pretty much it, I think.
As a part of my anatomy will respond now. Listen carefully. Do you hear that? That was a part of my anatomy responding.
Beautiful.
Yeah. See, I can't take anything seriously. Look, he came on to tell me his story, and well, he's disappeared now.
No, I mean, I caught bits and parts, and it did sound like a very, very interesting story. It's just the sound quality was so bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah. It's just a show about the background noise.
Yeah. Right, I'm outside now.
What's he doing? He's going outside now, but he's not there in person. Why doesn't he take his camera with him?
Use a microphone or something.
He's using Bluetooth. He's using a Bluetooth headset, so he's walked outside. He's left his phone inside. Oh dear.
I think
Okay. Well, look.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, it is quite loud in the room with you, Johnny. So I'll mute you for the moment. But we're just going to sort of go over what you've said, and you know, when we've had a little chat about it, you know, feel free.
What about now? Because I'm on a headset.
Too many people.
Yeah, way too many people.
I'm outside now. Is that any better?
Too many people there in the background.
Yeah, they're outside. I'm outside now. Can you hear me?
They're not outside. They're there.
Can you tell them to go outside and you stay inside?
Yeah.
That'd be better.
You should take your
Yeah,
phone out with you, maybe.
Yeah. Oh,
I'm out with the laptop, but I'm on the headset. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Well,
Right,
we
you
can
can hear me.
the kitchen.
I'm outside, so that was the laptop.
Yeah.
But I'm outside on the headset. So could you hear me okay now?
Yes.
Yes.
That's
But
a bit better.
now we're just looking at a room full of people and a television on.
Yeah, don't worry about that. But that's my friend.
Well, I am slightly worried about that because it's a bit boring to look at, but okay.
I think in the toilet next time.
We're just watching you guy yawn.
My story, I reported it to MUFON back in 2008.
Well,
and if you search M25, A21 orbs,
okay.
you should get that story. As I say, but I've never heard anything back from it. I never got anyone wanting to report on it or go further with it.
Well, I can put you in touch with people who research these things, and you can see whether or not anybody did report it. But
yeah, I'd love to find out more. You know, I know you guys are doing your research. I know you're down at that red door under, you know, that manor house, Ludlow or whatever.
Ludlow Manor, yeah.
Yeah, that was an interesting story. But as I say, for me, you know, I got into touch with yourselves because I'd seen you down at Clapham North, and I knew about those tunnels years ago, and it was intriguing to see that you've gone down there, and that literally there is no security there anymore. There used to be security, but there's nothing there now, and it was surprising. But,
okay. Well, let's see what people have got to react to that, because you know, we gave you a big chunk there, so let's get some reactions.
Yeah, I appreciate your time. Thank you, guys.
That's all right. No, we'll sort of bring some people in, and so I'll mute you for a sec. There we go.
Yeah.
Even though he's outside, right, it still sounds like he's inside. So it doesn't help. It sounds
better, but not by much.
Sounds like he's in a bloody nightclub or something. It's just crazy.
Yeah. I'm just going to say, never come on the live stream if you've got a party in the background.
Yeah.
Well, I like Mind Central. Look at that. So chill, so nice. Listen to Mind Central now. Listen to his background.
Listen to him.
Well, I only caught little bits and pieces of his story where he said he saw multiple orbs.
Yes.
Can you hear that?
That were flying.
Yeah. It wasn't very good audio. All I'm going to say is, I mean, John, feel free to come on, you know, when you've got a clear, you know, there's no people around you, because that we could still hear them from outside, you know, and it's like
what I did find really fascinating though was when John was telling the story when he saw the orbs, and he went to his friend and said, "Hey, look," and his friend didn't even want to look at them.
I've had that.
I found that fascinating.
Yeah.
He didn't even want to accept the possibility that what his eyes was telling him.
I know.
It's happened a lot where people have literally gone, "Look at the flying saucer in the sky," and people won't turn, and they're like, "Why won't you look at that?" And
it's like an unconscious response, because it's going to change. People are very resistant to having their worldview changed or damaged. The view that you have about how reality functions it's very comforting, right? Based on your culture, your upbringing, your religion, whatever. It's very comforting, and when you see something like that, it attacks your worldview, and most people do not want their worldview fucked with. So they will avert their eyes. They don't want to perceive something that could essentially damage the way they perceive the world.
Yeah. Are they scared? Do they want to see that mindset?
It is. It's fear. It's fear because it will. It'll mess with your head, because in your worldview, what you're witnessing is impossible. Therefore, what you're seeing can't be real. It's like say somebody sees a ghost, and you go, "Oh man, last night I saw a ghost," and your friend will say to you, "No, you didn't." Well, how do you know that? Well, because ghosts don't exist.
Yeah, but you weren't there. Exactly.
No, I know, but from their perspective, they don't exist. Therefore, what you saw was not a ghost, right?
They wasn't.
Yeah.
What my friend Sam told me is that he was shitting himself, and he said, I didn't want to react. The kids was in the car, and I was totally frightened. And he said, I thought that you were going to stop and get out, and if you got out, it would have been like a Travis Walton scenario. You would have just got fucking kidnapped, or you know. And to be honest with you, maybe it was a good thing that he panicked, because I definitely would have stopped. But at no time when I was looking at these things did I get any fear. I never felt frightened about it. I felt an overwhelming awe of sensation that, wow, look at that. They are not on this earth. I've seen lots of planes, helicopters, different sort of phenomena, but nothing like this. These were about 5 foot wide orb, and in the center was like a basketball size. And that was what was emanating all of this light to this translucent balls that looked like they were orange at this point. They had a red tinge down each side of each orb, like a red, almost like squelch in the old videos. If it had gone out of sync with the colors, you get an extra color.
When did this happen? How long ago?
This was in 2008.
Okay.
So 12 years ago now. But you know, I've seen orbs since, but not to the extreme of what I'd seen then.
So Matt, maybe you would know more about this, but 2008 drones were not commonplace. They were kind of rare, just barely starting to scratch the surface. And for the average person, they were either unavailable or extremely expensive. So what Johnny's describing could not have been drones.
Well, there was a really interesting one that Sonia from Man Made Man, they had a sighting of something, and she was describing it to me, and I was like, and it was like coloured lights, and it was like this huge UFO, and it was like coming, and it was like whooshing and in front of them, and then it was like stopping, and it was hovering, and then it was moving around. And I said, well, based on the location of where you were, and the fact it was nighttime, and also you don't have a good depth perception, I worked it out that it's possible it could have been people playing with gliders, and they actually have lights on the edges of the gliders, and those things can literally hover because they're just hovering in the wind, and then when they turn them, they go whoosh and they fly off. But of course, if you don't realize that that's really close to you and it's totally silent, you know, but when it moves, it'll go whoosh off at high speed. But that's it's very close to you. You don't realize that the people could be standing over there in the dark playing with the radio controllers, because they like to do this on the hills. And the only way they can see the gliders is by the LEDs that are on it. I'm not saying that that's what you saw, but I mean, you know, I'm always interested in looking for explanations. And I mean, I even got the people who do those flights to come back up there and do the flight again, like they would do it. And she said, that is totally what it was. And I was like, there you go. So, you know,
I had a weird experience in 2000. I was going through Cheadle in a taxi with my mate going to a club in Stockport, and it was just these lights.
You just have to stop there. Like, I mean, we're already shitting ourselves, mate. You know, Stockport and in your mate's with a taxi. I mean.
Yeah, we was in a taxi going to Stockport.
Don't give us any more. We can't take it. Carl, stop now. Stop now.
We were in a taxi going through Cheadle, round and roundabout. All of a sudden, we looked up. There was these lights hovering. We thought, what the hell is that? Even the taxi driver said, what the hell is that? And we thought it was just a hovercraft or something like that. I don't know. Harry jump jet or something with lights on. It was just stood still. We thought, is it a Harry jump jet coming to the Manchester airport? We don't know. It's just these lights, and then that was it. Year 2000, Cheadle. So maybe look up that. Yeah, Cheadle, around Stockport, Cheadle, year 2000, UFO sightings.
Well, if you wanted to do a sighting,
Johnny, you said that obviously you were driving along. I don't know if you remember what the cloud cover was like or whatever. I mean, I don't.
It was a clear night. It was a clear night. You could see the stars. It was crystal clear, and I could see these things. The flotilla was about, I'd say, 500 feet away, about 300 feet up. And that's when I noticed these 15 orbs coming in the same direction as us. And then, as I say, I said to Sam, look at that. And he went, nah, I ain't having it. And I went, don't be silly, you can see them now. And he went, nah, not interested. And just blanked me. But then, as I say, a quarter of a mile down that road, Pit Lane, I think it's called, because Fort Halstead's got two major entrances. One in this field, Star Lane or Lime Pit Lane or something like that. It's called Lime Pit Lane. and then there's the main high road that you go. The road I was on, the main road. When you come up to that, then there's a pub on the right that used to, you know, uncannily used to do UFO sessions in there, groups of meetings, and across the road you turn left and then left again, and it looks like a dead end road, sign saying dead end, typical sort of barracks type road where just a country lane, you'd never know anything was down there, and then it brings you to the gates at Fort House. Well, before you get to the gates, there's a little helipad on the left. There's a couple of big security cameras that look down at you, and then you drive towards the big gates at Fort Housestead, and then you'll see the police that are always there. And it was them that I spoke to and said, look, do you have any reports of any orbs or some strange phenomenon a couple of weeks ago? And they went, nah, I didn't have anything like that around here. This is a live base. You're not supposed to be here. You're trespassing at this point, because when you cross it's an invisible barrier, not like, you know, Area 51, it says, you know, warnings. There's none of that. You're just there. But they were in denial that anything had happened there, that been any incident. But if you were driving down that road, you couldn't miss it. You couldn't not see it. If you were on the M25 running parallel to that road, the road was closed at that point, and it forced us onto a country lane. I was supposed to turn left, but what I did, I thought, sod turning left. I just crossed over the barrier and turned right instead of doing a 5 mile left to come back on myself. So I thought, just move that cone out of the way. I'm on the other side, turn right. And that's what I did. And that's what brought me to this mad country lane that I should never have been on, you know, and this phenomenon happened.
Well, Fort Halstead is a very secret base, and they do secret experiment stuff up there. And I know that, yeah, I mean,
it's inside the hill, isn't it?
I believe it's a place where they get foreign technology, which some people, you know, think often you get like UFOs are classed as like foreign technology.
Exotic, yeah.
You know, exotic technology. And what they do is they test explosives there, projectiles and systems that have been recovered from places end up there for testing. So it is a very secret classified base. And there have been stories about it being connected to the UFO subject in the past. So there is like a law around it. But I'm just thinking as well now, right? What you're describing there, right? I have had another type of story like this that caused a massive stir in South Wales. And it was basically, as you say, like this sort of like lights, and then things were coming like, you know, towards it and into it, and it was sort of like rotating around, as you say, and it's sort of like doing this sort of business. And you're not going to like it when I say this, but I'll just put it to you, right? I'll just put it to you that there are these types of lights which are sometimes used for live events and sometimes used outside nightclubs as well, and they call them...
They're the 4 ones. So they go up and hit the clouds, and you can see them, but they can stretch 10 miles away from where they're based.
Right,
yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, they're called sky trackers. They're called sky trackers.
Yeah,
and
I know what you mean.
Sometimes those things will actually make like a grouping of light, little orbs. Oh, sorry, hang on a sec. Sorry. It'll make like a grouping, and then, you know, it'll kind of like explode outwards, and it sort of like come together, and then like little beams, and they'll seem to like rotate inside each other. So there's a few different effects it does, but it looks like a UFO.
But they're white. They're a white colour normally. I know what you mean.
Not always, but yeah, not always.
Some of the big raves in a few years ago, the big raves used to have them going as well.
Yeah.
But these were absolute orbs. They had a central admittance of, it was like a basketball size inside this round 5 foot, you know, orb that seemed translucent, and as I say, had a red tinge at the bottom left of every one of them. Had this red, like a burgundy red underneath. So where you'd think of a shadow, and a shadow would be black or something, it was red. And they all had that, and that was strange to me.
How many of them were there, Johnny? How many did you see?
There must have been 500, at least 500. And that was just in the field, still connecting to this pillar that went up 400.
Can you estimate how big each, like I'm assuming they were all the
About
same
5
size.
foot round. Yeah, all the
5
same
foot.
size, about 5 foot round in
Now,
size.
let me speculate a little further. Could it be that you didn't see 500 individual things?
Individual, yeah.
No, I know I know they looked individual, but could it have been that it was the underside of something much larger?
No, I wasn't looking at a craft or anything. I was looking at a field that was, as I say, about 400 feet in length, about 400 feet in width. And this was just a wide open space, but because it was so dark, and it was almost like, what I remember writing down was, it was like an airport car park at night. This was sort of silhouetted orangey color that sort of appeared over this field. And I was expecting there to be life. I was expecting some Luton vans or something like that with gas bottles, or I just expected it to be like, you know, an air show where there are going to be loads of air balloons. But there was no balloons, there was no vans, there was nothing. There was just these orbs that were all floating at different heights. And the nearest one to me looked about 5 foot round in size, and it had a tennis, like as I said, a basketball size centre ball that was emanating all these lights: red, gold, orange, green, blue, red, green, gold, blue, white, silver, all very fast, but maintaining this sort of orangey colour. But it was thousands of colours of red, green, gold, yellow, white, very quickly. And it was not a Faraday cage, or what's it called, a Tesla ball or something, but similar, the sort of a spark that would come off of it, the light that would come off it.
Johnny, were they stationary?
Sorry?
Were the lights stationary? Like, obviously you're driving along. I mean, were they
Well,
moving?
The ones that were in the flotilla were moving along similar to us at a similar speed. But the ones that were in the field were independent, intelligent, floating orbs, all separate, all milling around. I wouldn't say they were buzzing everywhere. They were just milling there. They were floating. And then they individually knew who was going to go next to meet the bottom of this pillar.
Is there a possibility that there is a structure such as a metal pylon, for example? I'm not saying it would be a pylon, but a metal structure there with lights on, which the lights were just flashing on and off for whatever reason. You know, like you get on like for aircrafts to come in. I know it sounds a strange way to describe it. So you've got a big pylon, and you have lights on it that would then show that the planes are coming in.
Like in a vertical.
You'd have that.
Yeah, no, it was nothing like that. As I say, I know airports, my local airport, Biggin Hill, you know, I know all the night lighting and different, you know, taxiway lightings and stuff like that. It was, you know, in America, they have a white and a green light that you can see from a distance if you're not lined up with the runways, and it gives you an indication where the airport is. But again, nothing like that. These were glowing orbs that were independent. As I say, they knew who was going to connect to the bottom of the pillar next. There was no random order. It wasn't clockwise or anything. And they just continued to keep coming in and floating down over the trees. So the ones that I'd seen a few moments before, I saw them come in over the trees and drop down and float into the field. And they were just hanging out there, hundreds of them. You know, it's just the most surreal thing to see. But I knew that it wasn't, that's not us. That's got nothing to do with humans, you know. I just knew that feeling, that it gave me an awe sensation. Wow, look. You know, and as I say, I felt good about it, but my friend Sam, he shit himself. And he said to me afterwards, like, he said, John, you know, I thought you were going to stop, and if you stopped, we would have been in big trouble. He never mentioned, you know, the name, you know, what's his name, Travis Walton, but it was almost like that scenario he was saying. I thought you were going to get stopped and get out and get us into big trouble, you know. Yeah. And so I was glad he didn't stop. But as I say, it then took me another 2, 3, 4 minutes before I even saw another road sign to let me know where I was, because at that point I thought, it seems surreal that we can't even see a road sign now at this point. And then Badger's Mount turned up, and then I thought, right, I've got a reference point.
Crazy.
Well, I guess we'll never know, but you know, somebody else might have reported something else around that time. You know, it's possible. I mean, the things that you can sometimes check for, you know, if you know the date, is you can check for pilots. You know this if you're PPL. You can check the NOTAMs to see whether there's anything that was booked, like a special display, because if it's going to interfere with air traffic, because they're projecting some sort of light system out there, whether it be just scattered light or
and fire around still.
Yeah, or a very coherent light like you get from lasers, you know, which can travel in very straight lines and look very sharp, you know. Although generally you tend to see the source of where the beams are coming from. But it's not impossible that somebody wasn't playing around with shining it onto like a cloud. It's like a mist that's in the field, not cloud per se.
The nearest I can say to it is the nearest thing I've seen to something similar would be, you know, I'm not a number, I'm a free man, and he's chased by all those orbs. They were like that.
Yeah.
But instead of white and cloudy, they were translucent with an orange emitting energy from the center.
Yeah, but they were all very small, weren't they? And they were going towards
no,
this
they
thing.
were about 5 foot big, all about 5 foot in height and size. You know, I'm guesstimating its size, but if I had to guess,
they
the
were
size,
about
I'd say about 5 foot.
500 in a 400-foot field, and they're all 5 foot. I mean, it would have been like a bubble bath, basically.
Yeah, exactly was what it was like. Not a bubble bath, but hundreds of them. I mean, they're not all stuck together like a cloth of bubbles. They were all independently separate. But that is what I saw. I can't tell you that it was something else. It is what it was.
Bloody hell.
And as I say, I thought they were independent intelligence that emitted this light from its center and had this red tinge at the side of each one of them. But I never felt frightened. And Sam told me, that frightened the life out of me, and I didn't want you to stop. But I think, you know, if I had stopped, I don't feel I would have been in any trouble. I don't think I would have got that.
Yeah, but would you be interested if I got you the sightings forms to do a sighting report for the British UFO Research Association? Because you've done it for the Americans, which is okay, but I mean they are basically in America, so they're not so you know, they haven't got their finger on the pulse quite so much for what's going on in the UK. It's not, you know, before it is not what it used to be, so they may find it a little bit hard to look things up, you know, but it's, at least if it's there, if it's on the files, then if something comes along that sounds very much like your hang on, I'm going to mute you a second because we're just getting, yeah. If you put it in the files, then you can see what happens. That's all we can say, isn't it? You know, if we want, I can get you the report form, but you can download it from Bufora as well. That would be a good start, I would say, and you know, see where it goes from there.
I'll give you my email address on the link here, and then if you want to add that, Matthew, I'd appreciate that.
Well,
and sure,
just email me, because you got my email address. Yes, that's the best thing. Is just email me. And you know, I'm happy to pass it on, so that's not a problem. And then what we can do as well then is we will, on that you can draw a little bit of what things look like, so that, because you know what we're seeing in our mind's eye may not be what you're trying to kind of give the impression of. So you know, it doesn't have to be Picasso, but just a sort of representation of it. Yeah, I mean, it's worthwhile, isn't it? So yeah,
sure,
good stuff.
Yeah, I could do that for you. That's not a problem. I did report it. It is actually online.
I know you said you sent it through to MUFON. Yeah.
11:50 at night, 10:50 at night. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you've got all the times and dates and everything for it, that just duplicate that for before, and just fill in the form with the same information. Okay.
I could show you the route on the shared screen and show you the route I took, and then you could sort of have a look yourself. And although it'd be a daytime view on
put it down on the form, because it's just going to be whoosh. Put it down on the form, because I mean, like, you know, we're just going to take up the whole show, like showing Google Map screens, and this is with the route that you drove on the night, which is going to get highly exciting, I think. So, yeah. But just you're muted.
Well, I'll clear off now, but again, I thank you for your time.
That's fine. No, thanks for letting us know you've been down those bunkers and stuff. And, you know, I am interested, but come on when you're in a quiet environment. Quiet environment.
Thanks,
okay.
Yeah, great story, Johnny.
Good to listen to you, Johnny. Definitely good to listen to you, Johnny.
Yeah, no, thanks very much for coming on. But
like you was on mushrooms and stuff like that, and there was no need for that in people in the chat.
Who said that? You're on mushrooms?
People in the chat, so I timed them out. So there's no need to say that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's the sort of thing that people say a lot of the time, isn't it? Because if they haven't had an experience like that, I think it's perfectly reasonable for people that have not had any experiences of this sort of stuff to mock it. You know, I think that's reasonable behaviour, because if you haven't experienced it, you start to think, well, they're just probably a bunch of nutters. You know, you start to think that way, don't you? Like, oh, he's probably got some mental illness, or maybe he'd had a drink that night, maybe he'd taken some mushrooms, maybe he had, his brain just went in. Well, I've thought it myself, because I mean, I've seen a bloody moon flying through the sky like this behind a hill, like that across the sky, and I'm like, what? You know, and I'm thinking, like, am I tripping here? I haven't taken any drugs or anything, but I'm like, it's like an LSD experience. You know, it's like, am I tripping? And I literally like stop the car, and like, no, I feel fine. Everything looks normal. I'm not seeing anything happening, no weirdness anywhere, but I've just seen the moon go across the sky. And it's like, that doesn't make any sense, you know. And it's like, you'd think if you were having mental aberrations that you check yourself, don't you? It's like, you sort of like, am I feeling all right? Breathing all right? There's no weird smells, you know, no weird tastes, you know, and it's like to indicate that you've been poisoned or something in your system, you know. It's like, nope, feel fine. You know, so you check yourself, and, you know, it's kind of like, yeah, weird shit happens. But no, you know, if people want to have a laugh, I mean, I can't blame people for saying things like that, but you know, as long as people don't take offense, I mean, I can't blame. That's what people think, isn't it? That's what the normal person who's not into this sort of stuff would think. But bear in mind, don't be naughty, because we are a channel that embraces UFOs and the paranormal, so you're not going to get very far if you take the piss out of us on it, because we're going to go, well, haven't you seen the evidence? So yeah, we'll bore the tits off you then. So yeah.
You have sounded a lot better now, Johnny, than before, I must say.
What? Yeah, when he's silent?
He's on mute.
Oh, look at him. Look at him. He said he was telling the people off for the mushrooms. Now he's having a go at you. It's like, dear. So there we go then. We'll look into it, but if you want to get that, then we can take it a little bit further, because I mean, when I'm sitting down, I put my mind to it. I've actually helped people find solutions for a lot of video footage, which I'm very good at. And so I go through things, but it's like, it would help me if I kind of like sit down, not in this environment, because this is too, you know, it's like my brain is not going to fire on all 4 cylinders thinking about this as a problem with everybody here. But if you want to write it down, and then I can take my time on it. It's like I was speaking to somebody, rang me up earlier on, and I was like, oh shit, you just rang me up. And
well, I have left my email address on the chat list on the right.
The audio is just so obnoxious, Johnny. I just don't know what you said, mate. It is a real pig. Yeah. Like, you know, yeah. Sorry, mate.
Saying.
Sorry. Carl?
What's the chat saying?
What's the chat saying? They said. He said, Stephen, we got Stephen Greer on here, who's, if it is the real Stephen Greer, he says, are you a mod or a rocker or a star? I replied, I'm a mocker. Yeah. It's human nature to poke fun at things. I mean, yeah. I don't have a problem with people, you know, having a laugh at the experiences I've had. I mean, I wouldn't expect him to believe him, to be honest. You know, I think people probably have a very hard time coming to grips with the fact that I had my trousers pulled down by a ghost in the BRI, and I bet they think that that was staged. That was not staged, right?
No,
I mean, I know.
I had to look at that a few times, to be honest.
I'm going to be very controversial in saying this, right? I'm going to be very controversial. You take what you want from other people's videos, okay?
Yeah.
But not this one, okay? Not me, right? I don't mock things up. I don't think you need to. Yeah.
No.
There are some people out there that, you know, they get a little bit bored. They need to sex it up a bit, you know, for viewers and figures and stuff, and they do things, yeah. One was moaning the other day that somebody called him out for it, you know, and it was like, you know, what do you expect? Yeah. You know the one I mean, yeah.
It's just entertainment, isn't it?
You know,
fake
like,
entertainment.
Yeah, and it's like, but the thing is, it's like once you start doing that, once you start doing it, and people don't know where the line is drawn, then they're not going to take you seriously after that.
I think all beef was because he was a big channel. He explored and worked with him, and you know, he said, "I don't watch your channel," and I think that's where he thought, like, you know what I mean. a big YouTuber I've worked with him. He's never watched my channel. He's like saying, "Oh, fake." Never watched it, but yeah, that's what it's, isn't it? Entertainment.
Well, that's it. I mean, you know, but this channel is, well, obviously this is entertainment, this bit, but I mean, you know, I don't see a need to go faking stuff.
No, because you're more like military and stuff like that, isn't it?
You know, I mean, like I've seen enough things in my life, and I've got no proof of them. It's just my testimony. So people are more than welcome to call me an idiot if they want. But you know, it's like, yeah, I think you know, I'm trying to stay on a steady track. I have taken part in some people's videos where they're hamming things up. And they've said, you know, say, you do something, and it's like, you know, oh my God. But I mean, I'm making it so, you know, like you can see, I'm going like, oh my God, you know, and it's like that. So it's not, yeah, I mean, but that's their videos, their channel. Yeah. If you see me on their channel, right? If you see me on their channel, then all bets are off. If you see on my channel, you will not see me do that.
Okay,
there's a lot
of crop circles is a beautiful art form. How they're all made. Do you believe that crop circles were made originally and still by aliens?
Could be the simple stuff, because what I've experienced, I mean, I know Johnny will probably disagree with this because he's been out and met this guy called Robert van der Broek, right? What I believe is that the original phenomena might have been much more simple. Humans have got involved and made it into this big art form. Now people can't believe that people can do this high art in the dark. So because the big artists, although they've demonstrated some crazy shit that they can do, like they can literally take your face and transpose it into a field. And, you know, and so like they've done alien faces and things like that, you know, and then people go, but it's just too good. So the thing is, it's designed to blow people's minds. That's what it's designed to do. That's what the circle makers want to do. They want to totally blow people's minds. So it puts them in an altered state and they become a lot more receptive. They open up and they have weird experiences. Now, I believe that people have real weird experiences by going into crop circles, but they're all man-made, you know. I've made them, my mates made them. Of course, you can never tell the person who's visited that circle and had a weird experience that it's man-made, because they go, well, you're telling me that you're the reason that I saw the UFO? And I go, no, I'm not the reason you saw the UFO. I and my mates are the reason that that circle was there. But you being in there and having your mind opened allowed you to see a lot of other things and experience a lot of other things. Yeah, that's the important point. It's a trigger for you. It's a trigger in the right direction, you know?
So has it ever attracted any UFOs or man-made crop circles? Has anyone experienced that or known that?
Well, we've tried working with people many times. We've tried working with them over the years just to say, look, you know, come out and try this with us and see what happens. Very few crop circle researchers would ever do it because they consider it like, you know, that we are. It's like, you know, it's like Star Wars. You've got the light force and you've got the dark force, yeah, and they consider me to be on the dark force, so they're like, no, you stay away from that, don't go near it. It's like, it's nothing of the sort, you know. It's like that these people have, but they're trying to kind of, you know, support themselves, like, you know, keep a myth alive because that suits their purposes, not only from a monetary but from a control point of view, because they want to control the information on this subject. So it's a complicated subject to talk about in a short amount of time, but at the end, you know, at the end of the day, you know, I've given it a wide berth now because I've given it 20 years of my life banging my head against a wall trying to tell people the truth, and there are very few people who are actually able to absorb it without being disappointed in the truth. You know,
I just want to touch on that. That's all to do.
To what you were saying, I remember you when you had hair and you had black hair.
Brown.
You put out a video that you'd made in a crop circle, and there was a man in black or a black shadow person in that field of you that shouldn't have been in there. That crop circle, was that a man-made crop circle, completely man-made?
Yes. Yeah.
I know.
Yep. and he jams.
He's frozen.
Johnny has frozen.
Can you tell us that story though, Matt? That sounds fascinating. There was something paranormal in the circle with you.
We've had these black figures, and when we've looked away to say, like, you know, where's my mate, and you add up how many people are there in the field with you, because it's so dark, you can't always see. You jammed, by the way, Johnny. You just totally froze out there. So, but when we've kind of looked to see who's there, and you look back and you go, oh, that's my mate. So you go, well, where's this person? And then they've gone.
Like, you see them out of the periphery of your vision?
No. Looked at somebody.
Oh, you've actually thought,
oh, that must be my friend. And then you look and you go, oh, no, that's my friend. Where's he gone? Where's the one that was there? Just gone. You know, and like,
was it like a silhouette, or do you actually see a person?
Well, it's all silhouettes at night. That's the thing. You see. I mean, it's like you're not seeing, unless you're standing right up close to somebody to be able to see their face. A lot of the time, you're just seeing, you know, black against black. It's, you know.
And the phenomena you just experienced, you just related. How common was that when you're in the middle of the night making a circle? Was it fairly common or rare or?
Well, it happened enough times for me to, you know, like say to people, like, you might see these balls of light, you know, you might see strange things. You might, we do this little oration. We would have it like a lot of the time. Shooting stars would happen when we did the oration. So, you know, we're like, oh, wow, did you see that? And it was like just little things like that. And then there's the coincidences of like us getting an idea to go out and do a design, and other teams are in a different part of the countryside that night as well doing the same design. Now,
do you think that's
nobody's leaked it? Nobody's leaked that. Sorry?
Do you think that you're getting subliminals from higher entities to make that circle, that you're all on the same mindset?
Yes, I think that there's a message that comes down from somewhere, and I don't know whether it's a group mind, where we're going mind to mind, or whether it's from some higher mind down. I don't know what the mechanism is. All I know is that we had a number of really amazing experiences, and this is what I wanted to try and relate across. But the trouble is, some of those circle making teams, right, not only are they not interested in that stuff, they're quite resistant to it, and they actually like taking the piss. You know, there's one team that like to be called Team Satan, right? So you're on to a good start there, aren't you? For like, you know, let's tell it how it is and let's be good, you know. And like, you know, the guy, one of the guys from that organization, I mean, he's got a picture like this big on his wall of a mutilated cow with all his guts ripped out hanging on, and I'm like, that's not a normal picture you have on a wall.
What, in his house?
In his house. And it's like, you know,
it was an artist of the Moors murders. He done stuff like that, didn't he?
You know, and I'm just like, you know, these people, right? Some of them are okay, you know, but overall, the way they conduct themselves in the subject, even though they've had weird experiences themselves, they don't want to talk about those weird experiences. They want to talk about themselves as artists and how great they are as artists. And you go, but have you ever had any weird stuff? Yes, we have. Yeah, but anyway, but we're great artists. And it's all about them, and it really is 100% egotistical about how good they are as artists, and it's art. Yeah? So when I started coming forward and talking about the paranormal stuff, they laid into me over this, and they didn't like it. Even though I was telling the truth, they didn't like it. A, because I was taking light and attention away from them, and they wanted to be like Highlander, there can be only one, you know. So, and you know, there's other teams out there who are just incredibly jealous, you know, incredibly jealous that there's other teams out there making circles, and they do everything they can to shit on and cause trouble for the other teams.
It sounds like to me that there's some kind of ritualistic component to the circle making.
Yeah.
You know, like a ritual is designed to enforce your will on reality, to bend reality to your will through going through some ritualistic practice.
Yeah.
And it seems like, even though, like you're saying, that circles, or the more elaborate the circle, it's made by people, 100%, right? It's made by human beings, but maybe unbeknownst to the people that are making the circle, they're engaging in some kind of ritualistic practice, which is kind of opening something to somewhere else. And this might be a process that have been going on for thousands of years. right?
Mm.
You know,
Nice.
etching a design into the ground, into the crop, or into the desert or whatever, in some kind of ritualistic process. You're communing with something beyond yourself.
Yeah, I think
Could
so.
well,
I think that people have done this for a long time. You know, people making stone circles did it for a reason. They felt inspired. You know,
Right.
and maybe they didn't know where that position was best to put it. You know, and people say, now, how do they know that you should put it there for this and that? Maybe they didn't know. They just felt like they needed to do it, like we felt like we needed to do a certain design. And then you go out into the field, and the funny thing that's happened, right, is total darkness. And we've said, oh, where should we go? And it's mostly based on, oh, I saw a wheat field over there. And you know, there's no wheat up there. That's coming later. It hasn't grown yet, but the wheat is growing here now, so we can use this field. It's like, okay, right. So we walk in, and like you say, well, where should we do it? And does this feel like the best place? And you're like, yeah, I suppose about here will do. And you do it, and then when you see the aerial photos and you superimpose them on top of like 10 years ago, exactly where another crop circle was, like exactly.
I think your point of view, Matt, on this is because no one else is talking along those lines as far as I know. I've not heard anyone else speaking about crop circles the way you have.
No.
And from my perspective, this could be a new area of research. There should be more stuff done along those lines, and this could open it up to an entirely new dimension of research and knowledge.
Some researchers, such as Colin Andrews, wanted to do more into this stuff. He even threw it out there. Come on, then, if you think you're good, can you duplicate a design then? And I was like, yep. So we arranged for it. We duplicated a design that he wanted to see. So we did it, but it was done under the auspices of it was for a movie. So therefore, that's why we were doing it, because it had to be recreated for a movie. Well, we recreated that, in the darkness, and it's like, and we brought some people over from the States. Well, we didn't bring them; they were coming over, and we brought them in. Some people like you know the story with Linda Moulton Howe. Yeah, I mean, some people that were there watching us make this circle. It was a field that had been checked with their electromagnetic equipment before we started. We didn't even know what equipment they had. They just came along and we said, well, look, we're going to make a circle. The field's been paid for. It's going to be an advertising thing for somebody, and I don't really like doing advertising things. And, it's like, but I said, but it's an opportunity for you to see us in daylight doing something. Right, and they were like, okay, so they tested the field. We went out and made the design, and at the end of it, it had incredible readings, like they said, off the chart, highest readings we've ever had with their equipment. And I was like, well, that's amazing, but you've just seen us do it, so how can that possibly be there? And they were like,
there's a lot more to this than meets the eye.
And then
I think people are so hung up on who's making the things, they're not seeing the bigger picture of the effects that these shapes in the ground are actually causing or attracting. They're solely hung up on, well, did aliens make it? Did spirits make it? Did people make it?
And here's the problem, right? We had Linda Moulton Howe was there watching this whilst these others were doing the experiments, right? She saw it with her own eyes, right? And they went back and told everybody, wow, you can't believe what happened. We've done some experiments. It's we've got these results and da-da-da-da. What did she say? I saw some people trying to make a crop circle, trying, as in we must have failed, right? And I don't think that they're the real people making circles, and I think they just work for the CIA.
Well, she got the CIA part right.
Well, of course I'm American, aren't I? I've got an American passport, haven't I? Yeah, I work for the CIA. But the thing is, this is the problem, right? That you've got the who do you believe when you got like big researchers like Linda Moulton Howe, who are well respected? She just goes like, nah, they're full of shit. They're shit, And it's like that just puts everything back a long way because she's not embracing the research.
Because people get wrapped up in their own, they get so immersed in their own theory that instead of trying to disprove their theory and find out the truth, they want all the facts to match their theory and not the other way around.
And that's the problem, is like, you know, people like Linda who are dogmatic, you know, it's like saying, let's imagine, right, it's like saying to a preacher, you know, who has a church and you know, gives communion and all this sort of stuff, you know, baptizes children and all that, and he's very, very knowledgeable. He might even be a bishop or something like that, right? It's like saying to a bishop, look, mate, right, I know you're into all this stuff, but would you like to come and watch us make a crop circle? Because you might have some weird experiences. And they'll go, do you know what? No, that's dark. You can't do that. That's the work of the devil, right? And you can't do that. So then what does he go and do? He goes to his church and he goes, they're a bunch of devil worshippers. And they work for the CIA.
Advocate here. What if I did a star shape in a field, a star shape? What would that be?
Well, it's a pentagram, is it? Is that what you're about? A six-sided?
What kind of star?
Six-sided?
I'm just doing a shape. My hands, leaving like a shape of my hands on the ground. I'm just asking. Would that be?
The one I saw happen in front of me was actually about 50 foot wide. It wasn't massive at all, and I just watched it lay down in front of me. Like, it wasn't a vortex, it wasn't any air or anything that pushed it down, but it just went down. What I did is, you know, like I used to do a radio show called Dr. J Radio Live. I was the co-host on there. We used to interview all these people. A woman was called Nancy Tolbert. She's a seriologist in America, very famous. She was on our show. She told me that she'd lived with Robert Vandenbroek for 10 years on and off every year. She'd go and visit him. All this phenomenon would happen. I said, can you bring him on the show the next time you come on? And so we got him on. Then he started relaying all his stuff. And then I said to him, I'd like to come out and visit you. One of his stories was in exactly the same field that I saw the crop circle. His story was, I was driving on my moped. I looked out, 10 o'clock at night. I see an egg in the sky, but it's on its side. It's a UFO. It's an egg. It's purple, creamy purple color. It says 2 beams of light come out of it, plasma beam. They touch the ground, and there's 2 orbs that are.
He's gone.
Oh, gone. That was a good one.
It had tentacles on its chest and back, not arms.
Signal just went for about
a monster earlier, but hear me out. He says that these tentacles.
Yeah, well, we're trying to hear you out, but you're jamming for 30 seconds. So that's the problem. Is we got all this conversation going on in the background. It's not easy. Okay, so.
Yeah, so these 2 beings, one was a mini-me of the other, he said. It was a miniature grey, but it had no arms. It just had tentacles coming off its chest and its back. It says to him, I've come to give you a gift for humanity. He's thinking, I don't want nothing to do with it. He is in his head, Robert, there's many rooms in my mansion. I want you to work with these. He put his hand out, tentacle wraps around his wrists, and he said that he's OCD, by the way. He washes his hands 100 times a day in alcohol. He's a very sort of, I'd say he was a savant, this kid. You know what I mean? There's something definitely strange about him. But anyway, he says that he puts his hands out, this thing wraps around his wrist, and instead of fear and wet and smelly and what he said was that sort of fishy smell you get, he said, I was feeling horrible about it, but as soon as it touched my wrist, I felt unconditional love. I just connected with it, and I said, let me come with you. I want to come with you. This is Robert telling me this. So they said, no, Robert, no, we've come to give you a gift. You can't go anywhere with us. You have to stay here. Anyway, they say, we've got to go. They disconnect themselves from his wrist. They go back into balls, go back up into the ship, and then it implodes into pitch blackness again. He says he hears thud, 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 looks down on the floor, and there's 6 tentacles on the floor. He thinks, oh, my God, it's been like a dematerialization accident or something. They said to him in telepathic, no, Robert, ours will grow back. This is your gift for humanity. So when I go and visit him, with him telling me this story, he shows me 6 tentacles in his freezer. The longest one, if you're looking at it, was about that long, about 3.5 foot long, fat like that, and very slim and tiny at the end. It had tentacle suckles all the way along it, but there was no webbing in any of it. I said to him, I'll take one back to England and I'll get it investigated. So I took it to the Natural History Museum in London.
Wait. You got hold of one of these things?
I took a tentacle back. I've got a whole video on it. I've got a whole video. I'll share it with you, at any point.
Yeah, please do. I want to see that.
but I gave it to what was called the Angela Marmont Center, which is DNA strand testing, smashing of the DNA.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Oh, sorry, guys.
Yeah. Can you tell us the story when like I say, I mean, I know you just want to offload. You know,
totally
like
get him on again when there's like a
you
good,
want to offload this
good
stuff,
audio.
but it's like, you know,
Johnny,
like
have
you
you
might as
ever
well be in a
about,
shopping center? You know, it's like, sorry.
have you ever wondered why people kill their entire families?
Yeah.
They took Buddha the wrong way.
Yeah. But I mean, it sounds interesting. The only thing I would say, though, is I've got very little time. I will listen to what you've got to say, but I've got very little time in for Robert van der Broek.
I understand.
And I'd be surprised. You may surprise me, but I would imagine if Robert van der Broek has got tentacles, they're octopus tentacles. Okay, that's all I'm going to say.
I took them to the Angela Marmont Centre. They said it's £560 and it would take between 10 and 15 days to get a sample back. So I spoke to Robert. He paid for it. He paid £550 straight into my PayPal, and I paid it to them. And then 3 weeks later, nothing. 4 weeks later, nothing. 5 weeks later, oh, the woman who's in charge is in America. She's gone on holiday. She'll be back in a week. I think she went to Langley, Virginia, to be honest. And she come back and she said, right, here's my surmise of it. I'm not interested in surmise. I paid £550. I want the complete sampling. I want the AB1s and AB2s so I can give it to other scientists that can replicate. She said, no, I'll just give you my opinion. I said, I'm not interested in your opinion. I want the data. You know, that's what we've paid for. If you can't give it to us, then I'll apply to have my money back. Anyway, a week later, she sends me all of the forms and the AB1s, which are certain types of files that scientists use in order to go over the resampling or the investigation of whatever the DNA was. But she come back and told me, in my opinion, John, it's 97% Octopus vulgaris. It's an edible octopus generally found in the Mediterranean, eaten by Italians, Spanish, and French. And, I said, well, what's the other 3%? She said, well, I don't know that at this point. I said, well, you know, that's your opinion, fair enough. So I was a bit disappointed, to be honest with you. I thought they were going to say, yeah, it's off of this world. But no, they put it straight down to a common octopus. When I researched that octopus, you know, you can look it online and see this Octopus vulgaris. It's got webbing all the way through for its legs that's almost touched the bottom of its tentacles. So if you can imagine an octopus with like a lot of webbing, there's no webbing on any of these legs, you know, right up to its fat core.
Yeah, do you have photographs of these tentacles?
I do, yeah. Let me share it.
Guys, I've got to go. Thanks very much. It's been a pleasure.
Okay, John. Yeah, no worries. No worries.
Good night.
I sent on you. See you again soon. See you all in the chat as well.
See your video tomorrow.
Catch you later. Cheers.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'll share it with another time when you've got time and it's.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm pleading with you. You know, let's do this when you're in a quiet environment. Yeah, because this is just hell. So, you know, it's a bit painful.
Totally fascinating, though, Matt. If you haven't money again,
let's redo this. We'll talk about it properly. If you've got your form by that point, you know, and I can have a look at it, or if you just download the one that you put up on the internet and get me a copy of that, because you probably put your drawings on that, I expect. But you know, let's revisit this. But we need a studio environment, not a shopping centre. So
yeah, fascinating stories, Johnny. Really, really great to talk to you. I just wish the audio was a bit better.
I mean, I was hoping that you were going to say that they'd actually found something a little bit more than possibly just an octopus. But I mean, you know, one could say, well, we're 98% or 99% of us is chimpanzee. You know, so it could be that there's something amazing there. But Robert is just such a poor. He's a poor liar, and he really does put out some shit. Now, the trouble is, if he's also telling the truth some of the time, then he comes into the category of like our friend who was doing these videos the other night. You know, he does entertainment videos, and he's misunderstood because they are just entertainment videos. Now, most people know they're entertainment videos because they're bloody obviously entertainment videos, but a lot of people take it incredibly seriously, and their noses have been put out of joint, you know. And it's like, and then he says, but I do real paranormal stuff too. And it's like, so 95% of his videos are entertainment. Here's a fake nun, here's this, here's that, here's that. And he goes, but you can trust me with the paranormal stuff. I think people are just going to go, nah. Because most of your videos are mocking up all this stuff. But then, you know, you're expecting them to believe you on this little bit here. And you're not being explicit about saying, well, these are just entertainment and this is real. You know, you expect people in their own minds to differentiate. You just leave it open for them. And it's like, and this is the problem, is it's like, Robert, I don't think he knows where the line is between faking and what's really happened to him. I think he knows the line, but he's not telling anybody, you know, and he likes to just make sure there's enough stuff always happening to spin people's heads out. You know, there probably is some real stuff that's happened to him, but he always adds a load more onto it as well, just to make sure there's plenty to go out, you know. And that's
because he has all the next subscribers, he has all them who believe him as well. So,
well, like I say, I went and visited him and stayed in his house for 5 days. And there was lots of paranormal activities that were going on. First of all, the first thing I said, I gave him my phone and I said, I understand that you can make things appear on people's phones. And my wife turned up. My wife's back in London, but she turns up on the camera. The second day, Art Bell turns up. Art Bell was a famous nighttime radio host in America. He turns up. He'd been dead 2 weeks. And I said to Robert, look, this Art Bell, he's been dead 2 weeks. He's always done paranormal research. Do you think he might be reaching out on the other side? I said, it's possible, John. I asked others.
What do you mean by turns up?
In photos.
Well, can he come on my camera? He turns up on my camera.
Oh, like a photograph?
Not one, but 6. And I've got a video that's filming behind it, watching him do it.
Can you show me the photograph? Do you have it on your camera right now, on your phone?
Yeah, let's see that. Yeah, I'd like to see that.
I know that Robert and his mate are sophisticated radio hackers. So you ain't going to be pleased to hear this one, right? The evidence I've seen of it, my mate didn't want to actually go out with it in the end, but he showed me how Robert was, you know, putting these things onto the empty memory cards. Look, it's been formatted. There's nothing on it. And then he was putting it in the thing, right? And my friend didn't want to go out and say how he did it. But let me just put it like this. Think radio and think hacking. Okay? Think radio and think hacking, right? And what does your phone have in it?
Okay, I don't know what I'm seeing there. I see camera.
Switch.
With the big camera, yeah?
I see the house.
That's his house where he lives.
Yeah.
Then, wrong way.
Okay. Camera.
There. See that one?
Who's
That's
that?
my wife. That's
your
my
wife?
wife.
Okay.
She's not there. She's not there in the house. This is his front door. He says to me, I feel someone out here. Let's take it. So click. And then
Well, show me the Art Bell picture.
And the thing is as well, when it comes to stuff like that, where he's showing people's like relatives, they are the same photos that exist of your relative. Yeah. They are.
Well, this is a question. When we had him on the show, we had and we asked him about the photographs that he took of Neil Armstrong. And Neil Armstrong's wife had reported those photographs are on her mantelpiece on her front room, and there's no way that he could have got those photographs or been had access to them, but they were the images that were similar to the ones on her living room.
But they were it's like a photograph.
She probably forgot that there's a very rare documentary or somebody's taken photos for a magazine thing where those are in the background, and this is what Robert does. He zooms them in.
Can you show me the Art Bell picture?
Blurs it out.
Sure. Give me a second. Before that, though, I want to show you not just the Art Bell. I want to show you what happened in that crop circle. And the next morning. So look, let me just give you the daytime, and I'll run through these.
He did it with Colin Andrews, you know, with photos of Pat Delgado, who was dead. But the photos were of photos that had existed of Pat Delgado. You know,
there's the crop circle. Yeah.
Look, see that? Look at that.
What is that?
You can see him, but that is. He called him Tommy. He said he's a space.
Keep it still.
Would it get clearer?
It's just like a light thing, though.
Just like a light, yeah.
Yeah.
It's actually got eyes.
Did you at any time hand your phone to Robert for maybe a couple of minutes?
No. I was watching him everything. I was skeptical of the man myself, you know.
Because that would have made it easier. Yeah, that would have made it easier. But they are sophisticated radio hackers.
Flicking it too quick, can't see it.
They are sophisticated radio hackers.
Yeah.
This is the crop circle. Yeah.
That's the famous tree that he had appearance. Let me just get you to the Art Bell ones. Oh.
Like I say, sophisticated radio hackers could be getting into your phone and replacing the pictures in your phone with new pictures which they've manipulated. And it's not a one-man job. It's not a one-man job. It's more than one person. It's more than a one-man job.
Mindset's chilled out. He's just. I love Mindset.
There it goes.
Okay. And I've seen somebody demonstrate to me exactly how it's done, and they've literally said to me, "Here we have a blank SD card. You can put it in your phone, you can put it in your camera, right? Put it in there and it's format it if you want, right?"
It's already filled up with pictures. Yeah. Look, Robert Vandenbroek had the science people from the Dutch Royal Society or whatever. They were the highest investigators, and they stayed with him for a whole year and investigated him. And they said to him, "Right, we understand that you can make things appear. Well, what we have here is a brand new camera, digital, and is a brand new SD card, both unopened."
Yeah.
This guy said to him, "I'd like you to do something with it." He said, "It's already done. Just put it in the film. Put the film in the camera." So he unwraps everything from the original packages, puts it all together, turns it on. Instead of like a clean, fresh date, it's got a date on it that day, already dated, and 50 photographs of birds. Now, the guy that's investigating him is an avid bird watcher and goes to a certain part of the country where he looks at particular birds that only migrate to that area. All of these birds are the same birds that he looks at. So even for him, he felt, wow. Then they say to him, "Robert, I want you to make a UFO appear above us." And he went, "Yeah, okay." And they went, "Yeah, we want you to do it now." He says, "Okay, well, look up." He looks up, but the two gentlemen look up, and there is a UFO above them. Just like in the photographs that he's got, lots of photographs of very strange looking UFO.
Yeah.
So I know that he's able to do things on the fly, instantaneously. Yeah. Now look, these are the Art Bell ones.
That's what you think, because that's the way it appears.
Open up the best one of Art Bell. Open up the best one that you have. Let me see it.
I'll show you all of them, and then you tell me.
All right. Well, that's not very good. That's just the door.
Stephen K, thank you for your donation. Thank you.
Just doors.
Stephen K is saying the other option, if you've shared messages or Facebook with him, that he could have installed spyware on your phone with remote access. So he's able to get in your phone and manipulate the pictures on your phone.
While I wasn't not watching, I know that. It was constant.
Well, no, he doesn't. He doesn't. If you've had contact with him, you know, at some point.
Don't scare him, Matthew. Don't scare him.
Hang on. Okay, that's an app. That's a ghost app where you can add add pictures. That's from an app. I have that app.
Watching this from behind him with a video camera. I've got the whole video.
If I have remote control of your phone, right?
That's an app.
I could take photos off your phone and add photos and put it back on your phone with you still holding on to it. That's the whole point about remote access. It's not the ideal tool to use to know whether or not somebody's actually putting stuff on and off there. And
east of the Rockies, I smell a rat.
That's what phone that is not been with Robert Van den Broek than less than 10 seconds of him holding it when I'm watching him constantly.
Yeah, but what if he already had the spyware installed on there?
Well, how would you do that?
That's an already existing photograph of Art Bell.
There's a person here just said if you speak to him on Facebook messages, he can install spyware on your phone and have remote access of your phone. He might own your phone. He might basically own total control over your phone, but you don't know that. Now, like I say, I've been shown the techniques that he has done, right, where he has bought SD cards that look exactly. He's probably got every SD card that's ever been made, right, in a box, so that when people come round, he can pull out the same one as you've got, yeah, and switch it. And it's like magic. It's a magic trick. And he can give you his SD card, and you think it's your SD card.
So let me just comment on the photos of Art Bell. I'm just looking at your screen through a screen, and I'm not looking at it, directly on your phone. So it might be a different experience looking at it directly.
Yeah.
But from what I've seen, it does look very, very fake. Now that doesn't mean that it is.
Mm-hmm.
But from my perspective, looking at it right now through a screen, it looks fake as fuck, to be honest with you.
The trouble with those photos they are photos of existing photos.
Yeah.
That's the tentacles that I took back to London. I took that one back.
Oh, the tentacle. Oh, I see that.
I took it to, as I say, the Angular Marmont Centre.
See, the thing that blows my mind with that tentacle story is, let's just say it is all horse shit and he's got some fucking octopus that he's trying to pawn off for this bullshit. He gives it to you to fly back to the UK, and then he pays you £600 to get it examined. Why would you jump through all those hoops when you know it's bullshit from the get-go?
He believes it.
Absolutely. I watched him for 5 days. I saw so much paranormal activity go on in front of me that I knew this has got to be real. And when I saw the crop circle appear in front of me, I knew this is a real phenomenon. I could see that it wasn't him with a string and a rope, and a board. It happened in front of me. And so I have to give him credit. I understood what Matthew was saying. When Matthew had heard about him years ago before I'd ever heard of him. And Matthew was saying, no, this guy's fake. These are photoshops, photographs and all that.
Ever hear of a guy called Rasputin?
Yeah.
Yeah,
look. He says to me, John, on the last night, there's someone who wants to see you. Let's go back to the field, right? So I go back to this field.
Mm-hmm.
It's the other way, actually. And this appeared, and I thought it was strange. Now watch. So it's taking a bit of time, but he's just snapping away. See, now look at these pictures.
What the hell is that?
I have no idea. And that one. And that they just turned up in the same field.
Oh, you took these photos, or they have just appeared on the phone?
Yeah, in front of me, and I watched that appear.
Did you see that with your own eyes and took the picture, or you just took the picture and it appeared?
You never saw anything with your eyes. It was crystal clear. Okay. You know what I mean? Same with the other alien that I tried to show you earlier. Now, when this happened, he said to me, "You know her, John?" I said, "I don't know her." He said, "Yeah, you've known her for eons. You've worked with her. You've done multiple lives together, concurrent lives." I said, "No, she don't ring familiar to me." He said, "Yeah, you know her, John. You definitely know her. She knows you." I said, "I don't know. I think I'd know that person if I'd met them." And I still today can't know them. Even a little grey.
Are you, John? Are you actually aware of how many times Robert Van den Broek has been caught out in the most outrageous lies on national television, ridiculed, but being exposed for his lying?
Well, one time, and I acknowledge that was a time where the main media came down on him like a ton of bricks because he said the word Gengabenga or something like that, which was lamp lighter at night, a nighttime light lantern. So in the old days where you had gas lanterns, a person would go out and light a lantern was called a Gendabender or something like this. Now he used that word on a live show, and they ridiculed him, said that word wasn't even used in them days. Well, it turned out they did use that word, but on the show at that point, they said, no, they don't use that word and that he's a liar. But when they did investigation afterwards, Gendabender was a word, an older word used in the past for light terror.
There's a little bit more going on here than just that. Are you aware of the TV show that set up one of their presenters with a fake website for their family, right? And and even put the dates. The creation of the website was made to look old. The files on it were old because Robert works with some sophisticated people, but they made up a fake website for people who were connected with his family, and they took photos of random people that were nothing to do with his family and put it on the website, right? They asked Robert to bring out photos on the device, and he brought out photos which he found on the website.
Yeah.
Of this girl's family, the TV presenter's family. But they're not members of her family.
Photographs are definitely been in the world. What Robert described it and explained it to me was that all pictures, be it now or in the future or past, are all in the Akashic records, and that he accesses.
But not some when you're asking to connect with her family, and her family do not look like that because they took random photos of different people. Then Robert's off target, isn't he? Robert's, you know, he's telepathically off target, or is he hacking? And is he putting those photos onto devices? Like I said, you have been probably hoodwinked because he and his mates are sophisticated hackers, and they can.
It don't matter about the pictures, does it? It don't matter about the pictures we're seeing.
You know,
well, my phone. That's not, you know, me talking of AirPie. These are the evidence I've got that I still carry with me, and I show everyone.
Well, that's right, but he could get into your phone and manipulate those pictures.
Yeah, you could share them with me. I could manipulate them pictures as well.
You know, but the thing is, some people have got a sophisticated way to hack phones.
Do you know that, Matthew? Because if you would do that to me, I would stand by you and say, I think, and that's what Robert's done.
Yeah.
But I have to be able to do that to me. I have to say what I saw was real.
Yeah.
It really happened to me.
Well, I can't talk about the crop circle because you saw that with your eyes happen in front of you. But here's what I would suggest you look into is hypnotism and the power of control of the mind. Rasputin, Derren Brown, hypnotic tricks, right? And that circle was probably there the whole time in that field, right? What made you think it wasn't? That's what you've got to look at, because these guys, and they're not playing for fun. They're playing for keeps, yeah. And they're not stupid. Now I went out with a chap one night who was a cult. He was material like Jim Jones, yeah. I mean, there's no two ways about it. This guy was cult leader material, yeah, and you could tell it a mile away. And he wanted to get a group of people, groupies, and this sort of thing around him. Yeah. Now I was very suspicious about this, but he managed to hypnotize me and the editor of a UFO magazine, right, when we were in a room, right? And I don't know how he did it, but both of us found ourselves like, boom, coming around with him standing over us like this. And it's like, you know, like I say, he was trying to, he suppressed us down.
When you came to, was your pants still on?
So all I can say is there are some powerful people out there, like Rasputin, you know, they have the power of the eyes, they have the power of suggestion, they know more about it than you do, right? And they can pull the wool over people's eyes. They literally can pull. And when you're in his house with his rules, you are in the lion's den, right? When it's controlled conditions, right? Things don't.
Sorry, Matthew. I was going to say, talking of Lion's Den, I spoke to the Dutch guy from the Lion's Den. I think his channel's called, and he's an investigator, and he also loves to rip to pieces what he feels is the untruths. You know what I mean? And he was right. Like you,
but he doesn't believe that he could be fooled, and he has been. And the point is that, you know, what you need to look at is how could Robert do that? Yeah, how could he do that? It's not to say, you know, Robert might have real experiences, but he's also very clued up in how to sleight of hand, manipulate, and potentially also manipulate people's minds.
I felt that as well. And when I looked on his laptop, and he's got a cheesy little Asus laptop that was about 5 years old when he had it still, it was completely basic. There was no extra add-on sceneries. There was no Photoshop on there. Nothing. It was just a basic computer.
You think you are going to know what's on a
Well,
expert
I do that.
hacker's computer?
Networks, yeah, I do that, and I can tell what's on someone's computer and what they've had on there or not had on there. And
well, you do networks, but what I'm telling you about somebody getting into your phone and doing remote stuff is like whoosh to you. But you're a network expert.
Well, not an expert, but I've done IT for like 20 years, you know what I mean? So I do have an understanding of the principles of PCs and backgrounds and what you can add on it and not add on it.
You know, I'm not trying to blow my own trumpet here, but my mate hacked into the nuclear launch codes of nuclear missiles in the States, and they thought he was a Russian spy. Yeah. So and they wanted to extradite him, just like Gary McKinnon. Yeah.
But Gary McKinnon explained very clearly that all them computers were on default passwords for administrator.
Yeah, but that's how you get in through the front door. Then what you do from that point is different. Yeah,
that's true.
There's a lot more to that story than meets the eye, and there's a lot more to that story than has been able to be put into the press as well.
Well, yeah, he wanted to find out about off-world officers, didn't he? Yeah. So think of Richard Dreyfuss.
There's a lot you don't know about the Gary McKinnon story that cannot go in the press, right? But yeah. He knows more. He knows a lot more about hacking than went in the press.
Interesting.
Yeah.
This come from me. Crop circles come from me. Crop circles, and yeah, it's carried on. Beautiful.
And the thing is, as well, I mean, like, if you listen to the story, it's laughable, right, about Gary McKinnon and my mate. The story is, oh, you just walk in the front door. It's like, oh, Ministry of Defence in London. The door's just open. I walked in and I was going around doing this and nobody questioned me. And I was just pulling the files out and I was just doing this and nobody did anything. Do you really think that's how it works? Really? Or is it a honey trap? And if you go on Robert van der Broek's computer, I would be more worried about you think you're looking into his computer. He's probably looking into you more than you're looking into him. And that's the thing. Did you connect to his Wi-Fi whilst you were at his house? Did you borrow his Wi-Fi?
Yeah.
There you go.
Boom. You are hacked.
Hey, Matthew, what do you think about Google?
He's got your passwords. He's got your passwords. He can log into your phone. He's got everything. Because he will be on that Wi-Fi network decrypting your packets. You log into Facebook, it negotiates between password, got you. Right, boom. Now we're back in. We'll put stuff on his Facebook.
So what he's probably doing, he is like a...
He's sophisticated radio hacker. I told you earlier on. I'm going to have to tell you how to do it in order to kind of...
man in the middle. So he has his router going to the internet. And then he has a fake router that you connect to, and that stores everything from your machine. It's basically a keylogger. Everything that you type is recorded on the man in the middle machine that he has.
Yeah.
So he has access to all your. Say you log on to Facebook through. You're at his house. Oh, let me log on to Facebook, see what's happening with blah blah blah. Yeah. He has access to your Facebook account because he's got your handle and your login. Oh, let me check my bank account on your. Beep, beep. Suddenly he's got your bank account number and your password.
If I'm using his computer, I could.
No. If you're using your computer on his
Wi-Fi network,
exactly.
Yeah.
Well, as I say, I know my phone camera, and I know what the last pictures were. And then when I watch him do it with my camera, and I can see that he's doing it on the fly with me. Have a video camera behind him doing it.
Yeah.
Seriously, right? Okay, I could go like this, right, Robert? You know, there's nothing on this phone, and he goes, "That's right," and then I take a photo, and then, oh my God, look, there's the thing, right? What you don't know, I take the photo gets stored on here. Somebody in the other room is in my phone, has taken that out, put a photo on it, and they've got automated software. My mate showed me how to do it, right? It's automated. The moment I take a photo, boom, add the photo, boom, back in. It's like that. It's absolutely instantaneous. You could go like this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And you go you review them back, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my God, look at number 4. Because he's already had all 10 and it's done within a nanosecond, because that's how quick it is. Right? And like I say, I don't want to reveal the tricks that I was shown, that I know that there's somebody who did a lot of research on him, and you know, it's not good. But
Well,
Robert is sophisticated. He acts like a bit of an idiot. He's not an idiot. And the people he's working with are very clued up.
If what Matt is saying is true, it sounds like this guy is a piece of garbage.
Sophisticated hoax.
That's the thing. Everyone can prove from someone.
That's what it sounds like. It sounds like he's a lying con man piece of shit. Because if you're doing that, if you're jumping through all those hoops to pull the wool over people's eyes for whatever reason, you're a bit of a fucker.
The only way you're going to
real case, but I don't believe that to be the case with Robert. You know, and I'm not saying that to suck up.
Because you want to believe in Robert, and this is the problem. He is a sort of Rasputin. You know, he makes you want to believe in him, and then you open up, and that's where he's getting inside your head, and he's probably screwing with your head like he's screwing with your phone. It's one big game. It's one big game.
I can say that may well be a possibility. I'm not mad of that, but I never felt for 1 second it was like that for myself.
No.
Although I do accept what you're saying, you know.
Mm-hmm. He's very sophisticated, just like this chap I met who I was like very suspicious of, and I was very guarded and defensive with this guy, and he still managed to get me and this UFO, guy knocked us both out.
See, that's what I find amazing. So did you confront him about it and ask him, like, what the hell happened there? How did you do that?
Well, I came to, and I was like, what the fuck's going on here? Like, and I looked over, and this bloke's in a trance like that, and I was like, shouted to him, and he's like, oh, came round. But the thing was, it was like, this guy was leering over me, and it was like, I was being pushed down, like, down, like a tube. I was like, like that. My consciousness was going in, and I fought it, and I was like, boom, brought myself back. But it's like, how many times do you go to sleep and ever see your consciousness going down a tube like that? Doesn't happen very often.
Who is this guy, man?
Oh, I forget his name now. Actually, I forget his name.
But is he still about
years ago? He's an American. He's an American, and he spent a lot of time with Native Americans, and they've taught him some tricks, and they've taught him tricks about how to head fuck people. He literally admitted, he said, I've been taught how to do certain things. Now, it may be that he shakes your hand and there's something on his hand, and it affects you in a hallucinogenic way. Yeah? And it's like, there are lots of things. It's like, drink from this glass, and it's like you both have the same wine, but in your one has been laced with something, and you drink it, and then boom, you got to realize that there are people out there who will do stupid things like Rohypnol. Yeah, you won't even know whether Robert had sex with you. You won't even know it. Yeah, because you won't remember it. Yeah, everything will be gone out of your head. But there are. I know it's a horrible thing to say, but I'm just trying to tell you the seriousness of it. Right, there are drugs that put people into catatonic state, and you can walk them around and take them to the bank and say, "What's your PIN number?" and they will do anything you say. It's like, what's your PIN number? Oh, 4418. Okay. And I take the money out, and they go, now, we were never here now. Is that okay? Yeah, you were never here. And it's like that. And that's not hypnosis. That's a drug. And then what they do is they leave you, right? They leave you until you come back to yourself. You might feel a bit tired or drained, and then they'll probably say, like, oh, that's the spirits working through you or something like that, yeah? And the next thing, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. You're now a convert of the Church of Robert. And the trouble is that it's very hard when you get that close to somebody like that to be objective, because you need to have somebody watching you from a distance to see what's going on, because they'll probably see him leading you out by the collar like this into a field. It's like you or stumbling around like as if you're drunk, and it's like I'm very, very skeptical, because there are people out there that have extreme skills of hypnosis and manipulation, yeah, and there are drugs that are available to fuck with people's heads, and it's like, so, a crop circle appeared for Robert van der Broek, the guy that has faked and faked and faked and faked everything, yeah. So really, I bet it did for you up here, but I don't think it physically happened, yeah. It was already there. It was already there, and then, boof, you were made aware of it. Like, come round now. Wake up now. Yeah? And then you go, whoa! Have you seen the Men in Black where they literally say, oh, right, that wasn't a UFO you saw. that was just a crashed car and some gas came out and you hallucinated the UFO thing and you feel a lot better now and you're going to go and spend some time with your family and feel really good about yourself. Okay, boom, wake up. Yeah, it's like, you know, you've got to... I'd be very suspicious. He hoodwinked Nancy Talbot terribly for that time, right? And we were all like...
She stands by him. And still stands by him.
She still does. And she decries everything I've ever said about us making crop circles. Everything. No, I don't
believe that some of the crop circles are made by yourself.
But she can't accept anything of it. Right? It's an absolute no-no. Absolute no-no. You know? So she's not objective.
In her objection is that what she says is a real crop circle is soil samples, also the node bending. How do your nodes bend on a man-made crop circle? How do they have internal implosions on the nodes?
Well,
they don't. Your crop circles don't show that. They don't show this.
I got back in time. I started this conversation.
Johnny, go and watch my 72 hours of materials on Circle Makers TV. Right, the blown nodes is a normal effect of plants. Okay, that's a normal effect. It happens in man-made crop circles. Yeah, and they know this, and they choose to do this. Yeah, they know it. Yeah. So they say that cannot be done. It cannot be done because it cannot be done. It has a name, yeah? It has a name, a scientific name, and it's well known about by scientists. So why aren't scientists doing research on crop circles? Oh, they are. Well, Dr. Levengood. You mean the fake doctor who faked his credentials and isn't a real doctor? Faked his credentials. Oh, that's who they rely on. What did Nancy do when it came out about him being a fake? Oh, well, you know, and making excuses. What about Professor Glickman that she relies on? He's a fake professor. These people are all fakes, yeah? You know, it's come out about them. It's embarrassing, right? I mean, you know, Levengood is no longer here to argue the point, but it was well established that he had lied about where he got his doctorate from, and then he double lied on top of it to say it was an honorary doctorate from the National Academy of Sciences. The National Academy of Sciences say we don't give out honorary doctorates. So not only was he caught out for saying he had a doctorate, he said, oh, well, actually, it's an honorary doctorate. And they said, well, no, we don't give them out. So who is this guy? You know what I mean? These are morons, right, who think it's okay to lie to the public because the overall bigger picture is that it's better for the planet and we'll all believe in aliens and it's great and all that. Fine. It's a nice idea, but it's bullshit. It's not based on fact. It's based on wishful thinking and belief systems, yeah? Nancy is belief system orientated. She is not a scientist. She is not a scientist at all.
So Johnny, it's obvious that Matt has completely convinced you. That
I will help Johnny to understand if he wishes to, but it's not an easy one.
What Matt is saying, you know, he does have that skeptic point of view, and it's healthy. You know, you do need objectiveness. You know what I mean? And so I appreciate where he comes from, what he says. I say, I've come on your show tonight, knowing full well he could, you know, destroy me with his knowledge base of how he wants to rip someone apart, because he's very good at that.
Yeah, he's probably got the contents of your hard drive, you know, so if you've got any porno pictures on there, mate, you're in trouble. He could plant them on there. He'd plant bloody kiddie pictures on your phone if he really didn't like you.
You know, we can say all sorts of negativity to put something down, but I believe that you should.
Robert has openly told some researchers he's going to kill him. Come on, you must know about this, John. Come on. Robert van der Broek has said to people, I will fucking kill you and I will use the power of my mind and the fucking aliens and we're going to give you cancer and we're going to kill you. He's done that with researchers.
Without a doubt, yeah.
Yeah.
And I know loads of YouTubers who say that.
Even though he's had all these negative experiences, been very rude and abusive to people and people that are objective, you know, I hear what you're saying, Matthew, it's true. But I still stand by what I witnessed and what I saw.
Well, you can't do anything but because it's what happened to you. And we cannot deny that happened to you as you experienced it. What we can do is we can say there might be a reason you experienced it. It's not one you may want to accept. Because Robert is a big manipulator.
possibilities.
I'm fascinated with the tentacle thing though. I'm fascinated with because he gave you that tentacle. You flew to London.
I drove to London. Yeah,
drove to London to go and get it examined. It was £500 to get it, and he sends you the £500.
Yeah.
To get it examined.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
I mean, why would you go through all that fucking palaver
as well?
If it turns out to be just a fucking octopus, it's a waste of time and money.
Well, I don't know. I still felt in my gut feeling that we might find some properties in that tentacle that could somehow benefit mankind.
Do you think that when he gave you that tentacle and he said, "Okay, take it to London to get that the minute you left the house, he was crying with laughter, doubled over"?
No, I don't feel that was the case. No, I don't see how anyone would want to pay £550 for a laugh. It's cheaper.
Because it's good advertising for the Church of Robert.
Well, I hear where you're coming from, and I do respect what you're saying. You're all intellectuals. You all have your understandings. I'm not trying to persuade you any different. I can tell you this was my experience with the gentleman, and like what you said.
That's fair enough.
Yeah, I mean,
that's fair enough, John.
We've taken on board what you've said tonight, and we will try and look for rational explanations. But there's certainly a lot of rational explanations going around. Potentials. I'm not saying you were hypnotized. I'm not saying you were drugged.
Right.
You could have had a lot of sleight of hand played on you, and he is a magician, right? So he's playing basic magic tricks of misdirection.
Fiddle moves.
And what we need to keep in mind also is that all of us on this call, and probably the majority in the chat room, we want this to be real.
Yeah.
We all want it to be true. Yeah. Right? We do. The stories that you're telling us, Johnny, we want it to be real. We want to believe you. But because our desire to want this to be real is so high, we have to keep our guard up. We have to be skeptical. But there's nothing I would love better than for everything you're saying to be 1,000% true.
I mean, I wouldn't expect people to believe the things I've said. I mean, about like having experiences in crop circles and things like that. They're stories. They're not proof. You know, they are just stories and anecdotal stories. But, I try and do my best to explain to people, well, that's what we experience, But maybe I've got a faulty brain.
And something else we need to keep in mind also, right? The ufology and the paranormal, the fields themselves are a magnet for people who are fucked up in the head, liars, and con men. It is a magnet for those types of people.
And it wouldn't take much for a person like that to be willed into an excited state where they're going to start seeing things. So again, the science of what really goes on may reveal that it's actually elated states, heightened states, that sometimes cause some of these things to happen. I don't know. But again, like I say, there's people have tried to doubt me to draw doubt into the fact that on 2 occasions, or 2 or 3 occasions, at least, one of them was faked on me, right? It was like 2 sets of teams went out into different areas of the countryside, did 2 designs that were basically the same sort of thing, and didn't know about each other. And the third thing that happened was that I was just driving my car one day, and I met some bloke, and he said, well, they were paragliders, and they came down in a field, and I said, do you want a lift? Because I'm, a pilot fraternity, you help each other out. And the guy gets in the car, and he goes, oh, what are you into then? And I'm like, oh, crop circles. Oh, yeah, we had one up by us. And I said, oh, really? He goes, yeah, well, actually, we made it. And I was like, which one's that then? He said, oh, it's the spiral. And I was like, oh, my God, I didn't say anything, because I'm listening. And it was one of these spirals that appeared. So I said, like, well, come on then, tell me something really pertinent about that makes me believe you. Because I know about that design. Right? I don't know. I'm not going to tell you what I know, but tell me something about it. And he said, well, we're paragliders, and of course we jump off that hill all the time. That's our hill. So, of course, what better thing for us to do in the field below was a crop circle that actually represented what we do in the sky, which was when we thermal one way, but it gets you dizzy. So then we spiral out, and we spiral the other way to take the spin out of your head, so you don't get dizzy. So they thermal one way, then they thermal the other way. So they go clockwise, then they go anti-clockwise. And this is the spin pattern, which actually, oh my God, I actually happen to have, I don't know why, I actually happen to have on a piece of paper sitting on my desk over here, right? So
I remember you drawing that like a year ago.
There we are. See, it's been sat on the desk for a year.
It shows how often you clear your desk.
It shows how often I clear my desk. It's been on my desk for a year. Right, so that was a single spiral and that was a double spiral, and they both appeared on the same night. Now, the people that said they did this, that appeared, when did that appear?
Before.
On my birthday. Now you start to see the fuckery that goes on here, yeah. Right.
The Cosmic Joker.
This is like, is this the Cosmic Joker playing a joke that planted the idea for two designs in two sets of people's minds, or is it, as they said, they were fucking with me? Because there have been real events like that, and now you get in the piss takers creating a real event like that on my birthday to go like that. You know, I think there's a good possibility that was a piss take. And it was
it's
done,
deep, isn't it? It's deep.
And that's it. These people are fuckers. They are fuckers. And there's some of them probably watching tonight, right? Who they love causing mischief. They love causing mischief, and they love, screwing people around. This is what they do. They think this is part of the art form for them, is screwing around. Yeah, it's not for me. I'm asking questions, but for them, it's like the more they can screw people around, the more they're happy. I wonder if Robert's like that, and he is just having a big old laugh behind the scenes.
Well, if he is, he's bloody good, because I was being fooled at any point.
Don't forget, it's not Robert. There's more than one person behind it, because he can't do that with his hands in the air, right? In front of you, right? There are other people involved. This is a team effort.
I met no one else while I was there. I met his sister and her boyfriend, husband, but I didn't meet anyone else. I met a guy called Stan briefly. But no, there was no one else about when I was with him. It was just me and him and the cameras and my phone, So if there were others, I could have said, yeah, there's a team here, there's something going on. But I never felt that. I felt very personal with him. It was intimate. It was one-to-one.
Well, the phone hacking can be done anywhere in the world, but it can be probably done through the Wi-Fi system. His mate was probably sitting out in the car with a laptop, No
one actually ever investigated my photographs that I took, and you're more than welcome to take them up from a photograph. You can see a GPS location. There's a lot of data that's in the background in the metadata.
That can all be copied. I've got a metadata editor that can copy all that information, so I can make it look like it was taken on your phone with all of your characteristics. So that would stand up in the court of law. They go, the metadata is real. He couldn't have faked that. Metadata editor, like I say, there are sophisticated methods to take a photo off your phone, add a picture onto it, and put it back on your phone with your metadata and everything present, and it can do it 20 a second probably. Faster than you can take them. They can take them and put them back.
Google Lens.
And the thing is, it looks good, doesn't it? Because it's like, well, it's my phone. They can't do this, They can't do this, but you don't know the trick they're using. See, so it's like magic. It's like when you don't know how magic works, it is magic. Yeah, but once you realise how it's done,
look at that. Google Lens.
They're very very sophisticated techniques they're using there.
Location.
What does Google Lens do?
Google Lens, and you click on somewhere, a picture somewhere, and then it'll tell you that location. Google Lens. Yeah, it's good.
That with some of my photos, then. How do I do that with the ones I've got?
Just download it, Google Lens, and then click on a picture somewhere where you're interested in finding, and it'll give you that pinpoint where it is. So no one can hide where they've been.
Yeah, Melody James. I'm going to have to read out some of these comments because people have heard us here, and I bet you it's really, it's either exciting people or disappointing people, or it's getting them like raring. So let's see what they got to say. You know, it's like they're. I think I would hope that because we're not pinning exactly the tail on the donkey. What we're doing is we're saying the tail is here, the donkey's over there, right? Maybe there's all sorts of places we can pin this thing, but one of the possibilities is the truth, exactly as it was perceived. But there could be a bit more shenanigans going on as well, you know? We got to keep an open mind to the possibility that we're being played, you know, because it's happened to me, and, you know, people do this stuff, you know, especially to people they know really want answers. They're the ones they like, right, he really wants answers, this is the guy we got to fuck with, yeah?
Well, I haven't got
more likely to believe
information that I've had and experienced, and that's how I offer it. I'm not saying this is the information, this is the truth. You know, it's my truth, but I understand that there's skepticism, and I respect that. I can't dismiss it. It is what most people say it to me. It's not real.
Yeah.
But you know, I do believe what I saw and experienced.
Well, I think it's always good to kind of go back over our own experiences.
Let me just say this: it's easier to fool people than to convince them that they've been fooled.
Yeah, that's a statement.
Right?
It's true.
It's true. It's really easy to fool people, but it's very difficult to convince them that they have been fooled.
And I've been fooled enough times to know that there is a lot I don't know. So that's you know, that's a plateau. You know,
that's the old saying, the more I know, that's not all.
I mean, like I was, you know, Darren Brown, you know, had me up on a stage once, yeah, and he made me do things that I was like, I know I've not been influenced by this guy. He's not sat me down. I've just come there out of the blue, and I'm like, I'm playing into his hand completely. And he said, you know, the audience may know what's going on here, but I never found out what it was. But guess what I found out? Here's going to blow your mind if you don't know about this stuff, right? I don't know about Gareth, he may, right? When we went into the room, there's a good possibility he was using ultrasonic audio to present messages through the air, which consciously you don't pick up. Subconsciously you do, right? And also another thing that can be done is they can put ultraviolet writing on the wall, and if you were to shine an ultraviolet light, it would fluoresce.
Right.
Yeah? But because you're not shining an ultraviolet light at it, it's not ultraviolet. It's just like the rest of the colour of the wall. Your eyes can see ultraviolet, but your brain filters it out. Yeah? Your brain chooses not to see that, but it's just like the movie They Live. Okay? You could be walking down the street and you're looking at an advert of a woman with nice tits, right? But that's not what your brain's seeing. Your brain's seeing the word marry and reproduce. Yeah.
Cinema.
Yeah. Subliminal.
I tell you what, they crafty bastards.
They are. But the thing is, Darren Brown is using these techniques, yeah? Now, this is where you can come into a room and he goes, I'm gonna think of a word and I want you to write it down on a piece of paper, right? Now, it's like, is he suggesting it? Now, he's a very good neuro-linguistic programmer, right? So NLP programming means that if you know how to do a patter in a certain way, that certain words will be emphasized so that he's having a conversation with you, which is not the conversation you think he's having.
Exactly.
Yeah? You hear this conversation, but the influence on certain words and syllables, he's just told you that the word he's thinking of is chocolate. Yeah, but you didn't hear any of that because he's emphasizing certain bits and pieces. You can program people that way. You can actually get them to go to sleep.
I just programmed you, Matt, because you said the word chocolate because I'm eating a chocolate.
There you are.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah, that's it.
We just proved it on air right now.
So you've got to be really careful because, like I say, you know, I hope and I really hope that your experiences are real, and I hope mine were too. And maybe someday I'll find out I've been fucked with by the military or something, you know, and it's like ideas have been planted in my head, or I've had some brain farts, you know, and maybe some of these things weren't real.
Yeah.
But in the meantime,
You're-
I'm going to do
you're-
everything
you're
I can to
disappointed.
find out
So-
what the
So
possibilities
I want you
are.
guys to think of a word, okay?
Yeah.
Just think of a word. It's some kind of food.
Yeah.
Just think of the word.
Oh, great.
Okay.
Now go ahead and write it down.
Okay.
C.
Octopus.
E. E.
Tentacle.
I don't know where that came from, octopus.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like we've been talking about it or anything. So
It's
yeah.
like pick a number 1 to 10 in it, then take away that number, add that number.
Well, you
and
know
then-
what we should really what we should come bring out of this conversation, what we've been having, is what we're discussing is ultimately terrifying, because these techniques
it's
are
true.
well
Mm.
well no
Oh,
these
those
techniques
are that is
are
incredibly
very well
terrifying.
known, and they're very well known by
incredibly
governments
terrifying.
and media
Yeah.
and so on and so forth.
Is that
So-
MK Ultra? Is that mind control?
No.
in a
I'm
sense?
Ultra.
No,
So-
just
Well,
normal hypnosis has developed into this new art called
Mhm.
neurolinguistic programming.
but when we turn on the television and watch a news report, or we see an advertisement, or what, all of these techniques are coming. That they're being employed. Now, the best way to think of it is that they're being employed purely just to make us purchase certain items, right?
Mhm.
To like, you know, buy more washing up powder or whatever the fuck. But in reality, it's being used for far more nefarious things. Yeah.
I mean, psychological warfare is a military arsenal tool.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Along with
Yeah, I
nuclear
interviewed,
weapons,
what's his
bullets.
name?
Yeah.
Colonel.
Fucking with your head is a very
yeah.
big part of the arsenal that they use. So
Yeah.
Yeah,
they've
I
invested a lot of money in that.
No, he was the
That's what
head of.
happened with COVID-19. It's a brain war.
Mm.
Sorry.
Sorry.
It
Let's
is.
leave it.
Go on,
Michael
John.
Aquino, who I interviewed, he said
Yeah.
that in his, mind control program that was worked on other militaries, he said it wasn't something complicated and MK Ultra like. He said it was basically we'd blow up balloons that looked like tanks and put them on a border. And from aerial photographs, they look like they're real tanks, but they're not.
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah.
the delusion or
Yeah.
Well,
the deception that they were showing, you know?
they've got a
Yeah.
tank now. They've got a tank that's got skin, like, you know, the Predator, when the Predator goes invisible.
Ah.
They've got
Yeah.
a tank. They've got a tank now that has rows of LED lights on it that are like out of a television, right? But they're not visual spectrum lights. They go into the infrared as well, so they can emit heat. So they can drive the tank across a battlefield, right? And it could
Not really a tank.
They're driving it along, right? Well, they're driving a car. They flick a switch, and the car turns into a tank. They flick the switch again, it turns into a bicycle. Yeah, right.
Mm-hmm.
And
So
if they
really
look at it,
everything.
if they're looking at it with the thermal imager, right, it looks like a person on a bike cycling along, like that, right? And if you look at it with your eyes, it's a tank. If you look at it with a thermal imager, it's a person on a bike, and then they press the button, and it becomes a tank again. And it's like,
Crazy.
yeah. Now the thing is, this is in its infancy, or is it? Because they're
We don't
only
know.
just
It's not
showing
in
us.
it. Yeah, exactly.
They're only just showing us that they've got
It's
this
not in its
stuff.
infancy.
I
So-
can
If
remember
it was in
the
if it was in its infancy, we would have no even clue it existed. The fact that
Yeah,
we know it exists is that
That's
they're
a good
way,
one.
way
That's
ahead
a
of
good
it.
one. I like that. That's a good
I
one.
remember in the first Gulf War, there was a similar thing, but it was actually body armor rather than the tank itself. And there was a gentleman that was cloaked, and he comes
yeah.
right up the
Mhm.
tank, jumps on the tank, gets inside it, and they drive off.
Well, it's
But
like
he-
the invisibility screens that they've been showing us for the past
The
15
LED
years, right?
that Matty was talking about, it was the same sort of thing. The free LEDs give the color screen on the reverse side. So what you see at the front is actually mirrored on the back in LED, and it looks like it's invisible.
Yeah, but you can see how this is like, if you were to say to the public that, yeah, I have an invisibility cloak like Harry Potter that I can put on and vanish, everyone would look at you like you're a mental case, that you're out of your fucking mind.
It would
But-
be, yeah.
But that technology absolutely exists.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
real.
Let me
And it
give you
worked.
let me give you a
It will
scenario
work.
here. Let me
Yeah.
give you a scenario. Imagine you were driving past Fort Halstead, and you didn't see a UFO. What you saw was something on the back of a lorry you weren't supposed to be seeing that was going down the road, and they stopped your car, right? And they got out and they said, "You didn't see that, boosh, yeah? You saw a UFO."
Right.
And your friend was reacting badly, like, "Oh no, don't, you know, because you've just been. This is just a joke, yeah. I'm just saying, yeah, it's just a joke. But imagine that there's something else it's a trigger. There's something there. You know, something's there. It's troubling you, but what you saw maybe wasn't what you think you saw.
Right.
There's something there.
Yeah. No, I hear you that, and I've always thought getting hypnotized and then being taken back to that time and describing it again, you know, under
hypnosis is problematic, which is why I've never done it for the experiences I've
relieving
had.
Possibilities.
Yeah.
To be led.
Wow. Yeah.
You know,
interesting. Very interesting. Wow.
It's like a can of worms. I mean, you can go and do it, and you know, you might be happy with the things you get from it. But I've not wanted to sort of like screw with that, you know, because it's kind of like, well, if it comes out, it comes out. You know, if it comes out by itself. But hypnosis, it's very hard not to lead the person down a particular avenue. And we're all, you and me especially. I mean, I'm going to start seeing greys, aliens, Pleiadians. I'm going to come out with stuff from my subconscious. I don't know that stuff, but I probably do because I watch a lot of television. I read a lot of stuff, you know. And it's like you can come out with. There was a classic case, right? This is a woman who cleaned the floors in a university. At the end of the day, about 5 minutes before the classes were going to shut, she would clean the floors, right? And she wasn't a very highly, you know, intelligent woman, didn't have degrees. She's a cleaning lady, you know. And she was just cleaning the floors. And for some reason, she ended up getting involved with hypnosis and this sort of stuff. And they said, we'll take...
No.
What's that, sorry?
She didn't get electrocuted, did she?
No.
Okay.
There may be another story you've heard that's sort of similar lines. But anyway, she went to hypnosis to do something about past lives. Okay, so then they came up with this scenario where she knew a language and she remembered something about her life and and they said, but she doesn't speak languages. She doesn't speak any languages. And then they worked it back. She goes 5 minutes before the end of every day and she's hearing the last bit of the lecture as she's getting ready to actually start cleaning the room. And there was the language was being done by a professor to the audience. Subconsciously, she's picking that up. And this is what we do. We're like hoovers. We pick up all this information and our brain processes this in the background. You know, it's not, you know, this is where dreams happen and things get put together. Right. It's possible you could hypnotize me and I could speak a few languages that I cannot consciously do. But I know
I have a question though.
If you hear that he was dyslexic, could that happen?
I have a question that's very, very interesting. I think we'll all agree. Could we, John? Sorry, that's probably the biggest cigarette I've ever seen in my life.
Oh no! Oh yeah, a cigarette. Yeah, it don't look real.
Was it like? Is it a fake cigarette?
It's a 400-foot cigarette.
Was it a 1,000 fucking cigarette?
It's a 400-foot cigarette.
It's like two cigarettes taped together. What's going on over there?
You don't believe in those 300-foot cigarettes. It's a 400-foot cigarette.
I like his tip.
Yeah. So, okay, I mean, my interest, okay, and again, you see, I'll be leading you by saying this, but, I mean, my interest would be, you were driving near Fort Halstead. What does Fort Halstead do? Dirty tricks. That's what they're about, yeah? They're the military. They play with shit, right? So they could have been playing with lasers, holographic technology, weird stuff. They could have been gassing people on the road without their knowledge, which they do, you know. I mean, where did COVID come from? I mean, they've been gassing people like all around the UK.
Absolutely.
And monitoring who gets ill and who doesn't. And they've been doing this for years, you know.
You know, I've often wondered, you know they have that microwave technology where they can beam a voice directly into your brain.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right? This is real stuff. It's a technology they can say, hello in there, and only you'll hear it in your head. And nobody else around you can hear it.
Yeah.
I've often wondered.
It's like me.
Remember in the 80s and the 90s where you'd hear these stories about the mothers who would drown their kids or kill their kids, or the dad would come home from work and massacre his family.
Mm-hmm.
And they said, "Why? The voices told me they wouldn't leave me alone until I killed them." And I've often wondered if that was some kind of let's see how far we can push people with this technology.
Yeah.
And they use the technology on the people to see how far they can go. You know.
Does anyone get this when they yawn?
There's a man in black coming for you, Johnny.
He's dancing.
Does anyone hear this when they yawn?
They are among you.
When you yawn,
What?
when you yawn, you hear like sounds like a truck bleeping. When you yawn,
Yeah.
when I yawn, I hear like a truck bleeping. You know, like in yeah, I hear that when I yawn.
All the time.
Yeah,
Like
I hear
reverse,
that.
reverse.
Sounds like you know, like a disposal place, like waste place, like a truck reversing, bleeping.
I have continual tinnitus, but I think it's down
That's
to.
what I must have.
I think it's
Because
down
as soon as
to
you yawn, I hear
music
it
in
going,
nightclubs.
Tinnitus, yeah. You
Yeah.
got tinnitus.
Damaged
Yeah,
hearing is.
I suffer
constantly
from that.
there.
I suffer from that a little bit too.
It's horrible. It could get worse, okay? It sounds
Yeah, it
horrible.
does. It gets worse. The best way to drown it out is to wear headphones and play music really loud, and then it goes away.
It's my DJing years and clubbing, same as Matthew would probably use.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
all
Have you ever been to?
Go ahead.
He froze
Johnny, he
again.
said, "Have I ever
He
been
froze.
to?" Oh, he's fucking
San
frozen.
Jose.
Fucking frozen.
Have
Oh my
you
God.
ever
You
been to
froze.
San Jose?
Have you ever been to? And I went, "Yep." And then you were just there. I was
You
like,
know,
"Yeah,
froze.
yeah, yeah." And you never moved after that. It was like,
It sounds like we're getting, you know,
Hey?
"Oh, for fuck!" Look,
He's breaking
it
up
sounds-
when we
again.
try to make.
It sounds like you're getting.
Yeah.
You did it
Interfered
again,
with.
right at the moment where you were trying to make the point. You've done it
Just
twice
stop
now.
it.
I'm saying we're probably getting
Can you
interfered with.
Can you change his name to Max Headroom instead of Johnny
Wi-Fi
Webb?
is shit.
Yeah, Max. Yeah.
Wi-Fi is shit.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Mm.
What?
frozen-
Chat?
he's frozen again.
Anyway,
He's frozen
we're
again.
going
Look.
in chat.
He's frozen again.
Oh, we're,
It's probably
Hello, Chad.
it's probably Robert is fucking with you. He
Yeah, he's-
realised now somebody's told him
he's,
you're talking about him.
He's frozen in the
He's
Phil
fucking
Mitchell
totally
look.
frozen now.
yeah.
Oh, he's
Yeah,
black,
We're getting interfered with while we're talking about
he's
certain
black and
things.
white now. Hang on, your
What
colour's
are you
just
talking
gone.
about, Gaff? What are you talking about, Gaff?
Black
Sorry,
and bloody
Donkey, mate.
white now.
Possible that we're getting sort of interfered with because we're talking about
No.
certain topics.
It's possible.
No,
No, the
they-
thing is, though, I mean,
It's
Robert
highly
is,
unlikely.
Robert
I mean,
is the
we're
type
we're
of
small
person-
fry. They don't give a shit about us.
Yeah, no, but Robert is the type of person. If we were going deep in on Robert, we'd start getting attacked with our computers. We'd all be electronic, yeah, but we would be attacked.
Why?
Yeah, because that's what Robert does.
Tap him in.
That's what he does.
Tap it.
If you go there, he's gonna get in your phone. He's gonna get in your data. He's gonna be playing around with your photos, right? You don't think he's gonna try and hack you across the distance? He sent photos of people's dead relatives and said, like, you know, I'm gonna kill you and here's proof because I've got photos of your dead relatives. Yeah.
What?
But they were all photos of the dead relatives that have existed in photos before. So it's no.
I mean, dude. I mean, I don't know this guy, but he sounds like a real fucking piece of work. He sounds like a piece of shit. Why the fuck would you do that to somebody?
Robert Van der Broek,
Your dead
you wouldn't like
relative.
me when I'm angry.
Yeah, he
You
sounds
know what
like
I
a
mean?
piece of garbage.
But he's not. And I realise that, you know, when we say negative things about people, you know, mud can stick. But at the end of the day, I go in there open-minded. You know, I realise, like Matthew says, you can be fooled. You know, we can all be fooled. And
Hey,
I don't feel that
speak
I
for
was
yourself.
fooled at all. You know what I mean? I don't
I
feel I
know,
was.
but you may not know it. What you
Yeah.
have to do is keep an open mind, not only to Robert, but to the possibility that Robert knows a lot more about what he's doing than you do.
Yeah, it's weird, man.
I think you give him more credibility than he actually has. You know, even though he's very good at what he does, I still think you're giving him
Could
more
there
credibility.
be could there be a middle ground where, you know, whether something is going on that's paranormal,
Definitely.
but he also, you know, fucks around a little bit too.
Well, I've never seen him fuck about. The only fucking about that Matthew mentioned is when he's being obnoxious and very, very rude to different people. That you think that can't be someone who's looking for limelight, because he tells me, I just want to get the message out, John. I just want to get the message out.
What is his message?
swearing at people. His message is that he says that we are waiting to get connections or interaction with these others, he calls it, be it other beings, but they seem to be more a spiritual thing rather than a physical thing.
Okay.
But his message is that we have to learn to get along with each other. We have to get on with each other. Because if they're to interact with us, if we can't get on with each other, how are we supposed to be able to interact and accept them? And so his message is that we've got to be loving and kind to each other, even though that goes against some of his arguments to different people. I respect that. But that is his message. We've got to get on with each other. We're on spaceship Earth together. And if we are to have interaction with higher forces,
you should patent those
we need to
ideas
change
before somebody
ourselves, our
else
whole
comes out with
outlook.
them.
He says it's like we're on the planet Earth, human beings. On the planet Earth, we're like human beings that are in a tower block, and we're on the ground floor, and we're knocking on the pillars. And he says that there are other entities at higher levels of these floors that are not happy with us knocking the floor out. Explains it to me, you know.
Well, get used to it. We've all got to have neighbours who make too much noise and living next to us.
Yeah, especially me.
Screaming kids, and you know, like, it's all right for them to make noise, but you're not allowed to make noise. And fucking, yeah, you know, it's like all these, like, you know, extraterrestrial entities, like, you know, oh, you know, you're getting a bit big for your boots with all your nuclear weapons and all this sort of stuff. You know, we keep on hearing these stories, but the thing is, I mean, it's not. I mean, Robert's not original with this stuff. I mean, he's just repeating what a lot of people have said over the years, and I mean, it's very generic, isn't it?
I was going to say a lot of that. I've heard that stuff a million times from a million other people. It's the same shit. You know, what he's saying is not news.
You know
but
what I
mean?
what he does bring to the table with all his love, light, and harmony, and you know, look after Mother Earth, and the alien brothers are out there. What he does bring to the table is magic tricks, falsehoods, and possibly some real stuff every once in a while. But he's not prepared to live with the not being able to get it 24/7, so he's creating it. Because there's a lot of people done this over the years, yeah. They probably do have genuine experiences, and they
when you're saying it, Billy Meyer pops into my head.
Yeah, but this then becomes, to these people, it becomes like an industry, and they almost feel like they have to come out with it, you know, on demand every time, and that's when they start, you know, trying to find the ways to manipulate things and people. Okay, I'm gonna ask you a question, you know, John. I hope you know. Mindset Central may have seen this, but because all I'm going to say is, right, this movie is a great primer for anyone who wants to learn about what we've been talking about tonight with a twist. Okay? And if you like movies, John? Like movies, Johnny? Is he not hearing us? Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right, he's muted, yeah. So okay. Yeah. Have you seen
I don't know.
Yeah, okay. So have you seen a movie called Red Light? Or Red Lights?
Nope. I've not seen that.
You've seen Close Encounters of the Third Kind, I bet.
Yeah.
Johnny, you seen that? Yeah, there you go. Right, okay. This is the Close Encounters of the Third Kind for paranormal. Okay? But
I have not seen
with
this
a
movie.
twist. With a twist. Okay? And it's got Robert De Niro is in it. Okay? And he plays somebody very much like Robert Van der Broek.
I'm gonna have to download this, man. I have not seen this movie.
And I'm telling you, you will be riveted to your seat, right? And I think at the end of it, you're going to be going, that's a good fucking movie. That's a fucking good movie. That is really clever what they did there. That's very clever because it opens up a lot of the things we're talking about here, and it just goes, you thought this, but it could be this, and you thought this, and it could be this. But what if it's none of those things? What if you're all wrong? What if you're all wrong and it wasn't what you thought it was at all? That's the sort of movie it is. It really does screw with your head with a lot of these ideas because it's not denying them, but it's coming at it from different angles, and it's none of what you thought it was. And it's like, it's amazing. It's really good. And that's why it's like, you know, keep an open mind, because, you know, maybe one day Robert will come out and he'll show everyone how he's done all the things he's done. Maybe one day we will find out, but I doubt it. You know, I think he's like a master craftsman, and he's gone in so deep now. I think that you know, he feels like it is his role is to do this, you know.
Well, he does offer the opportunity for anyone who wants to come over to see him and to experience things with him. And it's at your discretion. Like,
where does he live? Where is he located?
And see what happens. He lives in a place called oh God, what's it called now? It's Hoeven, which is near Breda, Holland. It's Dutchman.
I mean, I would prefer, rather than me going to him, would be better, right? Not that I've got the ability to do it, but if I was, you know, much more flush with money as a paranormal researcher, I wouldn't go to him, because, like I said, you're in the lion's den, yeah, and all the tricks are at his fingertips, yeah. So it's like, you know, everything's around there. He could have, like I said, I was telling you about Darren Brown. He could have ultrasonic speakers in the room hypnotizing you. It could be drugs. It could be all sorts of shit going on. The only way to check Robert clinically is out of his environment, yeah. And I wouldn't even shake his hand for a reason, yeah.
COVID, obviously.
He might have had some drug on his hand that could influence the mind, in a sense. I understand. That's a good, you know, what you've said to me has given me a bit of enlightenment. To think,
you've got to be really careful to make eye contact with these people. You know what I mean? The only way to deal with
how does that work though with the eyes? I mean, that, you know, is it look into the eyes, look into the eyes? How does that work? By staring into somebody's eyes, how can they fuck with you? I've never understood
they go like
that.
this. They go, look into my eyes, look into my eyes, look into my eyes, feel the balls, and look into the eyes.
And you're out.
And you didn't know that you just felt the balls. That's what it is. So,
like a psychic medium that he is as well, though, he does have those eyes, like you're saying, Rasputin style. He's got very, very funny look in his eyes, almost like his eyes are like cat's eyes or an alien eye. They sort of go off a bit Chinesey at the end.
All right, Matt. Red Lights is being downloaded as we speak.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to get that one.
Right. All I'm going to say to people who might want to watch it, right, there's people in the chat channel. Right, if you're going to download this movie, don't watch a trailer for it. Okay,
no,
if you
I know nothing.
If you are a person, right, who is easily spooked, this is the fucking movie that is going to put the willies up you, right? And it's not. It's
I can't wait to see it now, man.
It's not like Predator. It's not gonna do it that way. It's gonna do it psychologically. It's gonna unhinge you.
You know what's blowing my mind right now, though, is how the fuck this slipped past my radar.
Exactly, it slipped past a lot of people's radars. Right? Just don't watch any trailers, right? Don't get any idea.
No.
Because the stars that are in it are top quality, you know? It's you got Ripley, you know, Sigourney Weaver. Sigourney Weaver, right? And you got Robert De Niro in a paranormal movie, yeah? You got Cillian Murphy, you know, like
I'll watch it tomorrow.
So it's
Super chat, Matthew. Super chat.
Oh, NZ £5. Stephen K. Put your phone in a microwave and then get him to do the photo trick. A microwave is a Faraday cage, so no radio network connection. Well,
or just wrap it in tinfoil too. That's the same thing.
You say that, but actually, that's not necessarily true because,
dude, I have tested it numerous times and it works 100%.
Yeah. Okay. The thing.
Wrap your phone in tinfoil and have someone call you.
Right.
The phone will not ring.
It's going to diminish the signal. But...
It won't ring. Period.
Oh, well. Okay.
I've seen an old woman, Aldi. She had like a tinfoil hat on. I went to take a picture of her, and I thought, is she really on it? I thought she might be on it.
Yeah.
Or you roll up the tinfoil and you put it in your ears and have them to phone the phone, and you won't hear it ringing either.
Yeah.
She had like sequins on her hat. I thought she's on it.
All right. Here's the thing, right? You're right, but here's the get out on that, okay?
Okay.
A microwave, right? It has glass in front of it. You can look in at the food. but there are lots of little pinholes. Yeah. Now it's the size of those holes is very important, because if those were bigger, the microwaves would get out. Okay.
Yeah.
Because the microwaves are small. Yeah. They're a certain size, but they're bigger than the holes. So the higher the frequency, the shorter the wave, the shorter the holes would have to be. So some frequencies higher than microwave, which is 2.4 gigahertz, which, just by the way, if you want a conspiracy theory, look into 2.4 gigahertz is also the Wi-Fi frequency we all use on our Wi-Fi devices, and it's also the center frequency for water, and that's why they use it in microwaves. So we just happen to be using a frequency that fucks with water in things, yeah? And that's what we pump around us all day, 24/7, is the water frequency.
Water too?
Yeah, so, you know, there's a conspiracy behind that. But here's the thing. The lower frequencies, right, could resonate with the material in the microwave, right, and get through. And higher frequencies will just go straight through. They won't have to resonate the metal to escape, okay? And they could go through, if they're higher frequencies, they'll just go through that, through the hole, yeah? So it's not 100%. And if you wrap your phone in tin foil, right, if there's even a fraction of any part of it which isn't making full contact all the way around, i.e. hermetically sealed in tin foil,
it could get in.
Fraction of it could get in and out, yes.
Yeah, but while what you're saying is true, it's also unlikely.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is it's possible.
Yeah.
But it's extremely unlikely also. If you wrap your phone in tinfoil, there's a 99.9999999% chance you'll be fine.
Yeah. But the thing that what you're doing is, in a very low grade environment, like a house miles away from a transmitter, yes, it won't receive a signal. But somebody in your house with a detector will pick up your phone bleeping, trying to contact the transmitter. Somebody in the house will be able to pick up your phone because it's not miles and miles away. If you did the same experiment in a field sitting near to a transmitter and wrapped your phone in tinfoil, you might find that it does talk to the transmitter.
So what about the, you can buy those bags, the Faraday cage bags that you pop and you zip the top. Those would be more effective, I'm assuming.
Yeah, they cut it down a lot, and they can basically make it so that it is so little signal that the tower can't speak to you and you can't speak to the tower. So in effect, you've cut the link.
Right.
But there's still ways to detect a lot of devices like that can actually transmit, which is why the military are so paranoid about what they call tempest screening that they do inside bunkers. And I've talked about this on the video we did at Mount Wise. They've got these capacitor boxes. They're white things, and they're made in California by a company that specializes in removing any type of frequencies that escape out of electronics. So if you're in a nuclear launch bunker, the last thing you want is some Russian sitting outside in a car with an antenna pointing it at your bunker, watching what's on your screens and listening to what's coming out of your computers. You know, because they can do that. So everything has to be screened, and they have to bring, once they built the Faraday cage, once they built it, then they have to get a load of specialists to come in with equipment, transmit on different frequencies inside, and see outside, is it working? Does it work?
So one of the rooms in your house, Matt, is it a Faraday cage? And if not, why not?
No. Because I rely on radio for a lot of stuff. But
no, but like a safe room.
No.
No?
No. I mean, I rely on it for a lot of stuff, but what I do is I don't put the phone up against my ear when I talk, because that's the amount of power that does is like 1,000,000 times more power than that. Believe it or not, in terms of frying your brain, that's 1,000,000 times more powerful, right, than that. Yeah, and if I put it there, it's now 1,000,000,000 times less powerful. Right. It's the distance is massive for the effect it has. So I don't put things close to me.
Yeah, I've seen it where they've got two phones and one rings the other phone up, and in the middle they've got some corn kernels, and the next ring it's making popcorn. So it shows you the powers that's coming through it.
Yeah, I think those are fake videos, mate. Those are fake videos.
Oh, I don't know. I've seen, well, they may well be, but I've seen a few of them, different people trying it and seeing what happens, and you know, they.
Yeah, you got to be careful with some of those videos because there's a lot of people, you know, putting eggs in with a microwave, sorry, not a microwave, in with a phone in a tin, and coming back a week later and going, look, the eggs now, bloody thing. Try it. Try it. See whether it works for you. It's a really easy experiment. Just get a phone, put it in a thing with an egg in a tin bowl, come back a week later and see whether it's hard boiled. Because that's what these YouTube videos showing you tell you it is. Yeah. So, yeah. But, I mean, the thing is, we are sensitive creatures, and it's been shown, which is what the military don't want us knowing. There's a big psychological warfare thing going on to not tell us the truth about mobile phones and microwaves, because they really don't want that coming out, because it's a #1 weapon they've got. And they, as Carl was saying, they can project things into your head with it, and they know the effects that it has right now, and it has a numbing effect on the brain, which is just what they want, like fluoride, like a lot of things. Yeah.
I'd like to ask you about your thoughts on the 5G then, and obviously the
yeah, it's dangerous. All these things are dangerous.
That can cause.
You know, that's why I have a Wi-Fi on that side of the room, and I'm over here. And when I put the phone, you know, at night, I will often put it on a table, not next to my head. You know, so because it, you know, and like a lot of people say, I don't mind having it in my pocket because I don't mind leg cancer and testicular cancer. I don't want brain cancer. Yeah.
Well, it's cancer.
Yeah.
It can be. So,
Cancer. Fucking cancer.
You know, so I mean, if I'm going to get cancer, I don't mind losing a leg, but I'd rather not, and I don't mind losing my balls.
Brain, in the brain.
But if you get it in the brain,
you don't want to fuck with your brain,
yeah, it's not going to be good. So, I mean, it's just one of those things, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's very easy to fall down the paranoid rat hole. I know.
Yeah.
On several occasions throughout my life, I have been leaning in that direction, but I've managed to somehow pull myself out of that hole. But you can. It's very easy to go down paths where you think that you're being fucked with.
Yeah.
I know that there's been several occasions in my life where I thought that I was being followed and watched, and people were fucking, you know, and I know that 90% of those experiences were me just being delusional and acting stupid. There was a few things that happened which I still can't reconcile. I still don't fully understand what was going on.
Yeah.
But it's very easy to. It's very easy to go down that path.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Do you ever get that feeling where you're dying every day?
No.
Where you wake up, you think I'm dying more today.
Well, it's that feeling it's kind of true.
Yeah.
Because you are.
We're always a day away to the grave, aren't we?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, there's that old saying, right? You know, tomorrow is promised to no man, right? There's no guarantee that you will see tomorrow.
No.
Right? Nothing's guaranteed.
No.
You could be off the planet tomorrow, or you might be around for another 50 years.
Yeah.
But there's no guarantees, right?
Yeah.
So you could be gone. You know, 10 minutes from now, you could be gone. You could die. You could die right now on this live stream. No, I mean, I'm being serious. There's no guarantees. No guarantees.
I get a lot of deja vus of experiences of dying that I've not had. Yeah. I'm like.
I'll tell you about my dreams in a minute, and they're brilliant. I love them.
I can like walk somewhere or go somewhere, and it's all like really pretty, and I'm like thinking about something like that, and all of a sudden I get this like boof. You died here, like that. You died here, and a lot of the time I'm like it happens a lot, which is why I think it's not necessarily true. Okay. I think it's paranoia because it happens a lot in the car, and I think subconsciously I'm worried about crashing and dying in the car, as you would be, because that's what makes you want to stare at the road instead of like playing with a CD player, because you think, oh Christ, that time I nearly crashed. Yeah. You know, but
I don't drive, so that's yours.
You know, I always think sometimes when I'm driving and I'm playing some music and I'm cranking up and the music's blasting, I mean, I was thinking, imagine if I get into a crash right now and I'm killed, and the rescuers come to cut open the car, and this song is still playing.
Mm. Yeah.
You know?
What's your best dreams? What you have all the time? I'll tell you about.
I don't really have repeating dreams.
Like this. Push my arms down and I fly, go up, all over everywhere. I just push my arms down and fly.
I used to get those.
I love it. I love that dream. I just do that. The more pressure I put down, the more I fly.
Flying,
yeah. America and everywhere. And everyone in America's been saying, wow, check that guy out, I'm flying. And I've been like that in America, everywhere, just like that, pushing my arms down and flying. That's my best dream. I have that all the time.
Like Peter Pan, sort of out-of-body experience, is it? OBE?
Flying dreams are symbolic for is that you're craving stability in your life.
I don't know. It's just beautiful. Just push down on my arms in my dream, and I just fly, go up and up, glide. And I've been to America, and there's been black guys in America saying to me, "Whoa, check that guy out! I'm flying." I'm just like, oh yeah, and just like that. More push down, the more higher I go. Is it craving freedom? I don't know.
Yeah, you're craving freedom and stability in your life.
That's my best dream.
I've never dreamt. I've never had a flying dream ever.
Do you have a predestination before you lift off, or you just?
Yeah, I just push down.
Let me ask you guys this. Have you ever had dreams where you've interacted with aliens?
No. I had one with when I was a little kid. There was a little rat sat on a chair like a king, like that, with a big stick pointing at me, going like that, shaking. And it used to freak me out. I used to run downstairs to say, I seen the rat again. I seen the rat again in the bedroom. It was
Carl,
like a king.
About. I've bloody told you. I've told you. I'm not going to bloody tell you again, man.
Yeah. It was pointing at me. A rat, a king rat, sat there like a king, and it was pointing at me like that, shaking. And I used to always freak out, run downstairs to tell my mum I've seen the rat again.
I've seen the rat again. But none of you have had alien dreams?
It sounds like an alien dream, because a lot of alien
dreams are crazy,
they generally talk about seeing 4-foot owls or something like that. And
I've had many alien dreams. Not recently, not for a while. I haven't had one for a while, but I remember I've had a bunch of alien dreams where I've interacted. And one that sticks in my mind is that I was with two aliens, two grays, and they took me into a room. It was like a giant library, and the library was as far as the eye could see. Like you could look up, look any direction. It was the library, and they took me up to like a level that was way up there, and I walked onto the level, and there was a taller alien wearing like this silver suit with like a collar. And I always remember he had like a medallion around his neck with like a gold medallion.
Like a Ming. Was he like Ming?
Yeah, like Ming. But he was a gray alien, but he had like the collar, and like a Dracula type thing.
Hang on, you mean like the aliens in Mars Attacks?
Yes. Yeah, he looked very, but it wasn't one of those, but it had that kind of outfit on. And he told me like a revelation, and I remember being like, "Oh my God, I get it, I understand, it all makes sense." And that was it. And I don't remember what the message was, but I remember the feeling of, "Oh, that's it, I get it now, it all makes sense."
I've had
but I don't remember what it was.
That I can't pull back a couple of times taking LSD. It's like, I know the meaning of it all. It's like, and then you can't bring it back.
You can't remember what it was. You got ET right there. There you go.
Be good.
I remember I've had quite a few dreams where I've ended up shagging people I don't like.
Cover your ass, ET. Cover your ass.
But and the thing is, it's like I'm sort of like repulsed by it. But because it's a dream, you end up sort of like going, "Oh, go on then," and then like afterwards be like, "Why did I do that? Why did I do that? Why did I do that?" And then it's like you wake up and it's like, "Oh shit, what was that? It was a bit weird."
Like, dream.
It's like
Have you ever had the dreams that certain celebrities have died, and then believed it?
Well,
No.
not
I had
dreams about it, actual knowing they've died.
Yeah.
I,
So
I had a weird
Go
dream.
ahead, John.
I was living in Estonia at the time, in Tallinn, and I'd been out there about 2 years. And I worked for my brother's firm, which was
I'm going to listen to you whilst I go downstairs. So I'm going to listen to you.
Yeah. So while I was staying there, I was staying at a friend's house one night in a place called Lasama, which is a Russian town looking sort of these big concrete buildings. They all look exactly the same. And no matter if you're on the east or the west coast of Russia, they all look the same, these buildings. And I was staying in one of these apartments. And about 3 o'clock in the morning, I'm drunk on vodka, but I'm falling asleep. And in my dream, I'm at the back of this massive, what would be a cruise ship. And I'm standing by the flagpole at the back, and it's sort of 50 foot to the left and 50 foot to the right. And there's these doors that are going in and going down into the ship. And friends of mine I hadn't seen in 2 years, some of my good friends, are all in this dream, and they're saying, God, John, come on, mate, there's casinos and nightclubs, come down. I'm like, I'm all right, I'll be down in a minute. I'm just going to stay here by this flagpole. And all the groups are all going down the stairs, and one of the very last ones was one of my close friends, Pat. He says, John, are you all right, mate? And I went, yeah, I'm just going to wait here for a minute. He said, come on, let's go. And I said, no, go down, I'll be down in a minute. So he goes down, and now my dream of this big ship is like a matchstick in a massive ocean with huge waves. And this big wave comes over the ship, or in this case, the matchstick looking size, goes right over the top of it. And my next view of the dream is the back of this flag on the right, this big wave just cutting through the ship. And it hits me and pushes me to the left into the sea, and I wake up. I thought that was a weird dream. And I look out the window, and this town, Laslam, has got a lighthouse, which is about 3 miles from any coastline. It's in the middle of a city. And I look out and I think, well, there's the lighthouse. I'm fine. I go back to sleep, and my dream starts with now me half in the sea and half on the beach. So my head's on the beach, my legs are in the sea, and the waves are lapping over my waist. And standing around me is about 15 people who I don't know, and they're all chatting away above me. And none of them have realised I've woken up. And I'm like, I'm here. And they all stop, look down at me, surprised, and then start chatting at each other again like that. And I'm like, well, what's going on? And someone out of them says, don't you know, you're the only one who survived. They're all dead. I went, what do you mean? And then I woke up again, and it was like 4 o'clock in the morning. I said to Alan the next day, Al, I had a weird double dream in your house last night. I told him. Not 2 months later, the ship that I'd worked with, I used to work for a company that imported pig food back to Sweden, and so they'd import it from Riga in Latvia and Lithuania. Sorry, no, Latvia it was. Vilnius is the capital of Riga. Yeah. So I'm now. In real life, I have to make sure these trucks that have come from Riga that have got the pig food get on that ship and get to Sweden. It's called the Tallinn Express Link years ago. Well, the drivers, Estonian drivers, are a bit like typical Eastern Europeans. They just sit in a traffic jam, and the traffic jam could be 6 miles long. So I have to go up to them, get in their cab and tell them to go down the road, overtaking all these other parked lorries, and get right up to the front. And then I'd give the manifest to the dock, and then they'd say, right, there you go, on the ship you go. And then as soon as the trucks got on a ship, that was my job done for the day. So that particular ship, the dream of ship that I had was a red and white ship. The ship that I was working with was blue and white. And then what happened was 2 months later, I'm also got another part-time job in Estonia where I worked in a Blue Triangle Youth Hostel Association. So we was running a youth hostel there, and I was one of the staff, and I had a room there that I could stay in. So 1 o'clock in the morning, I'm asleep, and I get woken up by the security guard, and he says, John, where's Pierre? Where's Alan? I said, well, they're not here. What's wrong? He says, Pierre's mum's on the phone from Sweden. The Estonia ship has sunk, and it's like, people are missing. So I said, no, they flew to Hungary this afternoon. They're not on that ship. But I get up, go downstairs, put the telly on, CNN, nothing. Sky News is just reporting that there's you know, groups collating in a place called Tartu on the southwest of Finland. That's the nearest point to where this ship's capsized or rolled over or whatever. And it killed like 1,700 people.
Jesus.
War, because there was a lot of children on there that never got a ticket. They were just family, they went on board. And so it was a devastating scenario in 1995 for me.
You feel you had like a precognitive dreams?
Yeah, the weirdest thing is that the dream in my ship was red and white. And as I say, this ship telling the Estonia was blue and white. But what I found out was it used to be a red and white ship, and it was owned by Sally Viking Line, then got bought out by Estonian Baltic lines, and they repainted it. So again, it gave me more feeling that this was something that was phenomenal for me. It was a weird experience, you know, and I still feel of it, not in a positive way, but I feel quite sad about it, you know.
Yeah, that's amazing.
So the only weird dream I've ever had, and it was a double dream. It sort of carried on when I went back to sleep.
I'm quite fascinated by Dr. Rupert Sheldrake and his experiments into the morphogenic field, which could kind of connect with this idea that I'm just going to, the concept that we could project ideas to each other sideways, or maybe we get ideas down from somewhere else.
Or from somewhere else.
And this idea that if animals as well are affected by this, if an animal learns a new trick in the world, all animals learn that trick.
100th monkey.
100th monkey, yeah.
Yeah.
But what an interest! There's one of his studies is about a parrot called Nikisi, and basically this parrot has been taught a load of words so it can speak almost like a human. You know, they've done this with chimps where they do sign language, you know, and the chimp can kind of emote a lot of things. Well, the parrot will tell the woman what she dreamt last night. So that's amazing.
Yeah, I've seen rabbits that can dance around people's feet when they're just about to have an epileptic fit, and I don't know how they do that, but I've seen that as a phenomenon with animals.
One of the things I always do is, like, when I meet people who are very, very skeptical about the existence of psychic awareness or psychic powers, is I speaking of Rupert Sheldrake, he wrote a book about this. Is that I say, well, I can prove to you that psychic powers exist, and they're like, well, okay, prove it to me. And I say, okay, walk into a room where there's a lot of people, and when you walk into the room, make sure that a certain percentage of the people don't know that you're there, and then randomly pick someone in the room that hasn't seen you, doesn't know you're there, and is facing away from you, and then stare at the back of their head and tell me what happens. And they say, well, they immediately turn around and make eye contact with me. And it's like, well, how is that possible? Yeah. Why does that? What's the mechanism for that to work, right? Because if you look at it rationally and logically, what I just described absolutely should not happen. But yet it does, and everyone, and we've all experienced it.
Yeah, David Blaine would say, give an evil stare to someone that's not connected to you, they're down on the street, and if you stare at them long enough with an evil intent, they'll turn around. It was a David Blaine show that showed that.
Yeah, but it doesn't need to be. It doesn't even need to be evil. Just stare at them. I mean, Rupert Sheldrake has done experiments where he set up a CCTV camera in a street, and as people are walking down the street, he's had someone looking at the TV screen in a building somewhere else, staring at the back of someone's head, and the person will immediately turn around and look directly at the camera.
Yeah, that's what he did. That's what he did, actually.
Yeah, and it works, but we don't know why it works.
I sent out a psychic emergency message once when I was really feeling bad, and I sent out I was sending out in my mind like shit, I'm really sick here, I'm really sick, and it was from a really bad hangover where I was with a load of Russians, and they were like, fucking come on, and like fight, who's gonna fucking drink more shots, and it was like this sort of shit, you know, and Anyway, I was so sick after it, and I just sent out this like psychic message, just like, fucking hell, like I'm really feeling fucking bad here. Now I hadn't been in contact with anyone back at home, and the person who picked up the message was a friend of mine and didn't even know that I was out of the country, but knew something was wrong and contacted my parents and said, like, is he back with you? Where is he? I can't get a hold of him. I got this funny feeling something's not right, and she was on it, like, she was like, find him, where is he? And they said, no, I think he might be like out of the country. And she's like, something's not right. Wherever he is, something's gone wrong. I was like, whoa, so.
But even the Sheldrake, because he wrote that book, The Sense of Being Stared At, which delved into this completely. This experiment, which we've all experienced, even unintentionally, we've experienced this. It proves that there is a greater reality than we're aware of, right? That we're not just immersed in a physical 5 sense reality. There's something else going on here that we don't fully understand. If we were fully immersed in just a 5 sense materialistic reality, that sense of being stared at would not work. But it does. In fact, they train soldiers when soldiers are sneaking up on a position. Say there's a guard tower, and there's a guard tower up there, and the soldiers are sneaking up, and they got to look up to check to see if the guy in the guard tower can see them. They're trained to only look up for 2 or 3 seconds, then look away, because if you look up more than 2 or 3 seconds, the guard will know you're there.
Right.
Yeah. Cool Tool says that Rupert Sheldrake used to come to his school doing experiments.
What kind of experiments?
Yeah, indeed. So the Machine Radio Show says hangover Russians never, sir. Yeah. No, I had the hangover. They didn't. Yeah.
They were fine of it.
They were probably like used to it, and sort of like hardened to it. But they were like, have more. And I was like, I don't. I'm going to be ill. And they were like, no, have more. Come on with me now. And it's like, okay, all right. I was like, fucking, we're just doing it. I was fucking collapsing. I was like, I've had enough now. No more.
Nice.
And they were like, okay. And then it's just like being sick throughout the night.
It was nice.
Why you laugh?
Yeah, laugh.
Yeah. You think
there is a smell. It smells like a shit.
Brilliant. Who did that? That was good, that.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is, we're getting on for 4 o'clock, and what time did we start this?
4 o'clock.
Yeah.
Wow.
On a Sunday morning.
They've been streaming for 3 hours, it says on YouTube.
Yeah. Can we
Only
get to
3 hours?
Yeah.
Did I start at 1 o'clock?
It says started streaming at 3 hours. 3 hours.
It's nearly 4:30.
Hang on, I think I remember saying start the stream at 1:45. So that would mean
a little over 3 hours.
Yeah, a little over 3 hours, indeed. So anyway,
Indeed.
We should go.
I think we should reconvene on these points.
Absolutely, it's a great conversation tonight. I've really enjoyed talking about this. Very, very good.
I mean, you know, obviously we all love this stuff, you know, but I love it, but I always want to question everything, you know, even my own experiences. I'm like, you know, so, okay, I had that experience, but I'm not content just knowing I had the experience. I'm like, what was it? What could it be? And what could be another explanation for it, you know? So that's just me. But I mean, I think, yeah, it's good to be not skeptical, you know, because that implies that you don't want to believe, you know, and it's like, but I think you're kind of like investigative, you know.
There's a difference. There's a difference between being skeptical and then being outright being a debunker. Just outright, it's all bullshit. You guys are mental. Get the fuck out of here. If you're debunking everything, then that's not good. But being skeptical, I mean, well, let's ask some questions here. Let's try. That's good. That's healthy.
Okay, what's your views on Matthew's Explore last year when someone pulled his pants down? I think Matthew should just show us that video clip.
Well, from my perspective, because I believe Matt,
Yeah, I do.
I
He sent
don't
me the
think
video first.
I don't think he's bullshitting. I think he's being
No,
legit.
I don't at all. No, he sent me the video. He said,
But
don't share it out.
the thing that's negative about that video is what happened. If you were to say, "Yeah, Ghost pulled down my pants,"
Mm-hmm.
I mean, immediately everyone's going to be like, "Yeah, get the fuck out! You're out of your mind." It's a bug. Immediately, it's bullshit. It's nonsense right off the bat, just because of the scenario and what you're going to explain. But I don't think Matt is bullshitting. I saw the video. I think it's legit.
It's there on. It's on the thing. I can call it up, but I mean, people can watch it.
Let's have a look. It is funny because Matthew calls.
2 or 3 people were filming, but they didn't film the trousers because we were all filming our eye lines, you know. But the thing, the trousers came down, but people saw the trousers come down, and
but
as I say,
the footage is there.
I mean,
well, look, guys, I've got to go, but I really appreciate you giving me the time this evening. I appreciate that a lot.
Nice one.
Yeah, let's talk again, Johnny.
Yeah. I mean, you know, like I say, don't take anything I've said too seriously because I'm just putting ideas out there, you know.
Yeah.
And let's hope that we get the answers. So
hey, Johnny, go to mindsetcentral.com. Check it out.
Yeah, definitely.
Without a doubt, I'll check it all out. In fact, but
I always watch it in Scotland with my brother.
You're in Scotland?
No.
Oh,
I'm in LA.
Scotland on camping trip. We always listen to Mindset.
And I like this American's northern accent. He's got it down to a T, isn't
Oh,
he?
yes.
I'm great. Have you heard me, Livy Pullio, on his billion? It's fucking great.
Yeah.
I know, yeah. Where do you work?
Very good, really.
All right,
I know. All right, la. It's fucking great, eh? All right, la. I know.
I'll leave you guys here. Matthew. All the best.
Yeah, Johnny.
catch you later, Johnny.
Yeah, thanks for your time. Guys.
No
Appreciate
worries.
it.
Yeah, we'll catch
See
you
ya.
again on the next
the best.
lives. Yeah. Okay.
Bye.
Cheers.
God bless. Bye.
See ya.
So, well, guys, I think I need to get some sleep because I mean I've been out exploring this evening. We had some fun, actually. I mean I could bring that video up for you, but why don't I bring you a sneak preview of something that I filmed this evening?
Yeah, let's
instead.
have a look.
So we get you some excitement that way.
Hey, what was that video you threw up this afternoon? Like hidden footage or something? Well, no, you were trying to get into some fucking building. You put your arm through the mail slot.
Oh yeah. It was a failed explore because we'd been in there the day before and we left the door open so that we could come back into the building. So we just pushed the door to, and it was stiff enough. We thought I'll be fine. It'll be okay. And then I brought somebody back, and then somebody locked the door. It's like, you bastards, you know.
But you didn't film the first night you were in there, or no?
Oh yeah, I filmed, and so I mean I had footage, but I was offering for another person to come along so they could come in because we'd already done what we needed to do. But then we were sort of like, I said, oh shit, you know, we're gonna have to go in across the roof again. You know, it's like the hard way. Yeah. You know, we left the easy way open. Some bastards now gone in the easy way and locked us out. So yeah,
I should say, Angroid69 says that was a great impression, Mindset Central, from a Merseysider. There you go.
Mersey.
Yeah. Nice one.
A Merseysider.
I can't do an after party tonight. I can't do an after party. It's too early in the morning.
Yeah. Yeah. Oops.
I'll do it another time. I'll do it another time after party.
Right. What I have to do is hide that slightly over there like that. Oh, for fuck's sake! Because if I don't, you've probably already seen it now anyway. But it kind of gives away the location a little bit. Which I didn't want to do. Hang on.
Can I jump into the chat, Matthew, while you're doing this?
Yeah.
We will organise an after party this year sometime.
Okay.
I'll get me down. We'll go somewhere with Matthew, and we'll set it up and do a nice party this year.
Oh, an old-fashioned lift. Right, so we found some explorers who were in the same place as we were. So what's your channels if people want to check you out then?
I don't have a channel, but you can check out my Instagram. That's got shit on it.
Go on, then.
Mason_P93.
Mason_P93. You know, he's flopping around. So, yeah.
See, done like shadows.
This is a nightclub that we did earlier on. Yeah. In Covidville.
Electric
Tier 4.
cables there. I'd be careful just in case.
I think kissed my arse.
When was that? Is that today?
Yeah.
One today?
Yeah.
These are the doors.
dangerous,
Probably would've gone
dangerous
to the front
explorations that
of
we
the
did
house.
into COVID land. Irresponsible behaviour. Yeah. So, but the
All
funny
right.
thing was that this nightclub
Wow.
was built on top of something,
Old school. Look at this. It's like an old.
and we didn't know what it
office
was
block
built on
or-
top of.
You used to get shops like this as well.
It's a much older building. It was built on top
Bizarre.
of,
Go on, no.
and we had a shock when we saw what was there.
Oh, there's no bars there.
What was it?
No bars out that way.
Bars on the windows.
That's very tall. You'd never climb out of there.
Yeah, you'll have to wait.
Really?
You'll have to wait and see, because we
Oh,
didn't know that
man.
nightclub was like that.
They built a nightclub in a prison?
There's bars on the windows. Yeah, everywhere.
Wow.
So
Any paranormal feelings in there?
no, it's fine.
Must be.
Cool place, actually. Yeah.
That's good.
So but that's for the future, because I don't want to release it too soon.
No, look forward to it. That's cool.
Yeah. And I've got another piece of footage I was going to put out, which the cameras I have normally got stabilization. Well, I filmed with one all night long, not realizing that the stabilizer wasn't working properly, so it's all a bit like that. And that's why I never put the footage out, because it's a bit wobbly. So I thought people ain't going to want to watch that. But then I was thinking, do you know what? If I just warn them at the beginning, this footage is
Gonna be
shagged.
wobbly.
Yeah, it's absolutely shagged. You probably aren't going to want to watch this, right? But it is an explore. If you want to watch it, it's up to you. You've already been there, and it's been filmed better than this. But
Yeah.
this is another time where we're just having a chat and walking around. So if you want to watch it, happy days. So I'm going to put that one out soon, which is, it's going back to Techno Towers, that place we've been many times. But yeah, so going back there. So but it's just one more little video, because I don't like to film things and not put them out. Even if they're failed explores, but. As long as people understand, you're not watching this because you're going to have an amazing revelationary experience. You're just watching this because you're bored. Okay, so as long as you understand, this, if you want good video, this is not the one. So yeah.
Yeah.
So there we are. It's just old
There you
footage.
go.
But I will have to. I will dig out some of the stuff. I did say I was going to dig out me going to Area 51. And I
Oh
should stick
yeah,
that
I'd love
one
to
out.
see that. Yeah, that'd be great. You know what's crazy? I filmed a bunch of shit when I went up there too that I've never published it, but I filmed a lot of stuff when I went to Area 51, to the alien and all that shit. I just never edited it or put it out anywhere, but I still have all the footage.
I didn't go in the little alien out of feeling for Glenn Campbell, who was with me and spent a lot of time taking me around, and he told me, off camera, some of the things that they'd done to him, and they were mean fuckers. Those people at the little alien.
Is he still alive? Didn't he get cancer or something?
No, I think he's still around.
But
Who was that?
He got really sick, right? Like really fucking sick.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think he moved back to. He's living in Europe now, I believe. He's not in America anymore.
Okay.
Yeah,
No, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. But I know that he had a YouTube channel where he was doing all kinds of. He did some great videos, and then he came on and he said, "Yeah, I've just I got terminal cancer. I've only got so much time to live." And
oh shit! I think he had a channel. His channel was called The Dying Llama or something, wasn't it?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
But,
I don't know.
He was a nice guy. He sort of went
Oh,
out of his way.
yeah, he
to,
seemed. I never met him, but he seemed like he came off as like a real cool guy. Yeah.
Yeah. Probably a bit of ADHD or OCD, I suppose you could say about him, his character. But and I think I pissed. Like I like doing long interviews. I pissed him off by trying to get a 2-hour interview out of him. He was not happy at the end of it. And I was like, we're just getting started, baby. He was not happy. But I thought, this is dynamite, like I'm digging out the information from this guy. And he painted a good picture of what he thought was going on up there. But it's like, yeah, he had a lot of stories to tell.
Because he did the Area 51 Information Center up there, right? He had like a trailer that he used to live in.
You got me thinking now. Let's see if he's Glenn Campbell, dying.
I wonder if he's dead.
Dying llama. Let's see if I can find him. That's Glenn Campbell, the singer, is dead.
No, not the singer. No.
Yeah.
The Area 51 guy, because he came out. He made a video saying, "I got terminal cancer," like maybe a year or two ago.
I'll have to look him up on YouTube then as Dying Llama, perhaps. Oh, what? YouTube is not available? Oh, I know, it's back now. Well, that's weird. Dying Llama. Dying Llama. Now, the thing is, as well, I think that there's a Dying Llama who's a bloody parkour climbing guy. What was his nickname now? Was it
Bad Dalama? Was it Bad Dalama?
Bad Llama, was it? Oh, Bad Dalai Lama.
Yeah, something like that.
Right.
I'm trying to look him up too.
Bad Dalai Lama. Oh yeah, that's him. It is him. It is him. Yeah. Right. When was his last video done? 1 year ago.
Yeah, and if you look, it's 2 years ago. Where if you scroll down through his feed, you can see when he's in his hospital bed.
But he must have got better because you know, he's now going around Europe.
Because if you watch those videos when he's in his hospital bed, he's saying that he was riddled with it. It was like right through his body, and they did not give him that much time to live.
Chemotherapy. He's been through chemotherapy, and he's back out, and he's looking better.
Maybe the diagnosis was. But if you
I hope
watch the videos, Matt, you'll say that he's fucked.
Yeah. It can look like that, especially when you get chemotherapy, because let's face it, chemotherapy kills you. You know, it kills everything in your body, and then you're supposed to regenerate. That's it. So, I mean, you're not going to be very happy taking chemo.
I used to watch his videos fairly regularly because he used to make some great little videos where he's traveling around doing stuff, you know? He'd make some good videos.
But he's a bit like me sometimes. I think, well, you know, we're not really very alike, but I mean, in some ways, when he's very when he gets on an idea, he won't let it go. He won't let it go. And I remember he got himself into a load of shit with some sort of school that made some statement, and he went, "That's not right." And they went, "Don't you fucking tell us what's right." And he was like, "No, I will. I'm fucking telling you what's right." And it was like there was this mass war that went back and forth between.
Now, as you knew him personally, do you know anything about him meeting with extraterrestrials?
No. I think he's quite a skeptic, actually, regarding these things.
Well, if you watch some of his videos, this was a couple of years ago, there's a few videos where he alludes to, but never gets into specifics, of some meetings that he had with beings that were not from Earth. And he wasn't taking the piss or acting like a prick. He was being sincere.
Jeez, I didn't know he'd gone through the cancer thing. Actually, I'll have to watch some of his videos now. I kind of I dip in and out with people sometimes, you know, and yeah, that's a bit sad. But you know, he was a nice guy, you know. It's one of the reasons I haven't shown the Area 51 stuff is because I never really worked out what I was going to do with the interview because
he's in it,
visibly showing his like, you know, fuck this interview type. He's like not happy with it, you know. Yeah.
Well, I mean, enough time has gone by. It must have been like what 20 years ago or something, right? I mean, you could probably maybe shoot him an email. Hey, remember me? Is it okay if I show this video? I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he was good enough to give his time, you know, and he gets a lot of people asking, you know, him to do that sort of thing, and I think he went the extra mile.
Yeah,
and I learned a lot of stuff with him. I mean, he showed me how to track down these radio beacons that are in the desert. You know, that like if you're
right,
you know.
Now he was the one that named Tikaboo Peak also. The mountain that overlooks Area 51. He was one of the first guys to get up there and find that.
Yeah. So he's a good guy. I'll be watching his stuff now. So there we are. Bad Dalai Lama.
Yeah.
Like I say, he's quite an intense character, you know.
He seems that way, yeah. He seems that he'd be fun to hang out with, but only in small doses. you know, I mean, anything longer than 2 or 3 hours, you probably want to kick his ass. But he seems like he would get very, very annoying very quickly. But his videos are fun. He seems like a good guy. You know.
I don't want to be rude, but I forgot your name, Mindset. I forgot your name.
I'm Gareth.
Gareth, that's it, Gareth.
Yeah. Gareth.
The next time you and Secret Vault are going to meet together. Because I'd like to meet.
We did already. We met last year.
Isn't it time that me and meet Secret Vault, like, you know,
when was it, Matt? November of 2019. We had I was over in the UK, and we did a mindset meetup.
Yes.
In North London.
Yeah, Miles. Did you meet with Miles?
Miles was there, and Matt was there, and a bunch of other people showed up, and it was a good time.
Yeah. So when's the next one?
I don't know.
Can you imagine if you told Miles that that guy has got a tentacle from an alien? Imagine.
He would be fucking all over that shit.
I think they would.
I've been listening in Scotland, and he said, "Oh, you know, Mindset's on, Matthew's on, you mate," and yeah. And Miles dead laid back. He just talks dead.
Well, you know, I mean, Matthew has known Miles for a long time. I have not. I only met him the once when I came over last year. But I have to tell you that my impression of Miles from watching his videos and my impression of Miles of meeting him in person are literally night and day.
Yeah, yeah.
When I met him in person, I genuinely liked him. I thought he was a really good guy, a really nice guy when I met him in person. When I watched his videos, I thought he was just a grumpy, miserable, fucking stupid asshole.
Yeah, that's what you need. Yeah.
Well, but when I met him in person, I was shocked. Yeah. I think he was a great guy. I really liked him in person.
I think he's a sort of people person.
You know the Ricky Gervais show with Carl Pilkins and that. Ricky Gervais show.
I know the show you're talking about, but I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it, but I know the one you're talking about.
Yeah, Carl Pilkins and Ricky Gervais and Stephen Merchant. Yeah. You know, they do it between the three of them. It's just like talking and then like slagging Carl off, basically.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it.
I had a great time in the UK last year. I'd love to go back this year, but it all depends on fucking COVID bullshit and
and the subject,
all that fucking nonsense. If things get back to normal, then who knows? Maybe I'll be back. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, it's got to be a good subject.
Yeah,
you probably already recorded one already, haven't you?
What?
You probably already recorded one already. Well, I've not even listened to.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. We didn't spend an awful lot of time, and I thought that was the sad bit. Is like, you know, we were all meeting together at like this thing, and there wasn't a lot of time. Plus, it was a bit of a fuck up place, really, as well, you know, because it's like forcing us to eat out in the cold, and we were all shivering. And
it was fucking freezing.
We all had to have clothes on.
In the building.
We're like eating a meal like this.
Yeah. And we got in the building, and someone complained like the Wi-Fi was shit. So Matt immediately fucking dismantled the Wi-Fi from the wall. You remember that? It was fucking great. I was fucking dying. It was amazing.
Because that's what I was going to ask you. How do you put the time in, especially Matthew Williams? How do you put the time in to go on these podcasts like Mindset when you're doing editing videos? How do you find the time? How do you find the time?
Well, when Matt comes on the Mindset podcast, I literally have to text him.
Because he's very busy.
It's a week before, 2 days before, a
2
day
days
before,
and the day off,
an hour before,
and say, "Are you?" And then he'll show up. But if I don't text him, he won't show up.
Yeah, because I have, like, I can sleep through alarms on my phone, which is another reason why I don't put it next to me, because I can wake up in a dream state and cancel the alarm and go back to sleep. and I won't know that, right? And so I have to hide the phone somewhere, like so it'll just be going, and I'm like, and then I get up and I'm awake then, you know. Yeah. But if I just,
I'll never message you again tonight, Matthew. Sorry, I'll never message you tonight again.
You see what a grumpy git I can be then.
And then I remember when I left London, I drove down to Wales to see my family, and I was in Wales for a week. And like the night before I was going to be flying back to LA, Matt messages me, "Hey, you want to come on and explore?"
So is that where you're from? Is that where you're from originally, Wales?
Yeah, from South Wales. Yeah.
Oh, right. Well,
yeah.
How long have you?
I moved to the U.S. in the early to midnight, about 1993
cool.
is when I moved over here.
Yeah, cool. You got a nice accent. I like your accent.
Yeah.
You like the accent?
I can go back to Welsh, so it's no problem, mate. You know what I mean? Like, it's all right,
Yeah, he's got that American slick radio sort of type voice. So, yeah.
And this is legitimate. This is the way I talk now. This is just. I mean, I've been here for so long. I've completely assimilated. But I'll be honest with you. When I go back to Wales, it does come back, and it's the strangest thing. When we were in London, my brother drove up to London to pick me up, and Reeves Cook, he's one of the co-hosts on The Mindset. He was with us, and Reeves lives in Weston-super-Mare. So I said, "Well, Reeves, my brother's coming to pick me up. We'll just drop you off on the way. You don't have to get a train or nothing. Just come back with us." And he's like, "Oh, great. That's perfect." So we jump in the car and we're driving back, and I swear to you, the closer we got to the fucking Severn Bridge, all of a sudden I was talking like this, wasn't I? and Reeves said to me, he said, "I could tell your voice was changing."
So do your real voice. Do your real voice. Now for
your voice was changing.
Is this your real voice?
No, this is my real voice. This is my real voice. This legitimately is my real voice. But I do have a bit of a parrot ear. So if I'm surrounded by people that are speaking a certain way for any length of time, I will unconsciously start to mimic them.
Yeah, cool.
And I'm not taking the piss or making fun. It just kind of happens.
Yeah, I like that. It's like Jim Carrey.
Yeah, it unconsciously happens.
Yeah.
Like start talking like that all of a sudden. You know what I mean?
You know what I mean, Governor?
Yeah, right. It is. What are you going to do about it? You know what I mean? It's just like that, isn't it? Fuck yeah.
Kenneth Gardner says,
Manchester, but I don't speak Manchester now. I'm not like a Manc accent. You might pick it up, but I'm not really. More Cheshire. Are
you mad for it, or?
Mad for it, mate. Yeah.
Mad for it.
Yeah, mad for it. Oasis and all that.
Mad for it.
Kenneth Gardner says the best thing to come out of Wales is the M5 and Matt. I would add and sperm oil.
And what?
Sperm oil.
Sperm oil. What's that?
Well,
sperm oil.
Sperm oil. They would kill a whole whale to get to a piece of oil that lives in the back of a sperm whale's head.
Back of his head.
Yeah, because that oil was great for candle lamps.
Ah, there you go.
Sperm oil.
Whale blubber.
And it's like, it seems like a lot of fucking creature to kill to get the fucking little bit of oil on the back of its head.
Salty McBoatfit says you can take the man out of Wales, but you can't take Wales out of the man.
Mm.
Yeah, they say that a lot. I've heard that about Texas too. You can take the man out of Texas, but you can't take Texas out of the man. It's a very common saying. You can insert part of the world here and say the same thing regardless of where you're from,
Yeah, it's crazy accent, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like diapers, nappies.
What's
up? Say what's up, don't you, Eric?
Aluminum.
Nothing's up with me. What's up?
What's up?
Just like that, isn't it? What's up? Hey,
it's like when I first came over here, people would come over to me and go, "Yo, what's up?" I'm like, "What do you mean? What do you mean? The ceiling? The sky?" Yeah.
Floor gang is PewDiePie says, isn't it? You got ceiling gang and you got floor gang.
Floor gang.
Yeah, he's ceiling gang.
Uh-huh.
Because like ceiling gang's cooler, and like
Cooler.
floor gang are just like shit. So
Yeah, shit, fucking shit.
you
Don't
don't want to be a floor gang. You want to be a ceiling gang.
Stealing.
Mm.
Ah, yes. What else are they talking about in the chat room?
I don't know. I've been ignored in the chat.
Sperm whale soap as well. Yeah.
AWC, LSD, flashback, scenery. What's that about, James?
Whale vomit, whatever that means.
Whale vomit.
See, the thing is, a lot of these comments is, you know, like when I do bother to look over there, I'm like, what are they on about?
That was an experience, though. Yeah, in the 90s, LSD. Yeah, that was an experience. Wow. Cool. Purple. Like this. Purple. Yeah, purple homes. Yeah. Anyway, let's not talk about LSD. Yeah.
I would recommend if anybody gets a chance to smoke DMT, do. It is good. It's over in minutes.
Have you done it?
It's all over in
Really
minutes.
quick, huh?
But you feel like you've been gone a long time.
I won't do anything like that anymore.
Have you tried it, Matt? Have you
Yeah.
tried it?
MDMA.
First time
That was like MDMA.
Yeah.
That was like, ooh, nice. But then it's like, yeah, no.
Did you break on through to the other side?
I seem to.
I
Yeah.
did on LSD. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Someone told us that we died. My mates in my bedroom, they said, that's it now. Something going in our head and said, that's it now. You've done too much LSD. You're going to be crazy. And I said to my mates, you better get outside. I took my shoes and socks off and chucked them outside and said, going to bed. Tried to go to sleep on a bad trip. It was crazy.
Don't ever go to sleep on mushrooms or LSD. No.
I know.
Bad,
You used to love them.
bad
You used to
idea.
love them. You know, you loved them that much. You had them that much. And then my mate flipped out and then he brought us down. And then that was the end of it. And after that, when I started smoking weed,
Yeah.
that you're paranoid, and then I just give up weed then.
Mm.
What was DMT like?
What was what like?
Oh,
DMT.
he hasn't done it. The DMT.
What,
was-
what about you, man? What
No,
was it like?
the first time I ever took it, I smoked a load of it in. So you've got to do it like in what would be like a test tube or a crack pipe, and you've got to melt it, and you have to smoke it in, which for me is hard to hold smoke in because I'm not a smoker, you know. So it was quite a hard thing, and there's a compulsion to want to cough, you know, sort of because of the fact. But if you cough, you've given most of it away. What you have to do is you have to breathe out as much as you can, right, and then smoke in as much as you can and hold it, no matter how fiery it feels or freaked up, and it'll start to numb. It'll actually start to paralyze your throat, right? You'll feel it like going numb. Yeah, your lips will go numb, right? And you've got to just keep going, don't give up, you know, just keep going. Anyway, the first time I did it, right, I just smoked it like that, and the pipe turned into a snake and went around my arm, and it's like right up to my neck, and I just went, fuck that.
Wow.
And then it's like, boom, it's just gone, because it literally can come and go very quickly.
Now, when it's gone, are you like 100% back to normal?
You could still feel something was in your system, but it's like there's no hallucinations or anything at that point.
Okay.
You know?
Can you freak out having that?
It's generally a good experience. To be honest, the first 2 times I did it, weird things happened that made me stop doing it. Right,
Like
and
what?
Yeah.
only when I was with somebody that I very much trusted with my life. Yeah. Right, because you need to be with somebody that you know is going to make the right decisions if something goes wrong. Yeah.
Right.
So it's like, and I felt like, okay. Now the funny thing is as well, right? I said this a few times. I've had drugs in my house, and a lot of them were left for me when with the crop circle people passing through. They'd be like, "Hey, oh, you want to take one of these? Oh, have a couple of these. These are quite good." And I collected a box, right, a metal box of drugs that I did not know what the fuck to do with. Yeah, and I would never take them because I could never remember what they told me about what they were. But I had them, right. And when I got done for the crop circles, right, the police went through the house and they had a big box of things, and they said, "Is this yours?" And I said, "Yeah." And they said, "Oh, you're admitting to it?" And I said, "Yeah." And they said, "What is it?" And I said, "Fucking probably every type of drug known to humanity that I have no idea how to take." So, and he said, really? And when it went to court, the magistrate said, like, LSD. Oh, right, I haven't heard it for that for years. And it's like, oh, what's this? What's this? Anyway, so there's been drugs secreted in my house years ago, right, that I didn't know where things went. And the funny thing was, DMT leaves such a visual and mental scarring it gives you of the experience that you remember it. Yeah, you remember it very, very clearly. Yeah. And the thing was, one other thing was the smell of DMT, right? And I was looking through some sort of like things, and I found a little container, and I thought there was like, what's that thing in the bottom of it? It's just like a little piece of plastic rattling around in the bottom, and I thought it was just like, what's that?
Yeah.
You know, there's a piece of plastic, and it looks like plastic. And I smelt it. I was like, what's that? DMT. What the fuck's this to it? I can't be. And it was like, it was a hit of DMT, and I don't know how it got there, and I don't know. And I was like, So I took it to Bristol, and I said to my mate, you and me have got to try this, because I've told you about this shit, right? And I don't know how I got this. I don't know. Maybe it's a gift from God, but it's there, right? And let's both do it. So he loaded the crack pipe up that he had, right, with this stuff, yeah, and he loaded it with his in, both for me, like, and he said, like, oh, right, okay, I'll save some for myself, yeah, okay, and he gave me the double hit, like, all right, and I held it in and fucking went to fucking Fairyland, yeah, yeah. I went to Fairyland, and it was a pretty good experience. And then when I came back round, I said, "Oh, you can do yours now." He goes, "No, I put it all in yours." I was like, "Fucking great."
Crazy.
I've never done DMT, but I hear that there's like a crack.
Yeah,
like a literal you hear and feel a loud crack, and you emerge into another reality.
Yeah.
And when you emerge, there's other beings / entities in that reality, and it's as if they've been expecting you.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it was like that on LSD. Yeah,
and they're like, "Oh, you're back! Hey!"
I said, "I'm not doing this ever again." And then I did half of a tab, and then somebody in my head said, "Oh, you're back here again."
Yeah, they're expecting
you. I'm never going back here again. Somebody in my head said, "Oh, you're back here again. You didn't learn your lesson." And it wasn't enjoyable. It was like, "Oh, you're back here again. You're gonna end up crazy in it."
I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Oh, crazy. Well, yeah. It's like, "Oh, you come back here again. You took it.
Gareth,
you didn't learn your lesson."
Yeah. Oh, Clive Rutherford said Usama Lama when we were looking for the bad Dalai Lama. I like Usama Lama. Check his channel out. He does some good videos. Very good video editing and drone editing. Oh God, it's to die for. Some of his stuff.
What's his channel called?
It is Usama Lama. The trouble is, if I show his video on here now, I'll probably get a copyright thing. You know, although he probably won't go after me for it because it's promoting his channel and saying how cool his channel is. But it's one of those. The music will probably come up as copyrighted. I think it will. So
yeah, it probably will.
Yeah. So I don't know. We could do it. I mean, anyway.
Yeah, just send me the WhatsApp, Matthew. I'll watch it.
I'll send you some stuff. Yeah. I mean it. Yeah. There's one video where he's on a bike, an electric bike at the beginning, and he's going through London, like, you know, sort of swerving through, like going across the London Bridge, and then it goes to like on top of a building, and he's up there, and you know, the film work is just cinema quality. You know, it's like just it's the business, and check it out.
Nightscape. Seen there's Nightscape.
Yeah, Nightscape hasn't got anything on this guy. Yeah,
haven't they?
No, not the way this guy's filming, you know. And so, like, Nightscape does some great explores. Don't get me wrong, you know. And the locations he's done have been like absolutely stunning. Like when they did that chimney, and they actually climbed like 1,000 meters up this chimney or something like that. It was like crazy. It's the largest chimney in the world. And when they get out, they come in near the top, and they come out above the clouds. So it's like they're just in a sea of clouds on a chimney, and you couldn't see the way up there, but now you can see that you're above the clouds.
Madness.
So, yeah. I
Yeah,
couldn't do that.
Oh,
I couldn't do that.
Mad for it.
Yeah.
Manchester in the area.
Mad for it.
Manchester in the area.
Yeah. I've recommended to a few people and I've blown their minds by saying let's take LSD and watch Close Encounters of the Third Kind, and there's things in that movie that you don't see when you're not tripping. But when you're tripping, there are things going on in that movie, and there are points in that movie where on screen you're seeing the movie.
Yes.
Right? But there's aliens on screen at that point. Subliminal aliens.
My most favorite movie of all time.
Yes.
Probably.
Yeah.
I did it with Pink Floyd, The Wall.
I remember when I was a kid, I recorded it off the TV on videotape in the mid '80s, and every time I would watch it, I would count, and I stopped counting at 57.
Wow. Everyone's ready. Dark Side of the Moon.
And I've seen it significantly more than 57 times. When they re-released it in 2013, they re-released it in the movie theaters, in the cinema, and I took my kids to go see it. And I was like, "You have to watch this movie. It's one of the greatest movies." And they were bored shitless.
No.
They were bored. They were sitting there like, "Oh my God, when is this over? Get me the fuck out of here."
Yeah.
They were bored, but I was like, it was wonderful. To see it again on the big screen was phenomenal. It was great.
Everyone's ready for the Dark Side of the Moon. Play the part.
Play the 5 tones.
Part.
Have you seen the deleted scenes where they?
When he goes on the ship at the end?
No. It's not those ones. They deleted about 20 minutes of storyline from early on, and it's basically where he goes to MUFON and explains his experiences to MUFON, and there's like a guy from the government is there, and he's sort of like banging the table, like going, you people are not listening.
Who the hell are you people?
Yeah. No, that's when he's been grabbed and he's taken in, and he's like, you've been messing with their minds. Who are you people?
Have you had the encounter sociological?
Yeah.
That part with missionary.
Not that part. No, it's another section. Yeah, where before he goes on his journey to kind of get near the place. This is where he's going a little bit crazy, like in his house, and he's building the thing out of mud, out of clay, and then his wife leaves him at that point, and she's taking the kids with her, and there's a whole sequence there. Inside that bit, which they took out, a very long segment, about 20 minutes.
There's 3 versions of the movie, and I have all 3 versions. There's the theatrical release.
Yeah.
There's the special edition.
I've got it on vinyl.
And then there's the ultimate cut.
Yeah, I've got it on vinyl.
Me too. I have the soundtrack. Yeah.
But I wish there was more samples in there.
Soundtrack is great, man.
Yeah, I wish there was more samples in it though. So I could mix it.
Yeah. So you could butcher it and abuse it.
And the Diesel Girl says she stayed at the Little Alien Inn a couple of times. Fairly harmless place. Well, it is fairly harmless as long as you come there to spend money. But they didn't like anyone being there that was going to take that money away from them.
So when I went,
nobody else was allowed to be there.
So the alien, it's about like an hour and a half drive from Las Vegas. And when you're driving there is literally nothing. It's just the road going there, and on either it's just fucking desert. There's nothing. So me and my buddy were driving to fucking, and as we're driving, we see this guy on a bicycle, right? Out in the middle of fucking dude. I mean, there's nothing there, nothing, and it's hot. It's hot outside, and there's this guy on a bicycle. So we speed past him. We pull into the little alien. We go in. We sit down. We're looking at all the shit they got hung up all over the place: T-shirts and fucking Area 51 badges, stickers, all kinds of shit.
Yeah.
So we sit down, and the waitress comes over and we says, looking at us, we'll take the Area 51 burger, please, and a Coke, whatever.
Yep.
And as we're sitting there eating, the fucking door opens, and this guy comes in, the one on the bicycle.
Mm-hmm.
And he comes, he sits down, he's like, "Hey, everybody." And she's like, "Oh, let me get you a drink. Let me get you some water." He says, No, I need a Coke. So he gives him a Coke. He fucking chugs the Coke in 2 seconds. Then he's drinking the water. And it took him like 2.5 hours to ride out there from the nearest town. And then he finishes, he eats, and then he gets back out. He gets on the bicycle and he cycles all the way back. And I guess that's his exercise.
Mm.
To cycle like a fucking 6-hour bicycle ride out in the middle of fucking nowhere.
I couldn't get over the fact that when you go there, it's super hot in the day, it's like super hot, and at nighttime it'll be freezing. There will be ice on the ground.
Yeah.
So you've got to be really careful how you handle yourself out there. Yeah.
Let me see if I can find some of the footage I took there in my archive. Maybe I can show you guys. Hang on.
Yeah, well, Tumbleweed Town.
Whilst you get that prepared, look, I've decided I'm going to share you a bit of that video with Osama Lama. Even if there is music copyright issues with it, I'll just have to suck it up. So
are you ready?
Yeah, you ready then, folks? Let's get this up on the screen. You should be able to see it as well now. Ready? This is
before.
Yo, what is happening, people? Welcome back to another video. I just want to share this video with you guys. Thank you guys so much for 100k. This is a special video I've been making for a long time.
But there we go. You can go and watch if you want to see some more.
I have to say though, that guy's very annoying.
Yeah, I don't like that. What's up, guys? I don't like that.
It's very annoying. I can show you some videos of it on my Area 51 trip that's never been seen.
Do it.
The only thing that pisses me off, mate,
Yeah. What's
is
that?
people in England who say, "Hiya, guys. What's up, guys?" Leave it to the Americans.
Oh.
English people have taken that on from America, guys.
It's
They say it,
cultural contamination.
Guys, it annoys me.
Mm.
Do you feel the same way?
I do.
I hate it. It's
feel,
like when
I feel
you
this way.
shop, and this is programmed to people who work in shop. Say,
That's the way I feel.
Are
the
you
same
all
way.
right there? Are you all right there?
Yeah, I'm all
This is
right.
the thing in England. I don't know if it works in America, but they say as soon as you go to a counter, they say, "Hiya, are you all right there?"
Are you
I feel
right?
like saying,
Are you right, love? Are you right?
I've got a twitch.
I've got a twitch, you know.
I hate it. I hate it. I hate control. I hate it. Sorry. But they say it when you go to a shop. They say, "Hiya, are you all right there?"
Are you right?
Yeah.
I hate it. Hiya,
That's,
you all
that's
right?
right. They all, everyone on YouTube copies it. The "What's up, guys?"
You're right,
Yeah.
love.
What's up, guys?
Why did it say, "Hiya, are you all right there?" You know, next
All right.
customer. Hiya, you all right there? Hiya,
No.
you okay there? Say something like, "Hello, how you doing, Carl? Nice to meet you. Nice to see you again."
Oh, they
You
should
know,
come up. They should come up to you and go.
"Hello,
They should go like this. They should go. They should come up
It's
to you and
all
go,
programmed."
how do you do?
Yeah, they don't do that anymore. It's just, "Hello, hiya, are you all right there?
Nobody says how do you do anymore. Nobody
Are
can
you
say,
all right there?"
how do
I
you
hate
do?
the programming. I hate the programming system. Oh God,
The system.
it's going crazy.
That's the system.
Cool
Is anyone with
Tools. Cool Tools says that. Did I know that Mark Oldfield lived in our village? Surely you mean Mike Oldfield, because I don't know who Mark Oldfield is.
Tubular Bells guy.
Yeah, Mike Oldfield.
Oh, yeah, Tubular Bells.
No, I didn't.
They tried to reproduce that, didn't they? And it was very hard work to try and reproduce that live. Yeah.
Mm.
So I'm sharing my screen, Matt. I don't know if you want to pull it up so you can see it.
Yeah.
Crazy though.
Got it.
Yeah.
Fucking crazy.
Fucking
So-
crazy, mate, telling you.
So this is the extraterrestrial highway sign.
But because he's on a Mac, there is no button to make it full screen.
Well, I can make it full screen if you
I
want.
always try to focus it in now.
Yeah.
I thought that's
Look. See, I put a mindset sticker on there. See that? MSC.
That's like Taffy.
Mm.
Taffy
See
some.
that? I put a
Yeah.
sticker on. See that?
Says
See the
Taffy
sticker?
Boy. Taffy Boy as well. Did you see it? Taffy
No,
It
Boy.
did.
where's that? Where?
It does. It says
Yeah,
Taffy
Where?
Boy. Look.
Where? No, it's Tuffy.
Tuffy Boy.
Tuffy Boy.
Oh,
Tuffy.
right.
Tuffy.
It looks like an A there, though. Look, that looks
Tuffy.
then looks
Look
like an
Yeah.
A.
There's a Bob Lazar sticker up there too, but all of them pale in comparison to the Mindset Central sticker.
Yeah.
Right there. Look at that.
Stop putting stickers everywhere.
Right. Look at that. Right there. Look at that. A thing of beauty.
WG Strant Welding Grimsby, and it's bloody huge. Like as if anybody gives a shit about that.
It's grimmy,
Well,
grimmy.
They have to replace these fucking things every couple of years because they get literally plastered
Yeah.
with stickers.
Yeah.
There's so many stickers they have to literally like take the sign down
Clean it.
and
Put it back
put
up.
it back up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's
It's like John O'Groats in Scotland, all the stickers on the post in Scotland, John O'Groats.
see. This is at the little
Go on.
alien.
Show us how easy it is to make it absolutely full screen then, so there's nothing left on your screen at all, including no icons. How do you do
Oh,
that?
he's controlling this, isn't it? He's
How
controlling
did
it.
you do that?
I clicked the button for full screen.
Oh.
Oh, he's controlling it, Matthew. How do you feel about that?
That's how you do it.
He's controlling you.
It's controlling my
Yeah.
Look
yeah,
at
my
that.
vision.
It's fucking complete desolation. Look at that.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Oh, that's nice.
Absolutely nothing
Did
there.
you see any mirages that looked like saucers when you were driving through the desert?
No.
Oh, nice graffiti there.
I saw a whole saucer, and it was like a
Silver.
proper
Yeah, that's-
silver saucer
Mhm.
like
Yeah.
that. But it was a rock, and it was the heat haze, and then it makes it look like it's standing up, and it reflects the top to the bottom, like that. There's a saucer in the desert. I saw a saucer.
I saw a saucer in the desert.
Are you sure, Spot?
I gotta edit all this shit. I don't even know what I'm gonna show. I mean,
I can't remember whether I took a photo of it, and I don't know if I've still got the photo or whether I videoed it.
Look at this. This is an empty. On this thing right here, I actually walked. You can walk out in the middle of the road. There's like nothing.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing. It's complete.
Yeah, I mean, if you're out there in the daytime, sometimes you drive for about an hour and a half before you see another car pass you.
Yeah, you don't see anything.
And at night time, forget it. If you think you're going to thumb a lift, you got no hope.
Ooh.
You got no chance.
Yeah.
Don't even think about coming off and walking through the desert to find somewhere. You better stay by that road because they won't find your body.
It's like the woman in Psycho. Falling asleep in the car in Psycho.
I should really go. I got so much footage I need to just go through because I haven't looked. I honestly haven't looked at this for years.
Did you see the workers bus coming out of Area 51?
Oh, there's the Area 51 alien 40 miles ahead, Rachel, Nevada.
Yeah.
So dramatized.
Yeah. Did you see the buses, the worker buses for Area 51?
No, I did not.
With the blacked out windows.
Yeah, I know the ones you're talking about, but I didn't. This is just Vegas. This filmed Vegas. I'm walking around Vegas. All the cars and stuff. Yeah, what else I got here? More Vegas shit. This is way before the dark times, before the Empire, before masks and shit.
Yeah,
this is when life was normal.
Yeah, freedom.
Yeah.
Freedom.
Well, this COVID stuff, whatever you say about, whether we should or shouldn't be doing certain things, I mean, I think it is definitely an assault on not freedom, happiness. It's, because you can still go out and do stuff if you want to, but it's just made everybody so grim. They don't want to go out. It's like, no, I'll stay in. And it's made everybody feel weak. It's taken away people's spirit, basically. And I think that's what this is about. It's about spiritual warfare.
Yeah. If you don't obey, there's so much gulag.
So I think people need to rebel and regain their spirit.
Do it all the time. London, places like that, Manchester, they're all doing it now.
Could be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had other footage of me when I'm walking around talking. I can't find it though, but it's
back to the old days.
My God,
more people are free. That's
check your search history. They said we want to see your search history.
Hey! Okay. There he is.
Oh no, this is when I'm doing the. I forgot about this. This is the Entity House. If I can find it, remember that movie, The Entity?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I found the real house.
Oh, cool.
And
I love movie sets. I do.
This is all B-roll B-roll of downtown. I filmed tons of B-roll of shit downtown and stuff. That I was gonna make like a little film about like haunted locations in
cool, yeah.
In
I
LA.
love film locations. I love all
that. Yeah, but I never.
I've got friends called Jane. I forgot the name now, but they've done one where a railroad where remember the film The Fugitive.
Oh yeah.
With the train and that.
Mm.
He went around there where the train was, abandoned railway. Yeah,
this is one of the first Urbexy type channels I found was a guy called Adam the Woo.
Oh yeah, I remember that guy. Yeah,
and he goes to places and recreates the scenes from the movies and goes, look, they shot here, and he's really detailed in it. He takes it to like, oh look, this tree's disappeared, but there used to be a tree here, and this was the tree from this scene, and he's like,
yeah.
He goes right the way through it, It's
yeah. I seen one like that with Halloween, where they moved the actual house to like a railway place and moved the house and stuff like that. It was brilliant. Yeah. Yeah.
This is downtown.
So you've got two videos playing on top of each other.
Yeah, I know. I got about 30 fucking screens. This is just B-roll that I filmed because I was gonna do like a full-on fucking haunted locations of LA thing, and I filmed all this shit, but I didn't do anything with it. I just have all this footage. Let me close some of these windows.
Cool. Yeah, man. Graffiti and stuff. I love stuff like that, man. I want to go to the Bronx, I do. Well, it's probably all changed now. But I want to go back to Manhattan, places like that. Just look at the buildings in Manhattan.
The Bronx. Yeah. Oh, here's a good one. So I went to I found this hacker space in Venice Beach called Crash Space, where these hackers hang out. And I went along to one of their meetings, and I thought, I'm going to film it. And they were not happy, dude.
Because they don't want their faces out there, yeah.
They got fucking pissed off bad. But I got them on. I filmed them and like losing their shit. Let me see if I can find it. This might be it. Like I'm in their. This is their domain where they're doing all this fucking hacking. And I'm in there. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah.
And I'm filming stuff. Yeah. And all of a sudden, this chick, she's there. And she goes, "Are you filming?" I'm like, yeah. And she's like, "You cannot be filming in here."
So are these not to do I want to marry you, stuff like that? Is that what they're doing?
No, these are all like these. They're all like hackers working on like encryption and stuff and privacy.
Yeah, because I know most of them like in Ghana, aren't they? In Ghana, do false.
Look at these guys, and I'm sitting there. I'm sitting there with the fucking camera filming.
No way.
They're all yapping away about fucking, we encrypt this file and blah 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 and PGP and Signal and yada yada, and I'm there filming like a fucking mental case. And there's
he looks professional.
There's a part where this chick, she sees the camera and she's like, her this one, that chick right there, this one right here,
this one here with the cap on.
Yeah. No, right here. She might. Look, this might be it. This might be it. Watch. Are you filming? Let's see if she does it.
We haven't got any audio, by the way. So.
Oh, okay. I don't know how to work the audio. Maybe it's the next one. Oh, here you go. That was it. You see that?
Yeah.
See, she poked. Look at it. Look, what's your hack? She goes, "Are you filming?" Oh, here it goes. Right here. Watch again. There you go.
Yeah.
She points right at me. Are you filming?
Yeah, he's doing it there.
Oh, that was fun though to get that on tape, so to speak.
Yep.
And then of course we have. Where's it at? Hang on. I was gonna show the video of Matt. Remember this?
Yeah, the cold.
This is where we're all fucking freezing to death here.
Yeah.
Are you in this? Oh, goodness.
What's this about?
Here he comes. There he is in the background. There he is.
I thought you were back. Oh, brilliant. You might know it's shining.
There he is. They're all talking away.
Brilliant. Where was this?
This was in London.
Cool.
There's Niall.
Phil Jim.
There you go.
You look like a musician.
Drinking lots of Guinness.
Cool.
That was fun.
Guys, it's 5:17. Are we going to get some sleep?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
We seem to finish about 5. This is a regular thing now, so I mean, you know, people should know. They should know that we. Yeah.
I'm going to bed now.
All right.
So, thank you all. Thank you.
Pleasure as always, gentlemen. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. There we are. Melissa Jones was saying she's definitely going to bed now. So, we were taking your lead on this, Melissa. Thank you for reminding us. So yeah,
there you go.
I didn't have orange pants on actually. No, I left them off once in my life. Yeah,
for once in your life.
Matt's sending us all to bed. Well, we can reconvene. I mean, this has been a long one. I can't imagine many people would want to watch past the UFO bit, because that was the most interesting bit of the night, wasn't it? I mean, you know.
Well, before you go, that guy, John or Johnny or whatever the fuck his name was. So you know him from the past, or you've never met him before?
Never met him before.
This is brand new, because I just got the impression that you knew him, but no, I guess
no. I know who he talks about though, because I'm well involved in the crop circle subject, and
but you didn't know him,
and I think he's been a bit brainwashed by a lot of it.
I got that vibe too, that he was kind of sucked into it somehow.
You know, hey, you know, I don't wish to burst
conversation though.
I don't wish to burst people's bubbles, because like I've burst a number of bubbles over the years, and people have just become really like depressed with their lives.
Dude, you were fucking with me when I went to that fucking UFO thing, and I saw those UFOs, and you were already fucking trying to make me out a fool.
I've just explored what the possibilities are. You know,
everybody stays there until 5:30.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
What are all the possibilities? But I would find a more out there group that are, you know, going out, you know, into the desert or something. You know, don't be doing shit in the center of bloody.
You got to give me time, Spock. The bridge is smashed.
Yeah.
Yeah. My next meeting with them is January 31st. So we'll see what happens. I'll be filming. I'll take my camera and film.
Do they live stream?
They don't live stream, but I could.
You could. Take us with you.
I could live stream, but they don't.
So we can really get a feel for what it's all about.
But yeah, I'm going end of the month. January 31st is the next meeting, and I will be there. I'll be filming, and we'll check it out. But yeah, I have no problem with live streaming from my phone. We could do that.
Yeah, say there's some, you know, people who are interested in UFOs from the UK. Wow, Exploring Carl donated £5. What are you doing, sir? You nutcase.
Wasn't me. Wasn't me.
Yeah.
Who was it?
You donated loads recently, and I know you're compensating because I've sent you this box up, but you're overcompensating because it only cost £3.
Right, I love you. I love you.
£3, that's all it costs to send it to you. He thinks he's going to send me 20 quid for the postage. No.
The people, the fans who want the stickers have been sending the stickers, so
there you go.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
For the stickers as well, mate.
And I have a ton of left of Mindset stickers too, so email me if you want some. I can send out.
Oh, don't send them me. I'll post them out.
I got lots of Mindset stickers that are just languishing.
Yeah.
All right, then, guys. I'll let you guys
go. But there's no
sleep.
point telling us your birthday's on January the 31st. You tell us when it is your birthday today, because we don't care.
Well, the 31st,
I mean, we won't remember. I mean, you know, we don't care until it's the day. So yeah, but then we'll care on the day, but we don't care now.
Yes.
Yeah. So sorry about that, but we simply do not care that your birthday is on January the 31st.
Happy future birthday, Haunted
nothing to me. But on the 31st, it will. Yeah.
It will be, yeah.
It will mean a lot then. So there we are.
We care a lot.
Okay, guys. Well, it's been really a pleasure. And you know, I'm sure we're going to speak to that John guy again.
I think so. I think that was an interesting conversation. Yeah, if you get him on again, let me know. I'll love to join.
Cut off.
What's wrong? Spider.
Moth.
Oh,
is it a moth?
Fucking bastards.
Was it a
moth?
moth?
Is it a moth?
I don't know.
Spider.
Somebody fucked with me.
What happened?
They said there was a spider on my shoulder.
What?
Anyone see that? Anyone see that in chat?
Did anyone see it?
No, I didn't see anything.
You bastards.
Oh. Luke White just sent you £2.
There you go.
Bastards.
Good night, good morning, goodbye, good all, good.
No, I think he's fucking with me. You bastard.
Can I give a plug, Matt?
You got me good. You fucking got me good.
Can I give a plug?
Yeah.
MindsetCentral.com. Tomorrow on the Mindset Podcast, I will have Colin Wolford, the alien autopsy encyclopedic knowledge man.
Cool.
So it'll be fun. So tune in tomorrow, MindsetCentral.com. Subscribe to the podcast. It's great.
Will that be on YouTube? Will that be on your YouTube channel?
No,
I
it won't be
saw
on
it in the
YouTube.
chat, but he couldn't see it on my shoulder.
Right.
Yeah.
It's an audio podcast. You have to subscribe via RSS.
It's
Yeah.
You can get to it through MindsetCentral.com.
Yeah. I'll watch it on that.
The
What's that?
bastard's getting a rise out of me with a spider fucking trick.
It'll probably be live UK time around 5 or 6 p.m. tomorrow.
6 p.m. Okay, cool. I'll be there. I'll be listening.
Hey, there's plenty of spiders in this fucking house. I mean, they like crawl up on the bed, and I just like looking like that, and I see them crawling across the bed, and I'm like, ah! Fucking, there's plenty of bastards in
You
here.
could be overtired. You could be overtired.
I didn't say anything. It was the guy in the chat said there is a spider on your left shoulder, and I think I looked the wrong way. By the way, he said the left shoulder, so I went like that. I was like, that's my fucking left shoulder.
What would you say, Mindset?
The Spider-Man.
There probably was a spider there. I don't know.
Could be.
Probably was. Look. Anyway, look. Just leave me alone because my crotch is fragile. So just leave it alone.
What the hell is that?
Fragile.
Isle. It's the Isle of Man.
Yeah.
Tokyo.
Yeah.
Ah.
Fragile.
My mate's on a song called Tokyo. 808 State. Yeah, Tokyo.
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 Don't mess with me because I'm
fragile.
Fragile.
Fat Boy Slim is fucking in heaven. Fucking in heaven. Fat Boy Slim is fucking in heaven. Fucking in heaven.
Yeah.
Nice one.
Spiders wave their willies. Well, they don't just do that. They climb in your mouth and you swallow them, which is disgusting.
Dude, I got a story about that. I don't know you want to go to sleep, but I have a story about that.
Oh, okay.
You know they always say like during your lifetime you like eat like 30 spiders without even knowing one?
Yep.
Yeah.
So this was in the late 90s. I was in bed and I woke up in the middle of the night and there was and I'm not even joking, dude. I'm being serious. There was a fucking spider in my mouth and it woke me up. And I threw up. It crawled into the back and I threw up all over the bed. There was a spider like in my fucking mouth.
That's
I'm not
disgusting.
even joking.
Yeah. Fuck you.
So when I was asleep, you're sleeping like
yeah, fuck you.
And it crawled in.
Yeah.
That's fucked up.
But fuck you for reminding me that life is shit sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And everyone's got that soon.
I threw up. Dude, I hurled everywhere. I hurled all over the bed, dude.
Do you want to know? I say to everybody, I sleep with the light on, right? And the reason I sleep with the light on is because I used to get nightmares years ago. And I'd wake up a lot of the time and I'd see fucking figures in the room and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
I just got bored of it, you know? So I don't like waking up seeing figures in the room. So therefore...
Hey, man.
You leave the light on.
I leave the light on.
Yeah,
So,
I do. A little bit of a light. Yeah.
yeah, you know. But fuck that shit.
Yeah.
So I see you're I could talk about
We'll have to pick this one up next time, I reckon.
I know you're opening doors by saying lights on in the room and shit that's gone on. I have a story which is
The more you wake up, your eyes open, it fades away, doesn't it? Have you noticed that?
No, I experienced something that I swear was fucking real.
Yeah.
But we'll wait for next time.
Yeah, we will do, because I've got a story to tell you as well.
You gotta go to sleep.
About 2 monks at the side of my bed. Yeah.
2 monks.
That's crazy. And I wasn't tripping.
Yeah.
I woke up and this hag was on me and it was like pumping away and I was like I was slapping it trying to get it off and then eventually like I closed my eyes and it was gone. And then, like, about 9 months later, I started getting child support fucking letters through the door. You know? And it was like, I think it was real.
It happens.
I think it was real.
It happens.
Yeah.
It happens.
So,
but,
there we are. Okay, guys. Well, it's been good.
Right, next one, we'll have a nocturnal experience. The fucking theme stream next, I guess. We can talk about the terrors of the night terrors.
Yeah. Matthew Topping, yeah, that's right. I would come to Scotland and visit Coco Chanel's mansion. What, sniffing people's butts who've just been up there? No thanks. Fuck that.
What?
Yeah. Nah.
What?
Not really. Nah.
What?
Nah. No, I don't like sniffing people's butts when they go on explores and just following the shit they've done. So no, I won't be doing that, sir. Thank you very much. Anyway, good to speak to you guys. We'll catch you soon.
Awesome. Talk to you later. Have a good night.
Okay.
Later.
Cheers.
All the best.
Catch you
Bye-bye.
tomorrow.